Chapter 31:27. On the main peak of High Firmament Peak, inside the palace. Although Yang Kai had left for decades, the palace was still spotless. Su Yan sat by the window, one hand supporting her chin as she looked out the window at the scenery, her thoughts drifting as she recalled the circumstances of these years, a faint smile appearing on her face. Suddenly, she felt something and turned her head to the side, only to see Yang Kai leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed, quietly looking at her. "You're back." Su Yan got up to greet him, but she had only taken 2 steps when a very aggressive body leaned over, reaching out and hugging her waist. With a little force, Su Yan involuntarily leaned forward, a full and elastic touch immediately spreading from her chest. "Senior sister, you're really beautiful." Yang Kai looked down at the person in front of him, his mouth smeared with honey, his eyes lingering on her delicate nose and mouth before lowering his head to kiss her tender red lips. Su Yan supported his chest with one hand and tapped his mouth with a finger. "You reek of alcohol. How much did you drink?" Yang Kai grinned. "Not much. I probably drank a cup with everyone." "Sit down." Su Yan took his hand and walked to the bed. Yang Kai sat down obediently. Turning around, Su Yan brought the water she had prepared, wrung a towel, and wiped Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai remained motionless, allowing her to do as she pleased, his heart filled with warmth. After a short while, after washing up and wiping her face clean, Su Yan turned around to leave, but was caught off guard by Kai Yang pulling her back. She fell into his arms and splashed the wash basin and the water that she had used to wash her face. With a wave of his hand, Kai Yang sent all the debris flying back to their original place. Turning over, he pressed Su Yan under his body and stared at her with a fiery gaze, as if he wanted to burn her. Su Yan pursed her red lips lightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like a small fan as she averted her gaze, seemingly afraid to meet his eyes. Yang Kai was amused. They had been husband and wife for so many years and had dual cultivated countless times, yet his senior sister was still so shy. Women really were women. However, this bashful look could easily arouse a man's desires. Reaching out, Yang Kai lifted Su Yan's chin and pinched her smooth chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Su Yan was slightly annoyed, her face full of anger. It would be interesting if his senior sister suddenly burst out with a seductive aura like Shan Qing Luo. Thinking about this pure and untainted woman showing all kinds of charm and seduction, Yang Kai felt like there was a volcano in his body that was about to erupt. His gaze became increasingly aggressive. Su Yan finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "Have you seen your parents? Mother has been talking about you these days." "Yes." Yang Kai's hand, which was holding her chin, slowly moved up to her earlobe and gently rubbed it. As he spoke, he gently breathed into her earlobe. This was her most sensitive part. How could Yang Kai not know? Su Yan's breath was obviously unstable. She bit her lip and said, "Mother didn't scold you, right?" She had accompanied 4th Master Yang and his wife for a month, so she naturally knew what Dong Suju had been complaining about these days. She was afraid that Yang Kai had suffered some grievances at Dong Suju's hands. "Scolding me is fine. What's wrong?" Yang Kai said with a depressed expression. "She doesn't even recognize me as her son anymore." Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled. "Serves you right." Yang Kai glared at her and said, "Even you are taking pleasure in my misfortune." Su Yan said, "Mother said that when we return, I will properly deal with you." "Deal with me?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He looked at Su Yan with interest. "Then dare I ask how senior sister will deal with me? Let me hear it so junior brother can be mentally prepared." "I don't know." Su Yan tilted her head. Her slender neck was already covered in red. Yang Kai's hand covered that plump place and fiercely rubbed it. Su Yan's brow immediately wrinkled, but it gave him a different feeling. "Since senior sister doesn't want to say, then I will give you my essence until I die." Yang Kai couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a fierce light. He grabbed Su Yan's clothes and tore them apart. With a crash, the palace dress was torn apart. Su Yan exclaimed and looked at Yang Kai in surprise, a puzzled expression on her face. For so many years, Yang Kai had always been gentle when facing her. This was the first time he had acted so violently. She thought he was drunk and was acting crazy, but when she looked around, did Yang Kai's eyes show any signs of drunkenness? Although his eyes were full of fierce light, they were incomparably clear. However, the imposing manner on the bed was like a completely different person. Su Yan's heart inexplicably trembled. Just as she was about to speak, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her. "Oh!" Su Yan groaned. For the first time, she felt that Yang Kai was so forceful and overbearing, making her feel like she couldn't resist. At the same time, the tattered clothes on her body were completely torn apart, revealing a white jade-like body that was exposed to the air, glowing with a strange luster. Two big hands like iron pincers raged on this perfect body, as if they were destroying an exquisite work of art. Without the slightest bit of mercy, Yang Kai used so much force that Su Yan actually felt some pain. Amidst the pain, there was actually an indescribable feeling mixed with it. This was a feeling she had never felt before. Su Yan's body suddenly stiffened, and her snow-white skin quickly flushed red. There was the sound of some kind of barrier breaking in her heart, and the instincts that had been suppressed for many years were released. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Senior sister had actually taken the initiative to stretch out her arms and wrap them around his neck, and even took the initiative to kiss him, looking like she was in a state of delirium. This gave him a huge shock. Although he had dual cultivated with Su Yan many times, this was the first time he had seen her take the initiative. Immediately, he became spirited and increased the strength of his hands, no longer showing the slightest bit of mercy. Fiercely rubbing his hands together for a while, an extremely crazy idea popped up in his mind. It must be like this, it must be like this, it must be like this. As if possessed, Yang Kai only had a voice in his mind screaming for him to take action. With a sudden force, he turned Su Yan around so that her back was facing him. Su Yan looked back at him, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and confusion. Asterisk pa, asterisk, a crisp sound rang out, and a 5-finger print immediately appeared on her snow-white skin. Su Yan's head jerked up, her beautiful hair fluttering in the wind as her small mouth opened like a fish out of water. A long inhalation sound came from her throat, but there was no sign of her exhaling. Asterisk pa, asterisk, another slap rang out, and the 2 5-finger prints were perfectly symmetrical, without the slightest difference. Su Yan's head jerked up even more, and her graceful waist caved in as if it could break at any moment, causing her tender body to tremble uncontrollably. Kneeling like a puppy made her feel humiliated, but she couldn't stop herself. Her mind went blank, and she felt like she was climbing up the clouds, suddenly going up and down. Her woman's nature told her not to do this, but her body's instincts told her not to. Asterisk pa pa pa, asterisk, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Su Yan could no longer suppress herself, and a series of blood-boiling cries came from her throat, sounding like she was crying and laughing at the same time. She kept shaking her head, her waterfall-like hair swaying back and forth as tears fell from her eyes. Don't, junior brother, please don't, I beg you." Yang Kai's demonic nature had been unleashed, so how could he pay attention to her? Yang Kai felt like he was doing the most fun thing in the world. Raising his hand high up, Yang Kai pressed it down, leaving a mark on her snow-white skin. Then, he watched Su Yan's expression and reaction, her breathing becoming heavy and hot. Inside the hall, the crisp sounds and Su Yan's cries continued to ring out. After an unknown amount of time, the cries gradually weakened, and not only did they become much softer, they even became hoarse. After a long time, Su Yan couldn't even make a sound, and only the sound of Yang Kai galloping could be heard. Senior sister, senior sister." Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, gently poking the person on the bed with his finger. Su Yan covered her whole body with the silk quilt, lying on the bed with her back facing him, not saying a word. Yang Kai scratched his head, secretly cursing himself for being such a bastard. How could he abuse Su Yan like that? But in that situation and environment, he couldn't suppress the thoughts in his heart, and inexplicably did such a stupid thing. It's over, it's over. This time it's over. Senior sister is definitely angry, and I don't know if she'll even talk to me. At the same time, his heart was filled with guilt and a trace of unease. Senior sister, if you're angry, just beat me. In any case, my skin is thick, so you can't hurt me. Yang Kai lay on the bed, supporting himself with one hand and pulling her closer to him with the other. Still, there was no movement. Yang Kai sighed. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Don't be angry, what if you hurt your body? No. Su Yan's voice came from the quilt. No what? Yang Kai's spirit shook. Just talk to me, I was afraid you wouldn't say a word. Su Yan turned over as if facing him, but with the quilt covering her face, he couldn't see her expression. I'm not angry with you. Then what's wrong with you? I'm angry with myself. Yang Kai was speechless. He reached out to lift the quilt, but Su Yan firmly held on to it, pleading in a low voice, I don't have the face to see you, don't open it. Yang Kai laughed, so she wasn't angry with him, but rather embarrassed. Thinking about it, after so many years, this was the first time he and Su Yan had been so crazy. Not to mention that Su Yan was a woman, Yang Kai also felt a little embarrassed. Gently prying open her fingers, he struggled to get her head out of the quilt, but Su Yan's eyes were tightly closed, her trembling eyelashes showing her inner nervousness. Look at me, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Su Yan pursed her lips, and after a while, she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Yang Kai's mischievous gaze. She once again tried to cover her face with the quilt. Okay. Yang Kai reached out to stop her, smoothing her hair back from her forehead, looking at her tenderly. I like you no matter what you look like. In other words, he liked her even more yesterday. Su Yan covered her face with her hands, her voice coming through the gaps between her fingers. Don't do that next time. Okay. Yang Kai nodded, leaning down and kissing her lightly, but then he smiled and said, It's time to get up. Come with me to see father and mother. If he went alone, he would probably be kicked out by his mother again, but if he brought Su Yan, his mother wouldn't be too disrespectful. Chapter 31:28. When she was getting dressed, she looked charming and gentle. Looking at the marks on her snow-white body, Yang Kai felt his heart ache. He increasingly felt that he was not a good person. How could he have been so heavy-handed? His big hand brushed past her, and pure energy surged into Su Yan's body, reducing the red marks by a lot. With great difficulty, they finally got dressed and flew together to Jade Tree Peak. On the way, Su Yan's cheeks were red and Yang Kai kept glancing at her. He felt that he had discovered another side of his senior sister that no one knew about. He felt a little proud in his heart. That side was only blooming for him alone. When they arrived at the house on Jade Tree Peak, they saw their father arranging the flowers and plants in front of the house. Yang Kai greeted and the father and son looked at each other. Fourth Master Yang quietly made a gesture to not worry. Father, you've worked hard. Yang Kai was very grateful. Turning around, Fourth Master Yang shouted, Su Zhu, our son is here. Tell him to scram. Yang Kai sniffed and looked at Fourth Master Yang with a face full of bitterness. Is this what you meant by not worrying? Father, I trusted you wrongly. Give me back my dragon rib tiger bone pill. Mother! Su Yan called out. Su Yan is here? Dong Suju was startled and hurriedly said, Come in and talk. Su Yan gave Yang Kai a look, and the two walked in together. The furnishings in the house were very simple. It could be seen that only the father and mother lived on Jade Tree Peak. There was not even a servant. After passing through the hall, they entered a side room. Dong Suju was sitting in front of the dressing table combing her hair. Her black hair was like a waterfall, soft and smooth. Su Yan saw and immediately walked forward and said softly, Mother, let me help you. Dong Suju smiled and handed the comb to her. Then I'll have to trouble you. Su Yan said, It's no trouble, it's what I should do. Dong Suju said, It's good to have a daughter. Little Su Yan, how good would it be if you were my daughter? Mother wants a daughter so much that she's going crazy. Su Yan smiled and said, I am your daughter. Mother, I'm not the only daughter. Although the other sisters are not by your side, I'm sure they all miss you. Of course, little Qing Luo, little Ning Chong, and little Shui, you all send me letters every few days to say hello. The smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Staring at Kai Yang's back through the bronze mirror, she snorted and said, Unlike some people, after being pregnant for 10 months, when their wings grew, they flew away. In their hearts, how could they still care about their mother? Su Yan lowered her head and said, I can't beat him. Dong Suju immediately glared and slapped the chair. This brat is willing to beat you? How dare you? No. Su Yan's face turned blood red. She couldn't help but think back to last night's madness. Her body suddenly became weak. Wasn't he beaten up last night? And it was for a long time. Even now, his butt was still burning with pain. Dong Suju said, Don't be afraid of him. So what if his cultivation is high? So what if he's a star master? If he bullies you, tell me and I'll beat him up. Just as they were talking, Yang Kai walked over and squatted beside Dong Suju. He put his head close to her. What are you doing? Dong Suju lowered her head and glared at him. Mother wants to beat someone, so your son sent you here. Otherwise, you would have to walk a few more steps. Yang Kai laughed. Take your head away, you shameless thing. Dong Suju's attitude was sometimes cold and sometimes warm. When she was cold to Yang Kai, she was warm to Su Yan. The temperature in the room was sometimes cold and sometimes warm. Yang Kai grabbed Dong Suju's hand and put it on his head. Dong Suju said with a cold face, "Don't think this old lady can't bear to hit you. As long as mother can calm down, it doesn't matter how you hit me." "That's what you said." Dong Suju grit her teeth, raised her hand, and slapped down hard. Yang Kai didn't even bat an eyelid. Dong Suju's hand stopped on his head and rolled up a gust of wind. Dong Suju glared at him. "Sooner or later, I'll be angered to death by you." How could she bear to hit him? Ever since she was born, she had placed all her hopes on this brat. Even if she scratched his skin, she would die of heartache. How could she bear to hit him personally? "You're relying on me to love you." As she spoke, she wiped her eyes. Yang Kai got up and hugged her shoulder. He looked at the woman in the mirror and said, "Mother, you can't cry or get angry. I'm afraid you'll get wrinkles if you cry too much." "Wrinkles?" Dong Suju was shocked. She held back the tears in her eyes and looked at the mirror. "Where are the wrinkles?" "Where are they? Do you see them?" "I'm not afraid of wrinkles." Yang Kai reached out his hand, and as if he had been prepared, a jade box appeared in front of Dong Suju. "What is this?" Dong Suju took the jade box and asked. Yang Kai said seriously, "Find an opportunity to take this. It will make you young forever, forever 16. Dong Suju immediately smiled. "Is it that good?" She quickly put the jade box into her space ring and said insincerely, "You're already back. What's the point of bringing a gift?" Yang Kai said, "It's not anything precious. Mother, as long as you like it." I like it, I like it." How could Dong Suju not like it? She held Yang Kai's hand with one hand and stroked his cheek with the other. "You must have suffered a lot in the outside world these years, right?" "No." Yang Kai quickly shook his head. "It's always been your son showing off. Who dares to shit on my head? Those who dared to do so were all killed." "What are you talking about?" Dong Suju knocked his head. She knew that Yang Kai didn't want to worry her and didn't want to talk about those things with her. Although he had returned safely, the outside world was wonderful, but it was also accompanied by danger. He had been away for decades and had grown a lot. How could he not have suffered? It was not uncommon to be on the verge of death. "Now that you're back, are you going to leave?" Dong Suju asked. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Dong Suju's face suddenly became gloomy and she let go of his hand. Go now. If you leave this time, don't ever come back. Just let your mother die here." Yang Kai was speechless. "Yes, I'm going. But I'm taking you with me." Dong Suju came back to her senses and looked at him reproachfully. "Smelly brat, you didn't say it clearly." After a pause, she asked, "Where are you taking us?" "The star boundary." "Is that where you've been for the past few decades?" I've established a high heaven palace there. There are as many masters as there are clouds in the sky. Mother and father can cultivate there in peace. There won't be any disputes or dangers." "You also have a sect there?" Dong Suju was surprised. Although she didn't know what kind of place the star boundary was, she was certain that it was much more powerful than Shadowed Star. In just a few decades, Yang Kai had actually established a sect there. How could an ordinary person achieve such a feat? A sense of pride welled up in her heart. "This is my son." Dong Suju was very curious about the star boundary and the high heaven palace, so she held Yang Kai's hand and talked nonstop. Outside the room, the Yang family fourth master listened attentively and smiled. He thought to himself, "Last night, I used everything I've learned in my life and unlocked 18 different positions. Coupled with the dragon rib tiger bone pill, how could there not be any effect? This sacrifice was really worth it." As the sun set and the moon rose, the conversation continued until night fell. Most of the time, Yang Kai was the one talking about his various experiences in the star boundary. Dong Suju and Su Yan listened quietly, both of them yearning for him. In fact, as long as this man was there, it didn't matter where they were. This was how family with no blood relations were brought together. Fourth Master Yang came in a few times, busily pouring tea and pouring water. He was very angry, but under the influence of Dong Suju, he didn't dare to act out. "By the way, mother wants to ask you something. Answer me honestly." Dong Suju's face suddenly became serious. Yang Kai said, "What is it, mother?" "Just ask." Dong Suju glanced at Su Yan, but Su Yan misunderstood and quickly said, "I'll go back first." Dong Suju held her hand and said, "Don't go. This matter is also related to you, so listen on the side." Yes. Although Su Yan didn't know what Dong Suju wanted to ask, she could only sit quietly. Yang Kai inexplicably felt a little nervous. He didn't know what Mother wanted to ask, making it so solemn. Mother wants to ask you. Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. In the past few years outside, did you attract bees and butterflies? Su Yan's expression became serious, and she looked up at him. Yang Kai's head was full of cold sweat. Good. When Dong Suju saw this, how could he not know the answer? He suddenly became angry and reached out to poke Yang Kai's forehead. You really can do it. Yang Kai lowered his head and didn't say a word. Dong Suju said, You have Su Yan, Ning Chong, Qing Luo Shuiyu. Are you still not satisfied? How can you men be like this? Tell me. What are you thinking in your heart? Yang Kai stammered. Accident, accident. Accident? Dong Suju sneered. There are so many beauties in the world. Do you want to have an accident with every one of them? He pointed at Fourth Master Yang standing next to him and said, Why can't you learn from your father? Look at him, he's never been a womanizer. Fourth Master Yang muttered, There's nothing wrong with having 3 wives and 4 concubines. What did you say? Dong Suju stared at him. Fourth Master Yang stared at Yang Kai and said, Little brat, you've gone too far this time. Dong Suju's face relaxed a little, and he said in a deep voice, I don't care what accident you have. This time when you return to the star boundary, drive away those women for me. Su Yan and the other 3 are enough. I will only acknowledge the 4 of them. Mother. Su Yan held Dong Suju's arm and smiled. Junior brother is not a fickle person, nor is he someone who likes to attract bees and butterflies. He must have done many things with those girls to reach this point. Moreover, he has been alone for so many years, he should have someone to take care of him. Ning Chong and I still have to thank those sisters, so don't make things difficult for junior brother. Dong Suju said, being tolerant is a good thing, but not everything can be tolerated, especially this kind of thing. You must tell him black and white. Su Yan smiled slightly. Junior brother knows his limits. He's not a child, it's fine. Dong Suju looked at her and sighed. My Yang family has wronged you. Chapter 31:29. This man had been away for decades. How could elder sister Hua not have made mistakes? Dong Suju also knew Yang Kai's temperament. The reason why she had made such a big fuss was only to ask for Su Yan's sake. She had already expected Su Yan's attitude. It wasn't that she was scheming, but as Yang Kai's mother, she had to show an attitude of fighting injustice for Su Yan. Su Yan smiled slightly. Although the 3 sisters and I don't mind this matter, junior brother, you should know that not just any woman can enter the Yang family. She must have a clean background and be kind. Otherwise, if you bring her into the Yang family, you won't be able to enjoy the blessings of the family, but will only bring trouble to yourself. Don't you agree, junior brother? She suddenly took on the air of a big sister, which made Yang Kai a little uncomfortable. He quickly nodded. Senior sister is right. Su Yan said, Since father and mother are here, why don't you tell us about the sisters in the star boundary so that father and mother can help you check them out? Dong Suju said with a serious face, Yes, if you have anything to say it now. Don't try to hide it, otherwise you'll die an ugly death. Fourth Master Yang also stared at him from the side. It was as if he was being interrogated by 3 judges. Yang Kai felt a mountain of pressure. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and raised a finger. Just one. Not as many as you think. Just one. The 3 were stunned. This answer was unexpected. They thought that Yang Kai had been away for so many years, so he should have provoked many women. Who would have thought that he would only have one? It was obvious that he was extremely restrained. It was extremely rare for a man to be like this outside. Dong Suju said, What kind of person is she? Tell us. Yang Kai said, She's not a human. Not a human? Fourth Master Yang's eyes lit up. Could she be a monster? TSK, this brat's taste is quite heavy. But then again, the women of the monster race do have a different kind of charm than the women of the human race. I'm really jealous. This brat really has good luck with women. It's not a demon either. Dong Suju frowned. Not a human, not a demon. Could it be a plant spirit? He slapped the chair. Bastard, how could he be so thirsty? Although it was possible for a plant spirit to take human form, how could it be combined with a human? It would be better to just find a random female monster. It's a dragon. Yang Kai braced himself and said. The room was silent for several breaths. Dong Suju asked in astonishment, What dragon? It's a dragon, literally. Yang Kai explained. Seeing that they still didn't seem to understand, he continued, "There is a dragon race in the star boundary, the leader of the ancient divine spirits in our ancient legends. I had an accident with one of the dragon girls, and then Dong Suju and his wife gasped. They finally understood what Yongkai meant. Dragon. This was really a legendary existence. Among the ancient divine spirits, dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. But in today's star boundary, such a powerful race simply couldn't be seen. Only in ancient records could one occasionally see a majestic appearance. Her son actually managed to get a dragon girl? She simply couldn't believe it. Dong Suju swallowed her saliva and said, "That dragon girl. Does she have a family?" Yongkai said, "The dragon race in the star boundary. There are about 20 of them, and they all live in a place called Dragon Island." 20 dragon race. Dong Suju was dazed. One dragon race was already hard to imagine. What kind of scene would it be if more than 20 of them gathered together? Her mind was somewhat unable to process all of this. "You actually came back alive." Fourth Master Yang was drenched in cold sweat. He sized up Yongkai in amazement. Although he didn't know what kind of existence the dragon race was in the star boundary and what kind of status they had, it was definitely not low. They might even be one of the most powerful races. Yongkai subdued a dragon girl as an insignificant human, and he actually didn't die. This was simply a heaven-defying fortune. Yongkai grinned and said, "I still have a bit of authority on Dragon Island. Strength is the right to speak." Dong Suju was silent for a while, then suddenly opened her mouth and said, "No matter what your dragon girl is like, if she wants to enter my Yang family, she must acknowledge Su Yan as the mistress of the family." Su Yan said, "Mother, sisters get along with each other. There is no hierarchy, we are all one family." Dong Suju shook her head and said, "It's not the same, it's not the same. That's a dragon girl. You have to make it clear to her in advance." She looked at Yongkai and said, "Do you understand?" Yongkai repeatedly nodded, I understand. "And if she doesn't agree?" Yongkai raised his fist and said, "Then I'll beat her until she agrees." Dong Suju slapped him. "You even know how to hit a woman now." 10 days later, in front of High Heaven Sect's space array, Yongkai stood with his eyes closed, silently perceiving the situation. Over the past 10 days, he had been accompanying his parents with Su Yan on Jade Tree Peak. After so many years of running around outside, he hadn't fulfilled his filial duties. Now that he had returned, he naturally had to make up for it. If it weren't for Dong Suju urging him to leave, he would have stayed even longer. It wasn't that Dong Suju didn't want to keep Yongkai here for a while longer, but the situation in Star Territory was treacherous, with war everywhere. Not to mention the lives and deaths of others, Yongkai had nothing to do with them, but Shan Qing Luo and the others were still on their respective stars. So how could Yongkai not care? Today, Yongkai was driven away by Dong Suju, who told him to go see his 3 wives. Yongkai gladly agreed. To be honest, he also missed Xiaoning Chong and the others very much. The overall situation on Shadowed Star had been settled. The invaders had all been wiped out, with not a single one escaping. After this battle, it would be impossible for anyone on Great Desolate Star to invade again before they had a clear understanding of the situation on Shadowed Star. What's more, Su Yan was still here, so even if foreign enemies tried to invade again, they wouldn't be able to return alive. When Yongkai left Star Territory, he had arranged no less than 100 space arrays throughout the entire Star Territory, connecting the entire Star Territory together. But after more than a decade of war, many of these space arrays had been destroyed, and some had been seized by the cultivator on Great Desolate Star. This caused the great forces in Star Territory to be unable to quickly and effectively support each other, and could only fight on their own. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in such a passive situation. High Heaven Sect's space array was the starting point of all the space arrays in Star Territory, so it was targeted the most. Almost all of High Heaven Sect's transmission channels to the outside world had been destroyed or occupied, causing Shadowed Star's connection to the outside world to be cut off. Yongkai was the one who arranged the space array, so he naturally had the right to make decisions about it. With his divine sense surging and space principles fluctuating, Yongkai released his strength. Although this was the territory of a lower star, he was Shadowed Star's Star Master. So on Shadowed Star, he could use a little of his strength without worrying about being rejected by the world principles. After a while, he opened his eyes and sensed a space corridor that could be used to transport people. A group of people stood not far away and looked at him. Yang Kai said to Su Yan, "Senior sister, I'll leave this to you." Su Yan nodded and said, "Don't worry." She now had the foundation of a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and although she had suppressed her cultivation, a third-order Origin King cultivator was definitely not her opponent. With her guarding Shadowed Star, there was nothing to worry about. "Come back soon," Dong Suju said reluctantly. Yang Kai nodded and took a deep breath. As the world principles surged, the space array flashed and his figure disappeared. On a dead star hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Shadowed Star, deep underground, in a mine, a space array suddenly bloomed with a faint light. Several pairs of eyes suddenly opened in the silent darkness and stared at the space array. These people were all Origin King Realm masters from the territory of Great Desolate Star. They had been waiting here to hunt down the cultivator who had been transported from Shadowed Star. They had succeeded several times before, so when Shadowed Star was besieged, they would naturally send people to deliver the news. However, they had all been killed here and obtained a few transmission tokens specially made by Yang Kai. The space array arranged by Yang Kai was not accessible to everyone. If one wanted to teleport, they had to have a transmission token made by him. Otherwise, they would only be banished into the endless void. With these few transmission tokens, it was much more convenient for the cultivators of the Grand Desolation Star field to travel back and forth. They could even directly teleport to High Heaven Sect, but there were too few transmission tokens, so they didn't have the courage to do so. All they could do was leave behind some transmission tokens and space arrays to transmit information, which was extremely convenient. However, no one had come here for several years. Obviously, Shadowed Star knew that the person who delivered the message had been killed and no longer made any unnecessary attempts, lest their enemy took advantage of them. Even now, someone dared to repeat the same mistake. In the darkness, several pairs of eyes bloomed with bloodthirsty light as they quietly restrained their auras and quickly surrounded the space array from all directions. A figure suddenly appeared on the space array. It was a handsome young man. As soon as his figure appeared, 5 black shadows pounced on him like cheetahs, each of them brimming with murderous intent and extraordinary means. In an instant, the dark mine became as bright as day, and the energy around it became chaotic. The 5 people were either calm or grinning, looking at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. It was not that they were confident in their strength, but rather that all 5 of them were just first-order Origin Kings, not even a single second order. With such a lineup, even if they joined forces to deal with a second order, it would be difficult, let alone a third order. But how far was Shadowed Star from here? With such a long-distance transmission, anyone would have a brief adjustment period. Even a third-order Origin King would not be spared. This adjustment period might only be a few breaths of time, but on the brink of life and death, a few breaths were enough for them to kill their target 1,000 times. They would not show any mercy, determined to kill their target on the spot. This was what they had always done, and there was no precedent of them failing. They did not care about Yang Kai's life or death. What they cared about was the transmission token Yang Kai had on him. Those who could use this kind of space array would definitely have a transmission token on them, and in the territory of Great Desolate Star, these transmission tokens were being collected. Once 10 were collected, 10 top masters would be sent directly to the headquarters of Shadowed Star or other cultivation stars. Chapter 3130. Light blossomed in the darkness as 5 people rushed in. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared ahead, meeting the eyes of a burly man. When their eyes met, the burly man was taken aback. He saw that Yang Kai's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of discomfort. There was no time for him to think too deeply. A sledgehammer in his hand smashed down, stirring up a storm of wind and clouds. A hand that wasn't too strong suddenly blocked the hammerhead, causing the momentum of the attack to stagnate. The recoil even numbed the burly man's arms and cracked his hands. The burly man's eyes narrowed. How is this possible? This guy had just teleported from Shadowed Star, so not only did he immediately wake up, he was also able to block the blow of his artifact with one hand. How is this possible? But before he could think about it, the other 4 people's attacks had already landed on the young man. In an instant, energy surged, and the mine groaned as rocks fell down. The 4 people had succeeded and immediately jumped back. One of the scantily clad women looked at the burly man and sneered. "Man Z, did I squeeze you too hard a few days ago?" You didn't even use the slightest bit of strength when you attacked today. You're too useless." A short, thin old man coughed a few times and said weakly, "There's a knife above the character of lust. Take this as a warning." Another fair-looking man laughed loudly. "Silkworm Madam, Manzi is already at his limit. Do you want a change of taste today?" The beautiful woman called Silkworm Madam glanced at him and curled her lips. "Scram, this old lady hates gigolos like you the most." A jade folding fan suddenly appeared in the fair-looking man's hand. He opened it and waved it, smiling. "I may be fair, but I'm not a wax spear. How will Silkworm Madam know if you don't try?" Silkworm Madam said coldly, "This old lady doesn't care even if you're a diamond. This old lady likes burly men like Manzi." She suddenly turned her head and asked in surprise, "Hey, Manzi, what are you doing? Are you stupid?" The burly man called Manzi was extremely stiff at this moment. Cold sweat slid down his forehead as he stared quietly at Yang Kai. His eyes were filled with horror and shock, as if he had seen a ghost. "He's not dead, you bastards." The other four retreated immediately after the attack, so they didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's situation. After all, who could stop their sneak attack? They only thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure. Only Manzi, who was very close to Yang Kai, saw clearly that the thunderous attack of his four companions did not harm a single hair on Yang Kai's body. It was as if they had merely scratched an itch for the youth in front of him. Yang Kai did not even frown as he stared at him with eyes full of ridicule. He wanted to withdraw his secret treasure, yet he noticed that Yang Kai wasn't moving at all. The strength in Yang Kai's hand actually caused him to feel powerless. When the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled into a subtle arc, Manzi's hair stood on end, and he immediately released his secret treasure with the intention of retreating. A hand reached out unhurriedly, but tightly gripped his neck. The barbarian was immediately unable to move. The man who was like an iron tower was lifted up just like that. His feet left the ground as he kept struggling. Silkworm Madam and the other three cried out in alarm. Their expressions changed, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. A feeling of horror rose from their hearts and spread throughout their bodies. Immediately, their limbs turned cold. They knew very well how strong Manzi's cultivation was. His strength was on par with theirs, yet he was being gripped by a single hand? Who is this person? You guys sure are having fun chatting. Yang Kai's sinister voice reverberated in the mine. Although his voice was deep, it sent chills down the spines of Silkworm Madam and the others' spines. They looked at each other and didn't say a word. At the same time, they pounced forward again. This time, they pushed their strength to the limit. Their bodies glowed brightly, illuminating the mine. "Haha, good one." Yang Kai laughed loudly. If these people were to escape, he would have to chase after them. He didn't expect them to take the initiative to attack him, saving him a lot of trouble. The hand that was gripping the barbarian suddenly exerted force and smashed him in a certain direction. He was actually treating the barbarian as a human-shaped weapon that he could use at will. There was originally nothing in that direction, but when the barbarian's body smashed down, the short and thin old man actually appeared at that spot, as if he had moved forward himself. The wind howled as the thin old man's seemingly turbid eyes shone with shock. Then, he could only watch helplessly as the barbarian's sturdy body covered his head. The sound of flesh and bones breaking rang out as the barbarian and the thin old man turned into meat paste. Blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai held the hammer artifact that the barbarian had abandoned in his right hand. He didn't use any energy and just waved his hand casually. He used a simple and crude move to annihilate an army. A force that could overturn rivers and seas swept out. The fair-skinned man's body was smashed in half on the spot. The defensive artifact on his body and the Saint Chi protecting him were as fragile as paper. The two halves of his body exploded into a bloody mist midair, and he died on the spot. Silkworm Madam and the other person didn't die, but they were also forced back by the violent energy vortex. They were severely injured in an instant, and all their defensive artifacts were destroyed. When they regained their footing, their bodies and minds were shrouded in fear. Who is this? Not only did he not feel any discomfort after being teleported from Shadowed Star, but he also killed 3 First-Order Origin Kings with just a wave of his hand. Is he even human? How can there be such a powerful existence on Shadowed Star? Silkworm Madam was still in a daze, but the other First-Order Origin King had already turned into a stream of light and fled without looking back. I'm not your opponent. If I don't run, I'll die. He couldn't even tell how high Yang Kai's cultivation was, so how could he dare to stay? The mine was full of twists and turns, and he soon disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was futile. He had realized this deeply after returning from the star boundary. The big hammer artifact in his hand spun, and Yang Kai threw it out casually. It flew out and smashed through several rock walls, followed by a scream that stopped abruptly. Silkworm Madam's face was pale. She clearly felt the aura of her last companion disappear from her perception. Thinking back to the scream just now, how could she not know what had happened to him? Of the 5 First-Order Origin Kings lying in ambush here, only she remained in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai looked over and saw Silkworm Madam kneel on the ground, trembling as she begged, "Please spare me." Yang Kai frowned and stepped forward. He reached out and pinched her smooth chin, making her look up at him. "You're called Silkworm Madam?" Silkworm Madam tried to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. "That's what they all call this mistress." Yang Kai nodded, his eyes examining her beautiful figure. White and plump, the name Silkworm Madam was quite appropriate. Exerting a bit of force, he said, "You're making things very difficult for me." If this Silkworm Madam had turned and fled, he could have just killed her like how he dealt with the previous one. But this woman didn't run away and instead knelt on the ground to beg him. If he killed her, wouldn't it be a little immoral? Silkworm Madam looked pained. "I'm not very good at killing women." Yang Kai shook his head. Silkworm Madam's eyes lit up at this. "Master, please show mercy and spare this mistress' life. This mistress is willing to do anything to repay you." Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm not interested." Silkworm Madam panicked and raised her head to look at Yang Kai. Seeing his eyes roaming around her collar, she immediately said, "This mistress is willing to be master's dog. I only ask for my life." As she spoke, she actually prostrated herself and raised her plump buttocks up high. She stuck out her scarlet tongue with a fawning expression and even barked twice like a dog. If she had an extra tail, she would really be a female dog. Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene of him fooling around with Su Yen a few days ago. That night's madness could be said to be the most exciting he'd been in years. Unfortunately, after that night, Su Yen never let him touch her again. He didn't know whether she was angry or shy. Now that this Silkworm Madam brought up those memories, he felt his beast blood boil and his breathing become heavy. Su Yen wasn't willing to play along with him in this game. This woman in front of him was definitely willing to give him what he wanted. TSK, he was really looking forward to it. Silkworm Madam observed Yang Kai's expression and saw that his appetite was piqued. Naturally, she was overjoyed and stroked her hair even more coquettishly. The barking sounds in her mouth gradually became whining, moaning, and teasing. It was likely that no man would be able to resist such a scene. Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached out to put his hand on her shoulder. "I've seriously considered it. You should just die." The power in his palm poured into Silkworm Madam's body. The violent power rampaged, messing up Silkworm Madam's internal organs, blood, flesh, and meridians. Silkworm Madam fell limply to the ground. Bits of her internal organs and blood flowed out of her nose and mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Even in death, she didn't expect that this man would have no compassion for the fairer sex and kill her without any hesitation. Her eyes were wide open as she fell, her vitality quickly dissipating. Yang Kai swept his gaze around, and after confirming that he hadn't missed any enemies, he nodded lightly. The space array that he had spent so much time, effort, and money to arrange in his early years had now been reduced to a convenient tool for a cultivator on Great Desolate Star. This was something he had never expected. These 5 people guarding this place must have killed a cultivator on Shadowed Star, or even High Heaven Sect, so how could Yang Kai let them live? Not to mention the woman shaking her head and wagging her tail and begging for mercy. Even if she really stripped naked, she wouldn't be able to escape death. He was indeed not good at killing women, but when it was time to kill, he wouldn't show mercy. After collecting the space rings of the dead people, Yang Kai searched around and found a transfer token. He didn't care about the things in the space rings, but this transfer token had to be taken back. Walking back to the space array, Yang Kai sensed that there were many transfer directions. After sorting out his senses a little and determining his location, Yang Kai pushed his principles and disappeared. Chapter 3131. Green Mountain Star was not a top-level cultivation star in the entire Hung Luo star field, nor was it the home star of any of the strongest forces, but it was very famous in star territory. There were two reasons for its fame. One was that there was a restricted area here called the Blood Prison that opened once every 100 years. An origin-returning realm cultivator could enter and participate in the Blood Prison trial to obtain many benefits and opportunities, as well as pry into the mysteries of breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai had participated in the Blood Prison trial many years ago and obtained a lot of territory stones there. These territory stones could help an origin-returning realm cultivator condense their own territory. Yang Kai had relied on these territory stones to quickly break through to the Origin King realm. The Blood Prison had existed for an unknown period of time, but it was at least 10,000 years. The reason for its birth was rumored to be that many Origin King realm masters fought here and died here, scattering their martial Dao essences and insights into the surrounding soil. By chance, this unique environment was formed, and the territory stones were born. The second reason for Green Mountain Star's fame was something that happened several dozen years ago. After the end of the last Blood Prison trial, Green Mountain Star's Star Master Luo Hai inexplicably fell, shocking the entire star territory. Although Luo Hai was only a second-order Origin King, he was the only second-order Origin Star Master in the entire star territory who had become a Star Master. His aptitude was extraordinary, and with the assistance of a star's source, he was certain to break through to the Third Order and stand at the peak of star territory, becoming an overlord. However, such an amazing person suddenly fell, and no one knew what happened to him after the Blood Prison trial. At that time, people speculated that he had provoked some old monster and was mercilessly killed. After all, his strength was not weak, and he was a Star Master, so besides those few people who could have killed him. But in the following 10 years, the truth gradually revealed itself. The one who killed him was not some old monster, but Shadowed Star's Star Master, Yang Kai. The source of this news was Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. It was impossible to verify who spread this news, but it was certain because Luo Hai had fallen on Scarlet Wave Star, and many of Ice Heart Valley's disciples had witnessed it with their own eyes. At that time, Yang Kai had already left star territory and headed to the star boundary, so after this news spread, it didn't cause too much of a stir. Although Luo Hai had made many friends, none of them really went to Shadowed Star to avenge him. What's more, Yang Kai was no longer in star territory, so there was no way for Luo Hai to seek revenge. So the matter was left unsettled and gradually died down as time passed. But how shocking was the fall of a Star Master? It could be said that in the entire Hung Luo star field, Luo Hai was the first Star Master to be killed because of a fight. Not to mention that no one else had done so in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Looking at the familiar stars, Yang Kai's dusty memories were unlocked. This was not the first time he had come to Green Mountain Star. Counting this time, it was his third time. The last time he had come here to participate in the Blood Prison trial, he had been chased by Star Master Luo Hai and had been chased all the way to Scarlet Wave Star for more than half a year. If not for him repeatedly hiding in the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would have likely died. That was a rare moment in his life when he was on the brink of death, so he had never forgotten it. However, Yang Kai couldn't remember why Luo Hai had chased after him at that time. It was as if he was a maggot that had latched onto his bones. In the end, Yang Kai still had to thank the dead Luo Hai. If not for his constant pursuit, Yang Kai would not have inadvertently entered Scarlet Wave Star or found Su Yan in Ice Heart Valley. The past was like smoke. Yang Kai smiled lightly, collected his thoughts, and turned into a stream of light that flew towards Green Mountain Star. He was originally going to Monster Star. Monster Star was the only cultivation star in Star's territory where the monster race was the dominant cultivation star. There was very little space for the human race and other races to live there. Shanqing Luo was there at the moment, so it was also the closest to Shadowed Star. If the space array he had arranged back then had not been destroyed, he could have directly teleported to Monster Star, saving him a lot of time, but the space array on Monster Star seemed to have been destroyed, making direct teleportation impossible, so Yang Kai could only take a roundabout route. The reason why Yang Kai came to Green Mountain Star was because there was a secret passage in the Blood Prison that led directly to Monster Star. During the Blood Prison trial, Shanqing Luo and several other monster race youths had used this secret passage to go back and forth. Although Yang Kai did not know where the secret passage was, with his current cultivation, as long as he entered the blood prison, it would be very simple for him to find it. As he flew down, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that Green Mountain's star was very different from what he had seen in the past. The entire star was filled with a thick death chi, and even with the naked eye, Yang Kai could see a faint yellow halo enveloping the stars. Of course, the fall of the Star Master was one of the reasons for this, but it was definitely not the most fundamental reason. Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai, had died several dozen years ago, and Green Mountain Star's star source had already returned. Even if it had suffered some damage at the time, it should not have caused such earth-shaking changes to Green Mountain's star. Thinking of what he had heard about the Great Desolate Star Territory in High Heaven Sect these days, Yang Kai faintly felt that the changes on Green Mountain's star were inseparable from the Great Desolate Star Territory. It was likely that this cultivation star had already fallen into enemy hands. Without a Star Master, or even a powerful cultivator, Green Mountain Star could not resist the invasion of a cultivator from the Great Desolate Star's territory. Above a city, Yang Kai descended leisurely like a falling meteor, his figure suddenly coming to a stop a few dozen meters above the city. Looking down, his brow furrowed even more. He had wanted to find someone to inquire about the location of the blood prison, but looking around, there were not many living people in this city. On the contrary, the smell of blood filled the air, making him nauseous. Inside the city, broken walls were everywhere, birds were flying through the sky, and the earth was groaning. Looking at the scale of this city, Yang Kai could at least accommodate 1 million people, but at this moment, there were very few people here. The thick corpse chi had condensed into a solid substance and filled the entire city like a dark cloud. As far as the eye could see, there was a gigantic blood pool at the center of the city. The blood pool was filled with dark red water, and there were severed limbs floating in the pool. There were also things that looked like ghost faces floating in the pool, and they were letting out horrifying wails. Inside the city, corpses were everywhere, and it was impossible to tell how long they had been dead, all of them giving off a decaying aura. Beside the blood pool, groups of cultivators were being escorted by another group of people and then mercilessly killed before being pushed into the blood pool. Begging for mercy, crying, and cursing filled the air incessantly. It was simply a hell on earth, causing Yang Kai's face to become gloomy. He had killed many people before, but this was the first time he had seen such a large-scale tragedy, and the first time he had truly experienced the brutality of a cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory. This was simply a massacre. What did the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory want to do? Did they invade the Hung Luo Star Field just to show off their strength and kill people for fun? Yang Kai observed the blood pool. There were formations and runes flashing around the blood pool, forming a tall platform that looked like a wonderful altar. He understood that these people were probably refining something, and the human lives that were being pushed into the blood pool were the materials for the refinement. Who is it? Although the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory was slow to notice, it was not impossible for Yang Kai to notice it after such a long time. Moreover, Yang Kai did not hide his aura. Immediately, someone shouted and looked over with vigilance. Yang Kai's eyes swept over, and his figure flashed. Suddenly, he came to the blood pool and gently patted the head of the person who shouted. Immediately, the person fell softly into the blood pool. Cries and howls rang out from the blood pool as ghostly hands reached out and pulled the person into the water, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The remaining cultivators were all shocked, none of them having expected that this person would actually try to kill them at the slightest disagreement, all of them rushing towards Yang Kai. "Be careful," someone shouted. These people were the cultivator who had their cultivations sealed and were being escorted here. These people should be natives of Green Mountain Star who had been captured and brought here. They thought they would not be able to escape, but now that a divine weapon had descended from the heavens, their desire to survive was ignited. How could they bear to see Yang Kai die, so they shouted a warning. However, Yang Kai's figure suddenly flickered and countless afterimages appeared, circling around the huge blood pool. After 3 breaths, he stood still again, as if he had never moved. The cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory who had rushed towards him or showed hostility towards him all froze in place, not moving at all. Immediately afterward, the sound of a corpse falling to the ground rang out. The group of shadowed star cultivator were all dumbfounded. After a long time, gasps could be heard. These cultivator from the great desolate star territory were not weak. Among them, there were more than a dozen origin-returning realm masters and at least 100 transcendents, but all of them had been slaughtered in just 3 breaths. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? Looking at Yang Kai, it was as if they were looking at a god. The joy of surviving this calamity filled their hearts, and many of them even began to cry. Yang Kai's eyes swept across the crowd before settling on a red-faced man. This person had the highest cultivation here, a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator, but someone had placed a seal on his body that sealed his Saint Chi in his meridians, making it impossible for him to move. The red-faced man obviously realized that Yang Kai was an incredible master, and that whether he could survive this time all depended on him. So he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Peng Shizong greets master." Yang Kai raised his hand. "Take them to the side, I'll talk to you later." His gaze pierced through the void and landed on the center of the city. Over there, 2 Origin King Realm auras suddenly surged over, obviously alarmed by Yang Kai's actions here. One of them was a second-order Origin King, and the other was a first-order Origin King. When these auras appeared, the complexions of Peng Shizong and the others changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. There were many of them, at least 300, but their cultivations were uneven and their clothes were different. Obviously, they all came from different backgrounds, but at this moment, all of them had united and were staring at Yang Kai worriedly. "Daring to ruin this old master's business, Junior. Don't even think about leaving." A voice that was sharp like a wolf's howl resounded. Subsequently, 2 figures appeared at the center of the city, and they flew over swiftly like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 31-32. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yang Kai and revealed themselves to be a man and a woman. Both of them were quite old. One of them was an old man with white hair and beard, while the other was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. Both of them were exuding a thick corpse chi. At this moment, the old man was glaring at Yang Kai with extremely bitter eyes, as if he wanted to skin him alive. The old woman swept her eyes over the blood pond and immediately became hysterical, glaring at Yang Kai and gnashing her teeth. "Boy, you dare kill my Netherworld sect's disciples. This old woman will make you beg for death." The disciples of Netherworld sect could do whatever they wanted on Green Mountain Star. Even if they encountered some resistance, it was quickly suppressed. They had never thought that someone would dare slaughter their disciples and kill so many of them at once. These 2 were the leaders of Netherworld sect here, so they naturally had to take some responsibility. What's more, many of the dead disciples were existences similar to their own children. So how could they tolerate such a deep blood feud? "You're from Netherworld sect?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Great Desolate Stars territory, Netherworld sect. It was really a small world. Boy, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Your soul belongs to me and your body belongs to her. Don't even think about entering the cycle of reincarnation." The old man's wolfish voice sounded, making those who heard it feel like 100 claws were scratching at their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Kai looked at them disdainfully. "Do I look like I'm begging for mercy? Old thing, are your eyes failing you?" "Bold." The old man was angered by Yang Kai's rebuttal and stretched out his withered hand to grab Yang Kai. His hand was thin and bony, and his fingernails were pitch black, making him look like a terrifying ghost's claw. When the withered hand reached out, it brought with it a cold wind that seeped into one's bones, making those who saw it shudder. Laughing loudly, Kai Yang said, "Although having a brain is a good thing, it seems that not everyone has one. I originally wanted to ask you a few things, but since you're so anxious to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Sending out a punch, Kai Yang said. The old man's face changed drastically. Although he did not feel any trace of Yang Kai using any kind of strength, just a simple punch, this punch gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if he would not be able to block it. Although he was only a second-order Origin King, as the saying goes, old people who do not die are old thieves, and their senses of life and death. But before he could reach Yang Kai's hand, he hurriedly retracted it. However, he was still a step too late. The violent fist energy swept through his 5 fingers, and an unstoppable destructive force was transmitted. It directly blasted his 5 fingers apart, turning them into a mass of flesh and blood. "What?" The old woman's face also changed. What the hell was this kid doing? It was only at this moment that the sound of wind whistling rang out, causing the 2 old men to sway. The two old men looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Not daring to hesitate, they both used their trump cards. At the same time, they stretched out their hands towards the blood pond and waved. Two large flags flew out of the blood pond and fell into the hands of the two old men. One flag was blood red, as if it was made of blood and exuded a strong bloody aura, while the other was as black as night, without the slightest glow. Vaguely, there were countless human faces floating, struggling, and roaring on its surface. Blood Sea Banner, 10,000 soul banner. Peng Shizong, who was watching from a distance, called out in a low voice as he stared at the two artifacts that had cost countless lives, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Everyone else had similar expressions. On Green Mountain Star, countless people had died because of these two artifacts, so how could they not know about the Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 soul banner? With their natal artifacts in hand, the old man and the old woman calmed down and glared at Yang Kai gloomily. Yang Kai quickly said, "Is this the purpose of your massacre?" He could sense that the so-called Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 soul banner were both extremely evil secret treasures. The reason they were soaked in the blood pool was obviously to use the blood water and souls in the blood pool to nourish the secret treasure's intelligence and power. As soon as these two artifacts appeared, the entire blood pond quieted down, and even the color of the water became much lighter. "So many pieces of trash. To be able to enter my banner is their honor," the old man coldly snorted. The old woman smiled maliciously and said, "Don't worry, you'll also enter in a moment." Yang Kai sneered, "Then please take me in quickly." The old woman coldly snorted, "As you wish." The Blood Sea Banner in her hand rolled up and fell towards Yang Kai, causing the entire sky to turn dark red. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced over with an indifferent look on his face. The old woman was still on guard against Yang Kai's resistance, but even after Yang Kai was sucked into the Blood Sea Banner, she did not see him take any action. She immediately sneered, "Ignorant fool. You actually dare enter this old woman's Blood Sea Banner. Let's see how you die now." The old man said, "This person is no small matter. Don't be careless. Let me in, you and I will work together to deal with him." The old woman said, "You're too cautious. After entering the Blood Sea Banner, even a third-order origin king will lose a layer of skin." Even though he said that, he still grabbed the old man's arm. With a single movement, he brought the old man into the Blood Sea Banner. Peng Shizong and the others watched from a distance, all of them feeling anxious, thinking that this young man had an extraordinary bearing. So how could he be so foolish? The Blood Sea Banner was an extremely powerful artifact, and with the old woman, a first-order origin king, controlling it, how could he survive? Not only would he not be able to kill the old woman, but he would also increase the power of the Blood Sea Banner. They thought that a savior had arrived, but it turned out to be a hothead. "Brother Peng, what should we do?" Someone looked at Peng Shizong and asked. At this moment, there were only their own people near the blood pond. The Netherworld sect disciples had all been slaughtered, and the two origin kings had also entered the Blood Sea Banner. It could be said that they were the only ones left in the entire city. "Hurry up and run." Peng Shizong did not answer, but someone shouted. Peng Shizong smiled bitterly. "Run? Where can we run to?" If their cultivations had not been sealed, they might have had a chance to survive, but now, everyone's cultivation was sealed in their bodies. If they wanted to escape, they could only rely on their legs. Even if they ran for a day, they would not be able to travel more than 100 kilometers. What was 100 kilometers to an origin king? They could easily catch up. It could be said that they were at the end of their rope, unless a miracle appeared. "Then are we supposed to wait for death here?" Peng Shizong said. "Perhaps that master can kill his way out of the Blood Sea Banner." Immediately, he attracted a lot of attention, all of them looking at him like he was a fool. Peng Shizong rubbed his nose. There is always a glimmer of hope. However, this hope was too slim to appear. "Brother Peng, if you don't leave, I will. We cultivators do not fear life or death, but to have our bodies and souls refined into an artifact and not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation is too miserable. I would rather find a place to commit suicide than wait for those two old things to come out." These words caused a stir. Sometimes death was not scary, but after death, having one's soul and body to be controlled by others was somewhat unacceptable. Peng Shizong said, "Since that's the case, please have a safe journey." Everyone saw that he seemed determined to stay here and no longer tried to persuade him. Time was precious now, and no one knew when the two from Netherworld sect would come out, so escaping was naturally the most important thing. In an instant, more than half of the crowd had left, leaving only a few dozen people behind. Most of these people looked hesitant and determined to die, probably thinking that it was useless to escape and might as well save their strength and stay here. Perhaps a miracle would really happen. The blood sea surged, filling the eyes with a blood-red color and a pungent aura. Inside this blood sea, there were countless blood corpses tumbling about, all of them like ghosts. Yang Kai stood above the blood sea, coldly observing this hellish scene. The old woman and old man suddenly appeared together. The old woman sneered, "Little brat, enter my blood sea banner and you'll die obediently." The old man also laughed strangely, "You're really stupid." Yang Kai asked, "Are these corpses the cultivator of Green Mountain Star?" There were tens of thousands of corpses tumbling about in this blood sea, perhaps hundreds of thousands. The old woman said, "Even at death's door, you're still in the mood to inquire about other people's affairs. Boy, your heart is quite big. Even if I die, I should know what's going on, right?" Yang Kai turned to look at the old woman. The old woman let out a crow-like laugh. "You're quite sensible. Rest assured, this old woman won't make you feel any pain. It'll just be over in a flash." "You haven't answered my question yet. When one gets old, not only do they have poor eyesight, are they also deaf?" The old woman's face sank. "Yes. Most of these people are the cultivator of this place, and it was thanks to their contributions that this old woman was able to break through to the Origin King realm." Yang Kai asked, "Your Netherworld sect invaded this star's territory for this purpose?" The old woman said, "The Purgatory Blood Sea banner and the 10,000 soul banner require a lot of materials. In the territory of Great Desolate Star, my Netherworld sect needs to exercise restraint, but here, there is no need for that. Having said that, there are really many cultivator here. I wonder to what extent this old woman's blood sea banner can be improved." Yang Kai nodded. "Right now, you're at your limit. You have no chance to improve further." The old woman sneered. "At this point, do you still want to escape?" "Why should I escape?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely. The old woman was startled and asked incredulously, "Could it be you want to kill us?" As if they had heard the biggest joke in the world, the old woman and old man both burst into laughter. "Do you know Lusheng?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. The laughter of the two stopped abruptly as they stared at Yang Kai incredulously, the old man quickly asking, "How do you know this name? It seems that Lusheng is the former sect master of your Netherworld sect, right?" The old man hesitated. "Do you know the former sect master?" "Impossible. The former sect master left Great Desolate Star's territory for the star boundary several dozen years ago and had never been to this star territory. How could anyone here know his name?" "I know him. Naturally, I know him." Yang Kai nodded, his voice suddenly becoming ferocious. "He died at my hands." As soon as his voice fell, the old man's body suddenly floated up involuntarily as he felt a strong grip around his neck. Yang Kai was strangling him, but his eyes were still fixed on Yang Kai's figure a few dozen meters away. "I'll send you to meet him. No need to thank me," Yang Kai said as he exerted force in his hand and sent a head flying. Chapter 31-33. "Brother Peng, why don't we flee?" Near the pool of blood, one of the several dozen cultivator who were prepared to die suddenly spoke up. However, he did not want to die for nothing, so he advised, "Where there's life, there's hope." Peng Shizong smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head to the side. He saw the crimson light surging over there. The blood sea banner in the air surged endlessly, causing the blood-red light to roll as if something was trying to break out. "It's too late." Peng Shizong slowly shook his head. That young man had been killed so quickly? He broke into laughter. Wasn't he a little too naive? He actually had high hopes for him. When the others saw this, they were speechless as well. Earlier, when they saw how arrogant Yang Kai was, they had thought that he was extremely capable. Who would have thought that he would be killed in less than 10 breaths after entering the blood sea banner? This was truly laughable. No one was in the mood to laugh, because they were the ones who were going to die next. In the next moment, pairs of eyes froze. Their eyes slowly widened as they stared ahead in disbelief. A person slowly leapt out from the blood sea banner, but it was not the old woman or the old man from the Netherworld sect that they had imagined. It was actually the rash young man. The young man seemed to have only gone for a stroll. His face did not turn red, nor did his heart skip a beat. After he broke free from the Blood Sea banner, he waved his hand and put away the secret treasure that had cost countless lives. He turned his head to take a look and frowned. Where are the others? No one answered. Everyone seemed to have been struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Their minds were in a mess, unable to return to their senses. I'm asking you a question. Kaiyang furrowed his brow. What was going on with this group of people? Shouldn't they be kowtowing to him, their savior? Shouldn't they be saying something along the lines of, I will definitely repay you? Why were they acting like idiots? Could it be that their brains were damaged? They fled. Peng Shizong gulped and replied rather unnaturally. Yang Kai scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that there were indeed quite a few people fleeing 1,000 feet away. However, their cultivations were sealed, so they did not run very quickly. So what if they fled? Yang Kai waved his hand, and a gentle force swept out like a gentle breeze, brushing past the bodies of Peng Shizong and the others. The eyes of Peng Shizong and the others widened even more, because with just a brush of Yang Kai's hand, the restrictions on their bodies were all undone. The long-awaited power flowed happily in their meridians, giving them an impulse to roar towards the sky. Master, those two? Peng Shizong stammered as he looked at Yang Kai. Although he had some guesses, he wasn't sure. The main culprit has been killed. This can be considered as an explanation for the dead creatures of this city. It's a pity that I came too late, Yang Kai sighed. You should also run for your lives. Don't get caught again. He was lucky this time, but it might not be the same next time. His figure flashed, and he rushed out of the city, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Peng Shizong was dumbfounded. Although he had guessed the outcome, hearing it from Yang Kai's mouth was still unbelievable. Those two Netherworld sect masters were Origin Kings, and they had the 10,000 soul banner and the Blood Sea banner in their hands. That young man had also entered the Blood Sea banner, yet he had killed them in less than 10 breaths of time? What kind of astonishing method was this? What kind of strength was this? Peng Shizong couldn't believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it. After all, the Blood Sea banner had been taken away by this young man. If the old woman from Netherworld sect was still alive, how could she have allowed such a thing to happen? Who was that young man, and what was his cultivation? How could he accomplish such a thing? Peng Shizong slapped his head in annoyance. Just now, he had been so shocked that he had forgotten to ask for the other party's name. Now, he didn't even know the name of his savior, which was simply rude. Just as he was thinking so, a meson-like shadow suddenly appeared in his field of vision. In the blink of an eye, this shadow grew to the size of a fist, then to the size of a baby, and by the time he came back to his senses, his savior was already in front of him. Peng Shizong stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Master, you? I'll be a good man to the end and help the Buddha to the west. Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Peng Shizong, and Peng Shizong involuntarily floated towards him, floating directly in front of him. Master! Peng Shizong was a little flustered, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do, but he did not feel any malicious intent from him, so he was not worried. Open your mouth! Yang Kai shouted. Peng Shizong obediently opened his mouth. Yang Kai flicked his finger, and a spirit pill flew into Peng Shizong's mouth and rolled into his abdomen. The force binding him disappeared and Peng Shizong fell straight down. After coming to a stop, his eyes suddenly bulged, and he impatiently sat down cross-legged. The other cultivators saw this scene and did not know what was going on, but after observing for a while, they were all shocked. Because at this moment, an extremely powerful aura was surging from Peng Shizong's body, making him look like a trapped beast. This aura was raging inside his body, as if it was trying to break free from some kind of shackle. Between the heavens and earth, there were some wonderful vibrations, and a moment later, dark clouds gathered in the sky, with bolts of lightning shuttling back and forth. Is he about to break through? Peng Shizong was already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so if he broke through, wouldn't he be an origin king? Many people present were familiar with Peng Shizong, so they naturally knew what was going on with him. Although Peng Shizong had some talent in cultivation, he was still a little short of breaking through to the origin king realm, and this required at least a few dozen or even 100 years of hard work. But now, without any warning, he was about to break through. This was obviously the work of that young man and that spirit pill. In an instant, everyone looked at Peng Shizong with eyes full of envy. This was an incredible opportunity, and Yang Kai's image in their hearts became more and more unfathomable. Originally, he had easily killed 2 origin kings, which was already shocking enough, but now he had made such a big move. Just what kind of background did he have? Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk in just a few breaths of time, the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, as if a mass of dark cotton had covered the sky. Yang Kai looked up and showed a dissatisfied look. This was too slow. He was anxious to go to Monster Star, and although he was willing to help Peng Shizong, he did not want to waste too much time on this kind of thing. Looking at the situation, this world baptism would take at least half a day. With a thought, Yang Kai flashed to Peng Shizong's side, pushed his Emperor Qi, and unsealed some of his cultivation. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the rolling dark clouds in the sky became more and more restless, and the thunder seemed to become more violent. Yang Kai chuckled. He had just thought of this idea and hadn't expected it to really work. His existence was a burden on the territory of this star, so he had been suppressing his cultivation these days to avoid being rejected by the world principles. Now that he had taken the initiative to unseal it, it really attracted the hostility of the heavens and earth. Together with Peng Shizong's world baptism, when he broke through to the great realm, it accelerated the gathering of world energy. Silently calculating, Yang Kai quickly resealed his cultivation when he felt that it was about time. The heavenly might had been formed, and the arrow was knocked on the string, so it had to be released. And Peng Shizong had become the best target. In just a dozen breaths, the world baptism had taken shape. Although Peng Shizong was meditating and refining the medicinal efficacies, he was not completely unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and felt that he was going to die this time. After all, breaking through to the great realm required a long time to prepare. Today's events had happened so suddenly that he had no time to prepare. He didn't even have a protective artifact with him. What was this master doing? Giving him a spirit pill to help him break through, only to lead him to death. The ups and downs of life were simply too exciting. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm fell from the sky and blasted straight towards Peng Shizong. My life is over. Peng Shizong's heart sank. At this moment, the huge medicinal efficacies were colliding with his body, so he couldn't even escape, so he could only sit on the ground and bear the fatal blow. When the bolt of lightning hit him, Peng Shizong's body trembled as he felt his whole body go numb. Immediately afterward, he felt a sharp pain, but instead of being shocked, he was overjoyed. I didn't die. The power of this world baptism was weaker than he had expected, but if that was the case, he might be able to survive. If he could survive, he would be able to break through to the Origin King realm. In this world of endless war, he might not be able to move unhindered, but he would at least have the strength to protect himself. At least he wouldn't be captured at will like this time. What are you thinking about? Guard your mind, comprehend the power of the world, and condense your own territory. A voice like the morning bell suddenly sounded in Peng Shizong's ears, causing his mind to shake as he quickly guarded his knowledge sea. Another bolt of lightning fell. Peng Shizong felt that when the world baptism arrived, the young man standing next to him suddenly waved his hand and was actually able to divert the energy falling from the sky. More than half of it shot towards the sky, while the other half fell on him. He can actually interfere with the power of the world baptism. Peng Shizong didn't dare to express his feelings at this moment. The cultivator who was watching from the side was also dumbfounded. This kind of method was simply unheard of. It was beyond the power of this world. As the world baptism continued to fall, Yang Kai kept waving his hand and directing it. With him standing guard, it would be difficult for Peng Shizong to die even if he wanted to. After an hour, Peng Shizong stood up. Although he looked a little disheveled, his clothes in tatters, and his expression tired, his eyes were shining with a brilliance that had never been there before. Cupping his fists, he said, Peng Shizong thanks Master for helping me break through to the Origin King realm. This time, I am unable to repay this great kindness. Enough, enough, Yang Kai raised his hand. If I wanted you to repay me, I wouldn't have done so much. The value of that single spirit pill alone was not something a trivial Peng Shizong could compensate for. The reason why Yang Kai had helped them was simply because he didn't want them to fall into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star after he had saved them. One more Origin King was always more strength to resist. Green Mountain Star was Hung Luo Starfield's cultivation star, so how could it tolerate outsiders abusing it? Sooner or later, this group of people would be driven away, leaving behind a small flame that might be enough to burn the entire star. Chapter 31-34. Being interrupted by Yang Kai, Peng Shizong did not dare to be dissatisfied and asked more respectfully, "Dare I ask if Master is from White Robe Temple?" "What's that? I've never heard of it." Peng Shizong said, "It's the most powerful force on Green Mountain's star that resists the territory of Great Desolate Star. I thought Master was from White Robe Temple." Thinking about it, although White Robe Temple had become famous in the past 10 years, it did not seem to have a powerful master. The White Robe Temple's master was just a second-order origin king. So naturally, it was impossible for someone with such divine technique to be inferior to others. "Good, this is all I can help you with. From now on, you'll have to rely on your own luck." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted Peng Shizong on the shoulder. "By the way, where is the blood prison?" Peng Shizong quickly pointed to a location and wanted to ask Yang Kai what he was going to do with the blood prison. But Yang Kai had already leapt up and flew off into the distance. "Dare I ask Master's name?" Peng Shizong shouted. From afar, 2 words rang out. Peng Shizong heard them clearly and frowned slightly, feeling that this name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. "Yang Kai!" someone suddenly exclaimed. Peng Shizong turned his head and looked at the man inquiringly. "Brother Peng, don't tell me you've forgotten this name." The man looked at Peng Shizong with a complicated expression. Several decades ago, Master Luo Hai died. Peng Shizong suddenly realized. It was him? Finally, he remembered where he had heard this name before. When Star Master Luo Hai died, the star's territory was shaken, but the ones who were most affected were the stars and cultivators on Green Mountain Star. With the death of the Star Master, although the star's source had returned, it had inevitably suffered some damage, causing some subtle changes to the world energy aura of Green Mountain Star, causing the hundreds of millions of cultivators on Green Mountain's Star to hate Yang Kai. Never had Peng Shizong expected that the one who saved him today was the same person who had killed Luo Hai. If it's him, then it makes sense. Peng Shizong thought to himself. He had been able to kill a Star Lord decades ago, so it wasn't surprising that he was capable of such shocking moves. Didn't I hear that this master had left the territory of the Star Realm decades ago and went to a higher world? Could it be that the rumors are false? Maybe he's back. Back then, there were the great emperors of Star Field in the territory of Star Field. They were invincible in the universe. In my opinion, even if this Lord Yang isn't as good as the great emperors of Star Field, I'm afraid he's not far from them. If we can have another one of the great emperors of Star Field, it will be the blessing of the billions of cultivators in our territory. Although Yang Kai's killing of Luo Hai had left a bad impression on the cultivators of Green Mountain Star, after all, that kind of thing was too far away for them to care about, so none of them wanted to avenge Luo Hai. Now that they had received a life-saving grace from this young man, how could they not be grateful? Everyone talked for a while before stopping and coming forward to congratulate Peng Shizong on his breakthrough. Peng Shizong squeezed out a smile. If it were before, breaking through to the Origin King realm would definitely be a joyous event. But now that the entire city had been massacred and almost all of his friends and family had died, the joy of breaking through had been diluted greatly. "Brother Peng, what should we do now?" someone asked. Peng Shizong's cultivation was the highest among them, and now he was the only Origin King. If they wanted to live longer, they could only follow Peng Shizong's lead. Peng Shizong pondered for a moment before raising his head and saying, "This Peng wants to join White Robe's sect." On Green Mountain Star, there were many forces that resisted the oppression of Great Desolate Star, but the largest was White Robe's sect. Moreover, it had only recently risen up and was currently in need of manpower. Peng Shizong believed that if an Origin King like him went to join them, White Robe's sect would definitely welcome him. Today's ups and downs had allowed Yang Kai to comprehend many things. With the help of his benefactor, not only did he escape from certain death, but he had also broken through to the Origin King realm. It was only right for him to throw himself into the battle to save Green Mountain Star. Even if he died on the battlefield, he would have no regrets. This proposal was approved by many people and was quickly passed. Peng Shizong said, "Find the others and bring them back. If they are willing to come with me, they can go with me. If they are not, I won't force them." Everyone set off immediately to find those who had escaped before. Everywhere there was smoke and scorched earth. Yang Kai's face was extremely gloomy. He had thought that what he saw in the city where he met Peng Shizong was just an exception, but it was actually the norm on Green Mountain Star. Along the way, Most of the cities they encountered were dilapidated and uninhabited. In these cities, there were still traces of blood pools and altars, obviously the work of a netherworld sect cultivator. As for the residents of these cities, there was no need to even think about it. They had all been used by the netherworld sect cultivator to refine the Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner. The viciousness of the netherworld sect's actions was simply outrageous. At this time, Green Mountain Star was desolate and filled with death chi. Along the way, Yongkai had also saved some people and killed some netherworld sect cultivator from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but it was just a drop in the bucket. In another city, Yongkai slaughtered the invading enemies and finally couldn't bear it anymore. Leaving the last person alive, Yongkai grabbed him by the neck and said fiercely, "Where is your netherworld sect's most powerful cultivator now?" The man had long been scared out of his wits by Yongkai's shocking means, so he replied in a panic, "Sixth Elder is now overseeing Yonghe City. Take me there." Yongkai ordered. "Yes, yes, yes." The man nodded and quickly pointed in a direction for Yongkai. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery receded at an extremely terrifying speed, causing the man to close his eyes in fear. Although there was no time to stay here and restore order to Green Mountain Star, it was still possible to kill the enemy directly. Yonghe City, one of the top cities on Green Mountain Star, covered a vast area and was extremely prosperous in the past. There was an endless stream of cultivator coming and going, but after the Netherworld sect invaded this place, it was occupied. At this moment, Yonghe City had become the headquarters of the Netherworld sect on Green Mountain Star. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people imprisoned in the city, all of whom were materials that the Netherworld sect cultivator prepared to refine the Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner. In the past 10 years, the number of people who had been killed was even more difficult to count. Such an important place was naturally the most heavily guarded by the Netherworld sect. Although they had overwhelming power over Green Mountain Star, they couldn't completely enslave the cultivator of the entire stars. They had never thought of doing so, simply using the people of these stars as materials to refine artifacts. Today, Yonghe City was very lively. When Yongkai arrived here under the guidance of that person and was about to show off his power, he found that there was actually a fierce battle taking place here. Bursts of light bloomed and figures fell one after another. Up in the air and on the ground, countless people were entangled in a fierce battle. White-robed sect. The man being held by Yongkai cried out, "Are they from the White Robes Temple?" Yongkai swept his eyes over the group in front of him and suddenly became interested. He had just heard about the existence of the white-robed sect from Peng Shizong yesterday, but he hadn't expected to have a chance to see it today. Peng Shizong had said that this white-robed sect was the most powerful force on Green Mountain Star that resisted the invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory, and now it seemed that this was not a lie. Daring to come to Yonghe City, one had to have some strength. "Yes, they are from the white-robed sect," the man replied. That person replied. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and shouted, "My lord, I've already brought you to Yonghe City. Spare me." His voice came to an abrupt end as Yongkai tossed the man's corpse aside and spat disdainfully. Looking ahead, the battle situation was relatively clear. Although the White Robe cult had a lot of people and they were bold, it seemed that they weren't a match for the Yellow River sect. This was because the number of experts was too small. In the various battles, the White Robe cult had more victories than losses. Perhaps they would have to flee in distress in less than half a day. Of course, the premise was that they could escape. At this moment, everyone was fighting in the city, and Yongkai was keenly aware that the spirit array covering Yonghe City was slowly closing. Although he didn't know what had happened before, he could roughly guess that the white-robed sect had fallen into a trap and had been lured into a trap. If they were forced to retreat, their fates would be bleak. How could the white-robed sect's people not notice this problem? Many of them wanted to break out of the encirclement, but they were firmly entangled by the enemy. The 10,000 soul banners and blood sea banners were constantly being used, filling the city with monstrous blood chi and evil spirits, making Yonghe City look like a ghost town. They came at the right time. Yongkai walked forward confidently and waved his hand at the same time. A few figures leisurely appeared. At this time, there was strength in numbers. It was not a big problem for him to rush in alone, but with a few more helpers, he could save more people. Before he could speak, Lu Yen rushed up and kicked him. "What?" Yongkai glared at her. Lu Yen pouted and her eyes were slightly red. She looked extremely wronged, as if she was blaming Yang Kai for ignoring her for so many days. Yang Kai swallowed the scolding that was about to come out of his mouth. He reached out and picked her up, placing her on his shoulder. "Are you okay now?" Lu Yen sat on Yang Kai's neck and wrapped her hands around his head, beaming with joy. Li Jiao made a fist salute and said, "Brother Yang." He Yunxiang also said, "Master." Although the Dharmakaya, Lu Sanyang, and Ruan Bai Ting did not speak, they all looked at him curiously. Has everyone suppressed their cultivations? Is there a problem with fighting now? Yang Kai asked. No problem. Li Jiao nodded. Since he was taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai, this was the first time he was released. Naturally, he wanted to perform well. He Yunxiang glanced at Yang He City and said, "Master, are you going to intervene in the battle over there?" "Yes." Yang Kai pointed to the front and said, "Do you see those guys with ghost chi and big flags? Wait for me to go in and kill them all." "Yes." He Yunxiang nodded. Ruan Bai Ting wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai said, "Su Yan is somewhere else." This time, he forgot to leave her behind to accompany Su Yan, but since he brought her out, it was not bad to have her as a fighter. While talking, the group had already arrived in front of Yang He City. At this time, the city's spirit array was about to close. Countless white cloth cult cultivators were furious. Although they wanted to break through, they were powerless and could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests looked over curiously. Chapter 31-35. With a series of rumbles, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Yang He City's grand array finally closed. The faces of the white-robed sect cultivators were ashen, feeling that they were doomed this time. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the embodiment stepped forward and threw a punch forward, seemingly powerless. The power of this punch caused the world to change color, and so did many cultivators in the territory of Great Desolate Star. Although the Dharma body had become the size of a normal person after refining the stone fire origin, its original body was a stone giant as tall as a mountain. How could a casual punch from it be described as extremely powerful? Wherever the fist reached, the seemingly impenetrable array buzzed. With the fist as the center, several huge cracks spread out in all directions. The light on the array flashed wildly for a while, and it collapsed with a crash. Breaking the spirit array with a single punch, how heroic. Those who were watching the embodiment with interest before were scared out of their wits. Without needing Yang Kai to give any further instructions, Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, Ruan Bai Ting, He Yunxiang, and the embodiment turned into 5 streams of light and rushed in 5 different directions, breaking into 5 different battlefields. In an instant, everyone was thrown off their feet, and no one could withstand a single blow from them. Among the 5, He Yunxiang's cultivation was the lowest, having just broken through to the third-order origin king realm not long ago. However, in Yang He City, the strongest was only a third-order origin king. There were not many other origin kings, so how could they be their opponents? It was like a group of strong men had broken into a child's game. They were unreasonable, unrestrained, and wanton. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people died at their hands, including many origin king realm cultivator. The arrival of these divine soldiers changed the situation in an instant. The white-robed sect cultivators, who were already prepared to die, were shocked. How could they not know that their savior had arrived? Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, they fought back and changed their previous situation. They were like a hot knife through butter, forcing the netherworld sect cultivator to retreat step by step. Looking down from the sky, Li Jiao and the other 4 were like 5 giant dragons rolling in the city, bringing with them 5 zigzagging trails of dust and smoke. Any enemy within a radius of several dozen feet would be injured or killed upon contact. They were no match for them at all. The gap between the 2 sides was no longer a chasm, but the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned in a certain direction. In the sky over there, a white shadow was moving about freely in a cloud of black chi. Yang Kai's eyes pierced through the black chi and saw the white shadow's face clearly. He was surprised. He didn't expect to bump into a familiar face here. After thinking for a while, this person's name popped up in his mind. Speaking of which, he was not familiar with this person. They had only met once. However, he was indebted to this person in the past, and to a certain extent, this person was somewhat related to him. After not seeing him for so many years, Yang Kai had not expected him to have already broken through to the second-order origin king realm. As expected of that person's disciple, his aptitude was extraordinary. His opponent was a third-order origin king, whose aura was fluctuating, somewhat similar to He Yunxiang's. At a glance, it was obvious that this person had just broken through to the third order, and his foundation had not yet stabilized. He was an old man with a short stature, but he wore loose robes. The robes practically covered his entire body. As energy surged around him, his presence was sinister and cold. He held a 10,000-soul banner in his left hand. Ghastly wails and howls came from the banner, disturbing Bai Ying's mind. In his right hand, he held a blood sea banner, which constantly released rays of blood-red light and filthy energy. There was a gap between their cultivations, and the old man's two artifacts were difficult to defend against. So even though the White Shadow's strength was quite good at this moment, he was being beaten into a corner, unable to fight back at all. If not for the embodiment breaking Yang He City's spirit array with a punch and distracting the old man, the White Shadow would have already been defeated. Yang Kai soared into the air and stepped forward. The old man's face was ugly, and he could not help but be distracted, giving the White Shadow a chance to catch his breath. After a few steps, Yang Kai had closed within 300 meters of the White Shadow. The old man immediately shouted, "Who are you and why do you want to embarrass my Netherworld sect?" Green Mountain Star definitely did not have such a group of people. He had been here for more than a decade and had dealt with the cultivator here, so how could he not know what kind of people lived here? He had never heard of this group of people who had come to Yanghe City today, but each one of them was enough to make one tremble in fear. Seeing Yang Kai approaching, how could the old man hold back? Today, it was likely he would not be able to destroy this white-robed sect, and he might not even be able to protect Yanghe City. However, he was still a third-order origin king and was confident in his abilities, so he was not in a hurry to escape. He just wanted to inquire about the details of Yang Kai and the others so that he could ask the masters of his sect to deal with them. "Old thief Mei, watch out for my hidden weapon." Yang Kai was too lazy to waste time with him, so with a roar, he reached out and grabbed something above his head before throwing it forward. Both the old man and the White Shadow were dumbfounded, forgetting that they were fighting for a moment. Because the hidden weapon Yang Kai threw out was actually the little girl sitting on his neck. A 7- or 8-year-old little girl with waist-length hair and delicate skin. Anyone who saw her would have a good impression of her. But she had actually been thrown out like a hidden weapon? How could she possibly survive? The little girl seemed to be scared silly, a blank look on her face as her small body slammed straight into the old man, not moving, not crying, and not making a fuss. The old man flew into a rage, feeling that he had been underestimated. He wanted to take the little girl's life, but when he saw those clear black and white eyes, he couldn't help feeling his heart palpitate. In a panic, the old man waved the blood sea banner in his hand, and with a flash of blood-red light, the little girl was sucked into it and disappeared. No matter who this person was, he would take her as a hostage first. Seeing this, the White Shadow became anxious and pounced forward, exchanging a few blows with the old man. But his cultivation was inferior, and he was forced to retreat, holding his spear diagonally in his hand as he gasped for breath. "Brother Su, long time no see, I trust you've been well." In the air, Yang Kai stood on the wind and greeted the White Shadow with a smile on his face. As the wind blew, his black hair and robes fluttered. If he hadn't used the little girl as a hidden weapon earlier, he would have looked quite otherworldly. You are." Su Binbai frowned as he looked at Yang Kai, suddenly feeling that this face was a little familiar. Thinking about it carefully, a memory from several decades ago appeared in his mind, and he immediately cried out in surprise, "It's you!" He also recognized Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned, "It's me. How did you?" Su Binbai couldn't believe that Yang Kai would appear here. After all, he had left Star Territory several decades ago. It was said that he had used the tokens of the great emperors to forcibly break through the void and travel to another world. Those who had traveled with him at that time were all well-known figures in Star Territory, including Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's President AIO, Monster Star's Star Master Monster King Chiyu, Sword Union's Union Master Gutsong Yun, and his honored master Wu Dao. There had been no news of him for several decades, and Wu Dao had told him many things before leaving, so he knew very well about this matter. Why was he here? Where was his honored master? Su Binbai looked around, as if trying to find the figure that had raised him all his life, but he saw nothing. "Who the hell are you?" As the two were chatting, the Netherworld sect old man couldn't help but ask. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Why is a dead man asking so many questions? The old man's face sank as he gritted his teeth. This old master will remember you. Today's enmity will be repaid by Netherworld sect in the future. As he spoke, his figure shot out explosively. How could Su Binbai allow him to leave? He immediately wanted to stop him. Yang Kai, however, raised his hand and said, "Don't chase a cornered enemy." Su Binbai looked at him puzzledly. Although he couldn't see the depth of Yang Kai's cultivation, he knew that the old man was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. That person was the sixth elder of Netherworld sect. If he could be killed here, it would be a blow to Netherworld sect. Why let go of such a good opportunity? Turning his head, he saw a profound smile on Yang Kai's face as he stared in the direction that the old man had left. Su Binbai seemed to sense something. He turned his head and his eyes widened. The old man who had fled several hundred meters away suddenly staggered, as if he had been struck by something. Afterwards, the blood sea banner in his hand actually began to emit specks of flames. When the flames first appeared, they were not too obvious, but in the blink of an eye, they began to burn, turning the blood sea banner into a ball of fire. The old man vomited blood as he tossed the blood sea banner away. Whether it was the blood sea banner or the myriad soul banner, they were both secret treasures that he had refined with his mind. If any of them were damaged, it would affect him. Now that the blood sea banner was being burned, he obviously could not remain unscathed. A speck of flame flew out from the blood sea banner. It twisted and changed, turning into a miniature phoenix. This phoenix was only the size of a palm, but it was indescribably noble. It raised its head and let out a cry, causing the world to shake. The phoenix pounced over, causing the old man to pale in fright. He hurriedly swung the myriad soul banner, causing thick black chi to wrap around his body as he laid down a defense. Wherever the palm-sized bird passed, the black chi would evaporate. The defense the old man had laid down was completely useless. When the flames reached his body, he let out a miserable shriek that sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. He turned into a ball of fire and fell from the sky. Only then did a clean, snow-white hand suddenly reach out from the blood sea banner that had almost been burned to ashes. It seemed to have crossed over from another space. Immediately after, a small figure appeared. Patting her clothes, she turned her head to take a look before flying over to Yang Kai. With a leap, she rode on his neck and grabbed his ears with both hands to maintain her balance, just like she had done at the beginning. Su Binbai's eyes bulged as he stared blankly. His entire being was in a mess. He could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person, but what he saw just now made him feel like he was in a dream. A third-order Origin King Master was killed so easily? What cultivation did this little girl have? What kind of fire was that to have such a miraculous effect? As if sensing his gaze, Lu Yen turned her head to look at him. Her clear eyes were not tainted by the slightest impurity, causing Su Binbai to feel guilty and avert his gaze. "Brother Su, let's end this battle first," Yang Kai said. Only then did Su Binbai come back to his senses. He nodded and said, "All right." His spear danced, turning into a meteor-like ray of light that fell towards the city. At the same time, he shouted, "White-robed sect, all demons retreat." The heroes responded. In just a moment, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The white-robed sect members, with their unparalleled bravery and the cooperation of Li Jiao and the others, killed the warriors of the Grand Desolation Star Field until they were scared witless. Chapter 31-36. 10 miles outside of Yanghe City, in a pavilion, Kai Yang raised his head to look at the clouds. A white figure flew over and landed in front of him, revealing Su Binbai's vigorous figure. Yanghe City had been recovered, and the Netherworld Sect's foundation on Green Mountain Star had been uprooted. Although there were still some fish that had escaped the net, they were no longer a problem. The haze that had covered Green Mountain Star for more than a decade had been swept away, and even the sky had become much brighter. Looking at the figure in the pavilion with some awe, Su Binbai's mood surged, as if he had returned to several dozen years ago. At that time, he and Yang Kai had both participated in the Blood Prison trial. At that time, both of them had origin-returning realm cultivations, and there was not much difference between them. Su Binbai even felt that he was stronger because his master was called Wu Dao. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest master in Star Territory. Of course, that was excluding the great emperors of Starfield. With the protection of such a master, Su Binbai's future was limitless. This was indeed the case. Over the past few decades, he had broken through to the second-order origin king realm, and his potential was still there. In time, reaching the third-order origin king realm would not be a problem. But compared with the person in front of him, his achievements were like the light of a firefly, insignificant. In today's battle, Yang Kai had not seen him take action, but the reinforcements he had brought with him were all unfathomable. Even that seemingly harmless little girl could kill a third-order origin king with a snap of her fingers. As such, Su Binbai was certain that Yang Kai's strength was not something he could estimate. "Brother Yang." Su Binbai cupped his fists and bowed. "Many thanks for Brother Yang's help. Today, I was able to kill those netherworld bastards all thanks to Brother Yang. Please accept this Su's bow." Before he could do so, an invisible force held him up and Yang Kai smiled. "In this way, we are even." Su Binbai looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, "When I escaped from the blood prison, if you hadn't spoken up for me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to leave Green Mountain Star safely." During the blood prison trial, Yang Kai had attracted the attention of Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai. When he came out, he was intercepted and interrogated. It was Su Binbai who spoke up for Yang Kai, allowing Luo Hai to settle the matter. Although Su Binbai's cultivation was not high at that time, the one standing behind him was Wu Dao, so Luo Hai had no choice but to give him some face. Although in the end, Luo Hai still managed to chase Yang Kai all the way to Scarlet Wave Star. If it weren't for Su Binbai's words, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to escape, and he would have been captured by Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star. On Green Mountain Star, the might of a Star Master was not something Yang Kai could contend with. Only then did Su Binbai remember. He laughed and said, "Old matters are not worth mentioning." At that time, who would have thought that his identity would change today? "Sit." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured. Su Binbai hesitated for a moment, but still sat down freely. Looking up and meeting Lu Yan's eyes, he still couldn't help feeling a little incredulous. How could such a little girl kill a third-order origin king? And from beginning to end, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in her emotions, as if she had just casually crushed an ant. Shaking his head, Su Binbai turned to look at Yang Kai. Before he could ask the question he most wanted to ask, Yang Kai spoke first. "Senior Wu Dao has fallen." Su Binbai's body trembled as he gulped with difficulty. Yang Kai said, "Senior fell to the world's might, not to the point of dying in battle." Of the few who had gone to the star boundary, only Wu Dao had died. According to Qi Yu and the others, Wu Dao had failed to withstand the baptism of world energy when he was breaking through to the Dao source realm and finally died under the heavenly might. Yang Kai did not see this with his own eyes, so he did not know much about it and could not tell Su Binbai too much. But Wu Dao's death was really regrettable. He was the strongest person in the star field back in the day. A few of them had gone to the star boundary together, but he was the only one who had fallen. Qi Yu and the others had all safely advanced. Time and fate, who could say for sure? Su Binbai was immediately enveloped by a thick sense of sadness, and the joy of returning from a great victory was completely gone. That old man was both his master and father, and was the most important person in his life. If it wasn't for him, Su Binbai wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had today. However, Su Binbai had also experienced many storms over the years, especially in the last 10 years. He had become accustomed to life and death situations and had even abandoned his own safety. So he quickly calmed down and asked with reddened eyes, "Can you tell me more about it?" Yang Kai shook his head and told him the specific reason. Su Binbai nodded. "Brother Yang, for you to tell me this news, this Su is grateful. Being able to meet you today was a stroke of luck. Brother Su, please restrain your grief." After a pause, Yang Kai changed the topic. "Is white robe religion yours?" Su Binbai took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. He did not have the heart to create white robe religion. Over the years, he had just witnessed many life and death situations and had taken action a few times to make a name for himself. Some people had gathered around him, and under the influence of those people, the white robe religion had emerged. Heroes emerged in troubled times. Rather than saying that Su Binbai and his companions had created white robe religion, it was more accurate to say that Green Mountain's star needed white robe religion. Once white robe religion was established, it developed extremely quickly and had now become the most powerful force on Green Mountain's star to resist Netherworld's sect. After today's battle, White robe religion would become the sun at noon and truly dominate everything on Green Mountain Star. Brother Yang, can you stay and relieve the suffering of Green Mountain Star's inhabitants? Su Binbai looked at Yang Kai earnestly. As long as he was here, Netherworld sect was not worth mentioning at all. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm just passing by, I can't stay long. Su Binbai suddenly showed a look of disappointment. Although today's battle had damaged Netherworld sect's Yuan Qi and uprooted their foundation on Green Mountain Star, no one could guarantee that Netherworld sect would not send a more powerful cultivator here. If another third-order origin king appeared, Su Binbai would not be their opponent right now, and all his previous efforts would likely be for naught. But now that things had gotten to this point, Su Binbai could not persuade him any further. A great man would rather rely on himself than others. Although he was grateful to Yang Kai, he did not feel inferior. But I can stay here for 2 days, Yang Kai said again. Su Binbai was speechless. 2 days. What could he do? Moreover, if the Netherworld sect or any other cultivator on Great Desolate Star really wanted to make a comeback, they would not have arrived in such a short time. Yang Kai smiled lightly. The stars of Green Mountain Star have not been refined yet, right? As soon as this statement came out, Su Binbai's body trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Brother Yang means. Impossible. That shouldn't be possible. Even if you have extraordinary means, you shouldn't be able to do such a thing. Come with me. Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Binbai's shoulder, and before the latter could react, his body flickered and disappeared. Su Binbai only saw the scenery in front of him flash wildly, but even with his cultivation, he could not see how Yang Kai moved. He only knew that there was an earthy smell around him, and his vision had become dark. He instinctively felt that he had gone deep underground. After a dozen breaths of time, though, Su Binbai's figure suddenly came to a halt. A brilliant and colorful light filled his field of vision. Turning his head to look at the source of this light, Su Binbai's eyes shrank. What he saw was a halo of light that was slowly rippling, giving off a dazzling aura. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Su Binbai immediately felt an extremely terrifying energy from this halo, and it seemed to contain a mysterious and unparalleled power. Su Binbai had some guesses in his heart, but he was not sure. Green Mountain Star's source. Yang Kai said. Sure enough. Su Binbai took a deep breath and looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. Brother Yang, you don't want me to refine it now, do you? Yang Kai smiled lightly. If you can refine it, you will become the master of Green Mountain Star. With the help of Green Mountain Star, who would dare invade? But hold your breath and comprehend it with your heart. This is the key to whether you can refine it or not. Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and tapped Su Binbai's forehead, causing a huge amount of information to rush into his mind. Su Binbai did not dare to hesitate and quickly immersed himself in comprehending this information. After a short while, Yang Kai stopped. Su Binbai still stood there, motionless. The star refining art had been passed down, and with the assistance of this secret technique, Yang Kai believed that it would not be difficult for Su Binbai to refine Green Mountain Star's source. Of course, he would still have to stand by and watch over him. This was a secret technique he had obtained from Yang Inflammation's Emperor Garden. Yang Kai had refined Shadowed Star, and Xia Ning Chong had refined Tong Xian Realm by relying on this secret technique. What's more, what Yang Kai had passed down was not just the star refining art, but also his own insights, saving Su Binbai a lot of time. After 2 hours, Su Binbai opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Begin, Yang Kai urged. Su Binbai nodded and immediately sat down cross-legged facing the star's source, circulating the star refining art to communicate with it. Specks of light flew out like fireflies and hovered around Su Binbai's body. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, not having expected that Su Binbai would be able to communicate with it so easily. However, after thinking about it, this was not surprising. Over the years, Green Mountain Star had suffered greatly from the Netherworld sect's cultivator, polluting its world energy, but Su Binbai had always taken it upon himself to save the common people, leading the white-robed religion against the Netherworld sect and complying with the heavenly way. The star's source was the will of the entire cultivation star, and although it was not a living thing, it was still connected to the cultivation star. Su Binbai's actions for the common people were for Green Mountain Star, so it made sense why the star's source was so close to him. The heavenly way was unpredictable, but the heavenly way was constant. After realizing this, Yang Kai knew that he had been worrying too much. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible for them to refine Green Mountain's star's source so easily. Only Su Binbai could accomplish such a feat, perhaps. It wouldn't be long before Green Mountain's star would give birth to a new star master. At that time, Green Mountain's star would have the strength to protect itself and would no longer have to worry about being invaded and plundered by the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, he walked to the side and took out various materials. Arranging a space array here was a good choice, so the next time he wanted to come here, he wouldn't be unable to teleport directly. Chapter 31-37. 2 days later, in a pavilion, Lu Yan rested her chin in her hand and sat there in boredom. Li Jiao and the others were also in the pavilion. The previous battle had not been taken seriously by any of them, and they had only casually killed a bunch of Tom, Dick, and Harry dogs. In front of the pavilion, a group of cultivators in white robes looked at them in awe, their expressions tense. Although these people were the foundation of White Robe's sect, and there were several origin kings among them, they didn't have the slightest confidence in the face of these divine soldiers descending from the sky. The difference in cultivation between them was too great, so they didn't even have the courage to exchange a few polite words. Suddenly, the figure of a young man appeared in front of them. When the White Robe sect cultivators saw this, their expressions brightened, and the leader quickly cupped his fists. "Master, dare I ask religion, Master?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Su is refining the star's source of Green Mountain Star. You don't need to worry." "What? Refining the star's source of Green Mountain Star?" Everyone couldn't believe it, but Yang Kai's words were so convincing that they didn't dare to doubt him. Refining the source of Green Mountain's star was an earth-shattering event. It wasn't that there were no Star Masters in Star Territory, but in the past, Star Masters were basically third-order origin kings. Only with such a cultivation could they have a chance of successfully refining the source of Green Mountain's star. Otherwise, they would suffer a backlash from the source and die on the spot. This was a common occurrence throughout history. A few years ago, when Luo Hai became a Star Master with just a second-order origin king cultivation, the entire star field was shaken and many people were envious of him. If Yang Kai hadn't broken the record later, this matter would likely have remained a legend throughout history. However, Yang Kai was just a special case. Now, Su Binbai was actually going to refine the source of the stars with just a second-order origin king cultivation. The first reaction of the White Robes sect cultivators was not surprise, but fear. In the Battle of Yanghe City, the Netherworld sect's Yuan Qi on Green Mountain's star had been greatly damaged and needed the White Robes sect to take charge of the situation. At this critical moment, Su Binbai, the religion master, was actually going to disregard life and death to refine the source of the stars. This was simply ridiculous. If he was lucky enough to succeed in refining it, it would be fine, but if he failed and died, all his previous efforts would likely be in vain. Not only would Green Mountain's star fall into chaos again, it would even cause internal strife within the White Robes. Yang Kai took in everyone's expressions, but didn't explain anything. Time would naturally reveal everything, so he simply called out to Li Jiao and the others, "Let's go." With a flash of light, the groups quickly. Half a day later, in front of the blood prison, a blood-red barrier enveloped this large area, turning it into a forbidden zone that prevented anyone from spying on it. Only when the time limit was up would this blood-red barrier open, allowing cultivators below the Origin King realm to enter. This barrier was arranged by the previous star of Green Mountains, star using the source of the stars. Even Luo Hai could not change it at will back then, and could only maintain the custom of the blood prison trial. Although the Netherworld sect cultivator had poisoned the entire Green Mountain star, he had no way to deal with this blood prison barrier. When Yang Kai arrived, this place was no different from before. Reaching out, he placed his hand on the blood-red barrier, and a blood-red halo immediately emerged from the barrier. It seemed to be extremely corrosive, and sizzling sounds could be heard from Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai ignored it. If he was really just a third-order origin king, he would naturally be powerless against this barrier. But his true cultivation had already reached the Emperor realm, and he had a half-dragon body. What could a trivial blood prison barrier do to him? With a burst of strange vibrations, Yang Kai's palm slowly penetrated the blood-red barrier, followed by his entire arm, then half of his body. With a single step, he stepped into the blood prison. The world was dyed red, and even the clouds in the sky seemed to be dyed red. If an ordinary person were to come here, they would be scared out of their wits, but Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity. After all, this was the place where he had gained experience in the past, so it was a brand of his growth. Lu Yan also walked in and stood next to him, her close-fitting dress outlining her small body and her waist-length hair giving her a lovely appearance. This time, she did not want to enter the sealed world bead again and only wanted to stay by Yang Kai's side. Helpless, Yang Kai could only let her be while Li Jiao and the others were sent into the sealed world bead. "Wait for me," Yang Kai rubbed her head. Lu Yan shook his hand away in annoyance, seemingly still angry at him for not letting her out for so long. Yang Kai smiled lightly, opened his arms, closed his eyes, and began to silently perceive his surroundings. His divine sense surged, but Yang Kai did not dare to release too much of it. This was not Shadowed Star, so if he displayed too much strength, he would still be rejected by the heavens and earth. Wisps of his divine sense moved like swimming fish, attached to them by space principles, shuttling back and forth through the void. A magnificent scene was immediately transmitted back to Yang Kai's mind through these divine sense threads, allowing him to observe the scenery inside the blood prison as if he was seeing it with his own eyes. Yang Kai's divine sense radiated in all directions, seemingly endless. After a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards a certain direction. Found it! There was a secret passage in the blood prison that was connected to Monster Star. Shanqing Luo and a group of monster race disciples had used this secret passage to enter the blood prison directly to participate in the trial. Since this secret passage was connected to 2 cultivation stars, it was certain to be a void corridor that gave off fluctuations of space principles. These fluctuations might be extremely obscure to others, but to Yang Kai, they were as dazzling as a lighthouse in the dark. Reaching out and grabbing Lu Yan's small hand, the two of them walked forward side by side. Their pace was not fast, but the scenery around them was rapidly passing by. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived at an extremely secluded place. This was the belly of a mountain with an altar-like structure. Looking at the various patterns on this altar, Yang Kai made a decision and walked up with Lu Yan. Monster Star, as the only stars in the territory of Star City dominated by the monster race, could be said to be a paradise for the monster race. On Monster Star, the living space of the human race and other races was extremely small, and their status was extremely low, oppressed by the monster race all year round. There were no masters among the human race, and the strongest human race cultivator was only at the Origin Returning Realm. Any human who had the potential to break through to the Origin King Realm would be killed by the monster race. Here, the significance of the human race's existence was nothing more than a foil to the monster race, a vassal. On Monster Star, there were 10 monster race tribal lords. Each of them had a cultivation at the Origin King Realm, and their bodies were all 10th Order monster beast. Only when one's cultivation reached the 3rd Order Origin King Realm would they be qualified to be called a Monster King. Monster Kings were extremely rare, and it was often difficult for one to appear in hundreds or even thousands of years. A few decades ago, a Monster King had appeared on Monster Star. It was one of the 10 tribal lords, Chiyu Tribal Lord, who had broken through. However, Chiyu's Monster King left Monster Star not long after and handed over his territory to his adopted daughter. Since then, the Monster King had become a legend. Monster Star's 10 tribal lords had different temperaments, and their attitudes towards the human race were also different. In one of the tribal lords' territories, there was no space for the human race to establish themselves because all of them had been killed by this tribal lord. Among the 10 tribal lords, the tribal lord who had the most harmonious relationship with the human race was Chiyu Tribal Lord. In Chiyu Tribal Lord, the human race was not oppressed too much and could even live freely. Many human race sects had even sprouted here. Chiyu was a woman of great foresight. The monster race could not perform artifact refining or alchemy, but the human race could. She had provided a place for the oppressed human race to live and reproduce, providing them with shelter and protection. She had also gathered a large number of artifact refiners and alchemists to refine artifacts and alchemy for her, increasing the strength of Chiyu Tribal Lord. After she left, Shanqing Luo took over Chiyu Tribal Lord, and this policy was maintained. In addition, Shanqing Luo had the support of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, so Chiyu Tribal Lord's influence grew like a rolling snowball, surpassing the other 9 tribal lords in just a dozen years, and showing signs of unifying the entire monster star. If there had been no foreign invasion, with Shan Qingluo's current cultivation and strength, it would not have been difficult for her to rule Monster Star. However, the invasion of a cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory disrupted her plans. Monster Star was also targeted by the people from Great Desolate Star's territory, and the sect that targeted this star was a first-class existence in Great Desolate Star's territory. Although it was not as strong as Netherworld's sect, it was still quite powerful. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa. This sect was based on beast taming, and all the disciples of this sect were proficient in beast taming. As their cultivation increased, the number of monster beasts they could control would also increase. When the disciples of 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa fought with others, they had monster beasts to assist them, so it could be said that they had an advantage. When they heard that there was a monster race leading stars in Hung Luo Star Field, there were countless monster beasts and many rare bloodlines. How could they remain calm? They immediately mobilized the power of their entire sect to Monster Star and brought the flames of war here. After more than a decade, only 3 of the top 10 monster race tribal lords remained on Monster Star. The other 7 either refused to submit and self-destructed their monster cores, or they chose to rely on 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa and became their lackeys. The tribal lords' names only existed in name. Now, only Red Moon Territory was struggling to hold on. Red Moon Territory being able to persist in the battle with 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa until now was largely due to the contributions of the current Red Moon tribal lord, Shan Qingluo. Shan Qingluo was already a third-order origin king and possessed the source of the divine spirit, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. This kind of ability was not something that could be defeated by just anyone. In addition, Red Moon Territory had the support of High Heaven Sect in the early years and was developing vigorously. So if 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa really insisted on going to war, both sides would suffer. Therefore, after 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa eroded most of Monster Star's land and subdued 90% of the monster beasts, they actually reached a strange period of peace with Red Moon Territory. Under this peace, undercurrents were surging and a storm was brewing. No matter who it was, this peace would not last long. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa was accumulating strength, and it would take time for the disciples to subdue new pet beasts. Once 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa was ready, Red Moon Territory would definitely welcome a storm of attacks. When that time came, Red Moon Territory would definitely not be able to hold on. On Half Moon Mountain, in her palace, Shan Qingluo sat by the window, gazing at the scenery of the mountain. Her bright red robes were like the sun, outlining her graceful curves. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders and her face was enchanting. Chapter 31-38. She was already an extremely charming woman, and when she was in the central capital, she was already known as the beguiling demon queen. Now that her cultivation had improved, this kind of charm was even more soul-stirring. Just this pretty face alone was enough to make any man fall head over heels for her. Red was originally vulgar, but when she wore it, it complemented each other perfectly, further accentuating her beauty. At this moment, she was holding a wine jug in her hand, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed as she looked up at the stars, as if she was looking at the moon, but if one looked carefully, they would find that her eyes had no focus, as if nothing in the world was in her eyes. Slightly raising her head, she poured the wine into her mouth, the clear liquid flowing down the corner of her mouth, rolling down her slender white neck and falling into the towering peaks of her chest, soaking her clothes. If a man was here, he would immediately be unable to control himself. Raising a hand, she moved it towards the star field, as if she wanted to grab a star and hold it tightly, not letting go. When she opened her hand, it was empty. Fiercely throwing away the wine jug, she messed up her hair with both hands and gnashed her teeth, smelly man. The sound of the wine jug falling to the ground alarmed the people outside, and the door was pushed open. A graceful and exquisite figure walked in, looking at her and then at the broken pieces of porcelain on the ground. She squatted down and silently tidied them up. "Biluo, come here." Shan Qingluo beckoned to her, her voice soft and charming. Even though Biluo was a woman, when she heard it, her heart shook, as if there was something surging in her delicate body, making her restless. Reaching out to touch her forehead, Biluo said, "Master, what are you doing now? Come here." Shanqing Luo threw a drunken tantrum. Biluo had no choice but to step forward, but before she could stand still, Shanqing Luo pulled her into her arms and placed half of her body on her lap. Looking up, that mesmerizing face was right in front of Yang Luo's eyes. Her red lips were as attractive as gemstones, and a mesmerizing fragrance lingered in his nose. Shanqing Luo lowered her head and looked at her with a smile, her hair falling over her forehead brushing past her cheeks, tickling them. Gudong, Biluo swallowed hard, her cheeks flushing red. Ma. Master, Shanqing Luo smiled but did not say anything, making Biluo more and more nervous. Was her long-cherished wish of many years about to come true? I'm not mentally prepared. What should I do? What should I do? Should I ruthlessly refuse her? But now, this heaven-sent opportunity was hard to come by. If she sobered up, she might not have another chance. As a maidservant who had followed Shanqing Luo all the way here from the central capital, Biluo had long given her heart and soul. Her cultivation was not low, reaching the first-order origin king realm. Although her talent was not very high, her current achievements were all thanks to Shanqing Luo's strong support and guidance over the years. She could do anything for Shanqing Luo. Even if she had to die, she would not frown. Breathing rapidly and her blood surging, Biluo felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her body becoming extremely stiff. Do you like me? Shanqing Luo suddenly asked with a smile, her eyes blurred as she stretched out a jade finger and stroked Biluo's red lips. Biluo almost could not help but lick her lips, but fortunately, she did not lose her mind and said helplessly, Master, you're drunk. Nonsense. Shanqing Luo tapped her red lips again, her voice languid. It's just a few jars of wine. How could I be drunk? You haven't answered my question yet. Biluo pursed her red lips, nodded gently, and said, Biluo is master's. Shanqing Luo giggled. Little Biluo is still the best. Leaning closer to her, her red lips exuded an enchanting fragrance. Biluo's eyes widened, and just as she thought something was about to happen, she felt Shanqing Luo kiss her forehead, causing her to suddenly feel disappointed. Shanqing Luo then said, But we're both women. If I were a man, I would eat you right now. She reached out and scratched her nose. Biluo looked away and said faintly, I can. What can you do? Shanqing Luo sighed. Men are still the best, leaving when they want to without any worries, but they don't know that they've taken their hearts with them. I don't know what they're doing outside, but I'm afraid they've already had a bunch of wives and concubines, even children, and have forgotten all about me. Biluo immediately said angrily, Master, that kind of man is not worthy of being entrusted. Don't think about it. Shanqing Luo grabbed her hand and placed it on her heart, smiling. But this place doesn't agree. Biluo's heart ached, almost tearing up, and she said sadly, Master, no matter how the world changes, Biluo will always be with Master. If Master doesn't chase me away, I'll definitely not leave. Why would I chase you away? Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Biluo also smiled happily, but suddenly said a little bashfully, If Master really can't endure it, this servant can think of a way to help Master, relieve your worries. Perhaps it can relieve Master's lovesickness. Shanqing Luo asked curiously, What ideas do you have? Biluo said, I've learned some illusionary techniques in recent years. Oh, Shanqing Luo was surprised. I can transform into that person's appearance. Shanqing Luo was silent for a while, seeming to be moved. Biluo saw this and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Maybe I can't show the charm. But it's not a problem to imitate 70 to 80%. Imitate who? A person's voice suddenly came from outside the window, scaring the two women. Jadefall jumped to her feet and shouted, Who are you? This was the most central location of Half Moon Mountain, the palace of the Queen Master. So how could it be silently broken in? Looking up, Biluo suddenly opened her mouth wide and said in a daze, You. She actually saw a face she could never have imagined. Shanqing Luo was also stunned. Turning her head to look at the face she had missed for decades, a look of absent-mindedness appearing on her face. Aluo! Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand in greeting, then turned to Biluo and said, Little girl, it's immoral to take advantage of others' difficulties to steal them away. He had long known about Biluo's attitude towards Shanqing Luo. It was the same back in the central capital. But he didn't expect that after so many years, this woman's hobby still hadn't changed. It was simply rotten wood that couldn't be carved. This was because the harmony between yin and yang was the great Tao of heaven and earth. but she did the opposite. But then again, back in the central capital, some subtle things had happened between him and Biluo. So when they met, Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at her red lips. That kind of thing could make a person crave for more, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Saying this, Yang Kai was about to walk in through the window. With a bang, Shanqing Luo closed the window, the hardwood smashing into Yang Kai's nose, causing him to stop in his tracks. Humph! Lu Yen snorted from the side, mixed with an indescribable sense of ridicule. Inside the room, Shanqing Luo reached out and rubbed her temples. Biluo looked at her with a dull expression. Master, what are you doing? The person who had been yearning for so many years had appeared in front of him. Why was he being shut out? Shouldn't she immediately throw herself into his arms and complain about the pain of lovesickness? Shanqing Luo frowned. I drank too much. I think I'm having some hallucinations. As she spoke, she opened the window again, looked out, and their eyes met. With a bang, the window was closed again. This wine is so strong, Biluo. Where did you find it? Biluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stupid woman. Outside the window, Yang Kai couldn't bear it anymore. He pushed the window open and strode in, looking at her majestically. Your husband is back, and you dare to avoid meeting him. You're simply defying the heavens. Shanqing Luo looked at him sideways, sized him up, and then said in surprise, husband. It was as if he had just seen her. Yang Kai stepped forward, pinched her cheeks, and pulled them to the side, causing her beautiful cheeks to immediately change shape. He said fiercely, Speak, what do you want? Nothing. Shanqing Luo couldn't speak clearly. I thought you were drunk. You're really back? This concubine is so happy. My heart is bursting with joy. There wasn't the slightest bit of happiness on her face. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Why was this a bit different from what he had imagined? He snorted and let go of her hand. Shanqing Luo rubbed her cheeks and glanced over at him timidly, wearing a guilty look as she carefully asked, Lord husband, how long have you been here? Did you hear anything that you shouldn't hear? Yang Kai snorted. I heard everything that I shouldn't hear. Shanqing Luo sighed, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes, as if she had made a very important decision. She reached out and put her arm around Biluo's shoulder, pulled her into her arms, and said in a troublesome manner, Since it's like this, then there's nothing to hide. To tell you the truth, this concubine and Biluo are in love, flying together. You don't know how carefree this concubine is. I've long forgotten about you, so please forgive this concubine for being lonely all these years and falling in love with someone else. As she spoke, she bowed and deeply said, I'm sorry. Yang Kai's eyes twitched even more. Bai Luo was still in a daze when Shanqing Luo reached out and pressed her back, immediately bending over and hurriedly saying, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Shanqing Luo straightened up, held Biluo's little hand, and looked at her with a gentle and sweet expression. Husband, no, little brother Yang. As long as you don't break us up, we can talk about anything. Little brother Yang? Yang Kai gritted his teeth, pausing after each word. Shanqing Luo smiled and said, You're younger than me, so there's no problem with calling me that. If you feel that you're at a disadvantage, I'll just call you Big Brother Yang. It's not like I'll lose anything. Before she could finish, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her cheeks, and her pretty face changed again. Are you done? Stop. Shanqing Luo shouted. Our relationship as husband and wife is over. Why are you still touching me? You're acting like a hooligan. All right, let's be serious. Yang Kai ravaged her for a while, satisfied with his hands. He pretended to be dignified as he looked at her, somewhat unable to understand what she was trying to do. They hadn't seen each other for decades, and she came running over to put on a big show for him. What was the meaning of this? Humph, I'm serious. Shanqing Luo looked unconvinced. What? You're allowed to fool around outside, but I'm not allowed to fall in love with someone else. Chapter 31-39. When did I fool around outside? Yang Kai felt guilty, and his words were not firm. No, although he did fool around and confessed to Dong Suju and Su Yan, how could Shanqing Luo know? She must be tricking me. No matter what she says later, I won't admit it even if I'm beaten to death. Shanqing Luo sneered and looked down at Lu Yen. You even have a child, and you still dare to say that you didn't fool around? Her face suddenly became gentle, and she squatted down and asked, Little sister, what is your mother's name? Yang Kai laughed and reached out to touch Lu Yan's head. Ask her. He suddenly understood why Shanqing Luo was so strange when they met. It turned out that she was jealous because he brought back a daughter. But then again, if he hadn't been there when Lu Yen broke out of her shell, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to recognize her, let alone Shan Qing Luo, who hadn't seen Lu Yen for decades. It was inevitable that there would be misunderstandings. After all, the changes were too big. Tell her yourself who you are. Yang Kai looked at Lu Yen with a smile. Lu Yan's eyelashes fluttered, and she looked timid. She grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and slowly hid behind him, whispering, "Father, I don't want to be here. This Anne is so strange." The smile on Yang Kai's face immediately became stiff, and he stared at Lu Yen with wide eyes. He suddenly felt like he was stabbed in the back by his own people. "Ha ha ha ha." Shan Qing Luo sneered, slowly got up, and looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "What else do you have to say?" "What the hell?" Yang Kai was furious, and he reached out to straighten Lu Yan's body and stared at her with a serious face. "How can you do this? I've been good to you all these years. Why do you hurt me like this?" Lu Yan was about to cry. "Father, you hurt me." "Enough!" Shan Qing Luo shouted and pulled Lu Yan behind her. She stared at Yang Kai and said, "You even bullied a child. Is this how you're a father?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he went up and hugged her. "A Luo, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain." "What is there to explain?" Shan Qing Luo coldly and pushed him away. "I'm sorry, I'm wrong. From now on, we're husband and wife. Don't come find me again." Yang Kai felt like he was struck by lightning. His body shook, and the blood drained from his face. Lu Yen stood beside Shan Qing Luo and stuck out her tongue. It seemed that the game was over. However, Biluo looked excited. If this was really the case, she might have a chance. Although it was immoral to take advantage of the situation, it was also for the Queen Master to get rid of the Sea of Bitterness as soon as possible. If she didn't go to hell, who would? "Luo, do you really want to do this?" Yang Kai looked at her with a serious face. Shan Qing Luo's eyes flashed with a trace of mischief, but she firmly nodded. "I've made up my mind." Yang Kai turned his head, and with a face full of vicissitudes, he pondered for a while and sighed. "Well, I once whipped a famous horse when I was drunk. I don't want to hurt a beauty. Luo, take care of yourself." Shan Qing Luo's heart jumped, and she hurriedly said, "Where are you going?" Yang Kai jumped on the windowsill, waved his hand, and rushed into the night, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Hey, you come back." Shan Qing Luo was shocked. She never thought that Yang Kai would really leave. Why did he leave? She was just angry that he had been gone for so many years and made a joke. But this stinky man was so decisive. He didn't even know how to coax her. She rushed to the window and shouted, "You come back, you come back." The night was silent, and there was no response. Shan Qing Luo's body went limp on the ground. Her eyes were red, and her mouth was still murmuring, "You come back, you heartless thing." A broad chest approached her from behind, sticking close to her delicate body. A pair of big hands wrapped around her waist, gently hugging her, and a vigorous breath by her ear. "I lied to you." Shan Qing Luo turned around, and tears fell like rain. A pair of small fists pounded on Yang Kai's chest, but they were soft and powerless. Instead of saying that she was venting, it was more like she was acting spoiled. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, and didn't move. After pounding for a while, Shan Qing Luo suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, and raised her head to send her red lips to his. "Oh!" Yang Kai suddenly had difficulty breathing. He felt the body in his arms was as passionate as fire, and a pink snake-like spirit entered his mouth, acting recklessly and unscrupulously. Yang Kai couldn't show weakness. He caught and played with Shan Qing Luo's soft body, even more powerless, and her whole body went limp in Yang Kai's arms. After a long time, their lips parted, and a trace of saliva remained. Shan Qing Luo's charming eyes were like silk, and her whole body was like a blooming flower, blooming with a strange brilliance. Only then did she remember something, and said with a red face, "Your daughter." Just now, in a moment of passion, she had forgotten that there was a little girl beside her. Even if she was bold and reckless, and was extremely open about the matters between men and women, she still felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. "She's gone out." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Biluo and Lu Yen had already seen that the situation was bad, and had run away. At this moment, only the two of them were left in this wing room, and dry firewood was burning. Shan Qing Luo looked over, and found that it was true. The little girl from before had long disappeared, and even Biluo was nowhere to be found. Her last trace of concern disappeared. She held Yang Kai's cheeks with both hands and looked at him seriously. Her eyes were full of tenderness, but her mouth said, "Damn you, you have no conscience. I was just joking with you, and you're actually willing to hurt me like this." Yang Kai reached out and stroked her hair by her ear, and his eyes were also full of tenderness, as if he wanted to swallow the person in front of him into his eyes and make up for the decades of lovesickness. He said in a gentle voice, "I was wrong." Shanqing Luo said, "If you're wrong, you'll be punished." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Then I wonder how Luo is going to punish this husband." Shanqing Luo raised her hand and pressed it against Yang Kai's chest before looking up at him and giggling. "I hope husband can survive and not die too early." As soon as her voice fell, she sent out a burst of Saint Chi from her palm and sent Yang Kai flying. She was now a third-order origin king and could freely control her strength, so this palm strike did not cause any harm to Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai put his hands behind his head and slammed straight into the wall. But as if he did not feel anything, he just stared at Shanqing Luo with a smile, wondering what kind of trick she was up to. Shanqing Luo slowly got up, opened her mouth, and spat out a burst of Saint Chi that flew behind Yang Kai, transforming into a giant spider web that hung diagonally midair. Yang Kai slammed into this web and felt a strong adhesive force from behind him. He struggled slightly but was unable to break free, instead sinking deeper and deeper until even his hands were stuck to this web. Unexpectedly, this game is so exciting. Yang Kai gulped as his blood boiled without warning. His eyes flashed like fire as he stared at Shanqing Luo, as if he wanted to burn her clothes to ashes. "Ha ha ha." Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and giggled, her voice so soft and enchanting that it made Yang Kai's bones go soft. Raising her hand, the doors and windows clattered shut as she walked towards Yang Kai at a leisurely pace. As she walked, the clothes on her body began to fall off, gradually exposing her white and plump figure to the air. Her skin was as white as jade and seemed to be so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her chest was high and swayed with every step she took. Her two cherry-like red eyes were like two vortexes that swallowed up Yang Kai's line of sight. There was not the slightest bit of fat on her flat and smooth lower abdomen, slender and fair, causing ripples in one's heart and soul. Her bare feet were small and delicate. One could play with them for an entire day and night. Yang Kai's mouth went dry as he called out bitterly, "Wanton. Slut, what do you want to do?" Shanqing Luo stepped onto the spider web, the infinite scenery between her legs looming as she looked down at Yang Kai from above, like a god patrolling her territory, lightly saying, "What do you think?" Sticking out her scarlet tongue and licking her lips, she added a different kind of temptation. "I really can't stand her like this." Fortunately, he had messed around with Su Yan a few days ago. Otherwise, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't break free and push her to the ground. Unlike Su Yan, Shanqing Luo had always been so open in bed, bringing Yang Kai pleasure that others couldn't even dream of, but this was the first time they had played so intensely. It seemed that the several decades of separation had not been without its benefits. At the very least, it had freed some of the shackles in their hearts. Shanqing Luo lifted her foot and gently slid it down Yang Kai's collar. Yang Kai's clothes burst open, revealing his well-dressed body. Shanqing Luo licked her red lips, her eyes cold and noble. "I wonder who has taken advantage of this body for so many years." Yang Kai resolutely said, "There is no such thing. Even if there was, he couldn't admit it, at least not now." Shanqing Luo suddenly waved her hand, shattering Yang Kai's clothes, angrily saying, "You still dare to quibble. If I don't let you taste some bitterness today, I'm afraid you'll forget my strength." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then I ask Luo to hurry up and let me taste some bitterness. Your husband can't wait." Shanqing Luo sat on top of him, leaning down and licking Yang Kai's earlobe, breathing out like orchids. "Aren't you afraid I'll eat you?" Yang Kai said, "I heard that there is a kind of poisonous widow among spiders. After sex they will eat the male." "Luo, do you want to be a poisonous widow?" "Not necessarily." Yang Kai lifted his body, and without warning, he rammed into Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo immediately straightened her upper body, her hair flying as she let out a mournful cry, but her face was full of joy. "Smelly thing, you didn't even greet me." "Ah," Yang Kai said, "you're going to eat me. Why would I greet you? Let's see who will surrender today." "Luo, don't be defeated too quickly." Shanqing Luo gritted her teeth, her body moving up and down with Yang Kai's movements, intermittently saying, "You are dead. I will never let you have an easy time." Her towering breasts were undulating. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed them, fiercely kneading them. Shan Qing Luo's brows were tightly knitted. Her cries were getting louder and louder, and the huge spider web was swaying unsteadily. The room was filled with endless spring scenery, and soon a strange atmosphere filled the air. Chapter 3140. In another room, decorated with strange stones, the light was soft. Biluo held her cheeks with both hands, a sad expression on her face. He's back. That guy actually came back. And as soon as he came back, he made the Queen Master cry. How infuriating. Now that he's back, I'm afraid I won't have any chance in the future. But why don't I feel jealous at all? Instead, I feel happy for the Queen Master, and even, I feel a little bit of anticipation. Bai Luo shook her head and discarded the wild thoughts in her mind. Only then did she return to her senses, and she recalled that she'd brought a little guest back with her. Turning his head, he saw the little girl sitting on the other side of the table, motionless. She was so quiet that it didn't seem right. Her clear black and white eyes were clear, like a clear spring. He didn't know what she was looking at. Her eyes were unfocused. What an exquisite child. She wondered who that man had given birth to her with. He was really good at giving birth. Feeling embarrassed to leave her out, Biluo squeezed out a smile and rummaged through her space ring for a while before finding some berry-like things and placing them in front of her. Try it. It's very sweet. Lu Yen lowered her head to look at the spirit fruit, then looked up at her and said seriously, I'm not a child. Biluo chuckled and reached out to pat her head. A child will always be a child. Why don't you admit it? Lu Yen shook her hand away in annoyance and said angrily, if you keep acting like this, I won't be so polite to you. Although she tried her best to make an angry expression, her figure at such a young age, coupled with her delicate face, was even more irresistible. Biluo said, you're young, but your temper is quite big. Okay, I won't touch you. Lu Yen moved her body and sat behind the chair, her whole body almost sinking into it. Biluo tried to find a topic to talk about. Is your father good to you? He's not my father. Hey, didn't you just call him father? Why are you going back on your words in the blink of an eye? Oh, I understand now. You must be feeling indignant for your mother. You are indeed a little mischievous. However, this is useless. Your father has several women. The Queen Master is just one of them. Suddenly, he felt that it was ridiculous to discuss this topic with a little girl. He quickly stopped the topic. How old are you this year? What's your name? Where is your mother? How did your parents know each other? The woman's heart for gossip was burning fiercely. She comforted herself by telling herself that she was helping the Master Queen to gather information about the enemy, so that she could know herself and know her enemy. Lu Yen slowly turned his head and stared at her quietly. Biluo asked, is there something on my face? You're so annoying. Can you shut up? Biluo blinked. He was actually reprimanded by a little girl. She couldn't believe her ears, and her face immediately turned red. You are restless. Do you want to know what they are doing? Lu Yen asked. Of course not. Biluo's face turned even redder, as if she had been exposed. Lu Yan's ears twitched. He listened carefully and then said, oh, it's very intense. Your Queen Master Queen is indeed very relaxed. This posture is very interesting. You. Biluo jumped up from the chair and looked at Lu Yen as if she had seen a ghost. Her beautiful eyes were wide and round. Was this still something a child should say? She could guess what those two people were doing in the side room, even if she used her toes to think. She actually assumed a posture of eavesdropping, and even said what posture? Even if a little mischievous person was a little mischievous, Biluo felt that her moral bottom line had been greatly impacted and was showing signs of collapse. Lu Yen stretched out his hands and grabbed in the air. What are you doing now? Biluo asked suspiciously. Lu Yen said, he caught your Queen Master Queen like this, and now your Queen Master Queen is like this. As she spoke, her little head swayed and her beautiful hair fluttered. Biluo suddenly opened her mouth wide, as if someone had cast a spell on her, and she was frozen in place. Did she have to describe it so vividly? It was as if she had seen it with her own eyes. After hearing what she said, Biluo could even imagine the scene in the side room. However, when she described it, she was so serious, which added a sense of strangeness. Involuntarily, Biluo felt a chill all over her body. This child is a little too strange. Does she know about Yang Kai? Or is there a prehistoric monster hidden in her small body? How could there be such a child in this world? Suddenly, he recovered and pursed his lips into a smile. What are you talking about? He was almost frightened by her. The Queen Master's side room was covered with layers of barriers, and even he, a first-order origin king, could not pry into it. So how could a little girl do that? If you don't believe me, then forget it. Lu Yan was no longer in the mood to describe and simply lay back in her chair, her two small hands folded on her stomach, her two fingers twirling in circles in boredom. After what happened just now, Biluo did not dare to talk to this child casually, for fear that she would suddenly say something shocking and frighten him. Hey! Lu Yan suddenly spoke. Are you calling me? Biluo turned to look at her. Is there anyone else in the room? Lu Yan looked at him in surprise, as if to say, are you an idiot? Biluo took a deep breath, and almost could not hold back the urge to rush up and strangle her. How could such a beautiful little girl speak so infuriatingly? Although it was said that one could not judge a book by its cover, this contrast was too great. Forcing a smile, he tried to calm down and said, My name is Biluo. You can call me Aunt Biluo, or Elder Sister Biluo. I know your name. You don't need to say that to me. Endure. After all, she was Yang Kai's daughter. If he really strangled her to death, it would be difficult to explain to Yang Kai and the Queen Master. Do you want to sleep? You can sleep here. Lu Yan raised a finger and shook it. Don't speculate about other people's thoughts. What the hell do you want to do? His previous good impression of this little girl was completely gone. This beautiful and clean skin was definitely hiding a demon. Sure enough, dragons gave birth to dragons, phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse knew how to dig holes. Since she was Yang Kai's daughter, how could she be good? Tell me about the situation on your side. Situation? Biluo looked at her in surprise. What situation? Lu Yan said, Your formation here is wide open and heavily guarded. Obviously, you are guarding against some enemy. Tell me about your enemy. Why are you asking this? Biluo was really helpless. She was worrying too much. Just tell me. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Yan stared at her. Okay. Biluo put her hand to her forehead and looked helpless. The night was long and she had no mood to sleep, so she just chatted to relieve boredom. So, she began to talk about the situation on Monster Star. It was just a casual remark, but to her surprise, Lu Yan listened very seriously. Biluo snickered in his heart. I've said so much, but do you really understand? Why are you putting on such a serious look? After an hour, Biluo poured a glass of water to moisten her throat. After talking for so long, her mouth was dry. Lu Yan tapped the back of her chair with her small hand and said, So, the situation on Monster Star is not optimistic. The monster race forces have basically been wiped out, and only your Red Moon territory is left? Although there are still some hiding in the dark, it's more or less the same. Biluo sighed. In fact, there were many masters on Monster Star. Each of the 10 tribal lords was an origin king realm master and was an extremely powerful monster beast. Several of them even had the bloodline of ancient mutant beasts, so they didn't lack Myriad Beast Villa. However, the monster race's people were not united, and the Myriad Beast Villa's secret arts and secret techniques had the ability to restrain the monster race, so their situation was quite miserable. Another reason for this was the resistance of the human race. For so many years, the human race had been oppressed on Monster Star, so when the Myriad Beast Villa suddenly arrived, the human race naturally celebrated. Without the Myriad Beast Villa needing to do anything, most of the human race on Monster Star had already defected to it. Even the human race in Red Moon territory was no exception, not to mention the human race in the other tribal lords' territories. Although these human race defectors were not too strong, they had a lot of people, and they had lived on Monster Star for generations, so they had a lot of information that the Myriad Beast Villa urgently needed. With both strength and information, how could the Myriad Beast Villa not win one battle after another? 7 of the 10 tribal lords had been crippled, killed, or subdued. In the entire Monster Star, only the Red Moon territory was left. Once the Myriad Beast Villa had accumulated enough strength, they would invade on a large scale. Biluo said angrily that Myriad Beast Villa's old master is too shameless. He sent a message before, saying that if the Queen Master submitted to him, he would let the Red Moon territory go and let the Queen Master continue to manage the Red Moon territory. What wishful thinking. Old Lion? Biluo said, the Villa Master of the Myriad Beast Villa seems to have the bloodline of a lion-type monster beast. Or maybe he has refined some monster beast source. so his strength is not low. Shan Qingluo had fought with him before, but she couldn't do anything to him, mainly because that old bastard had the help of his pet beasts when he fought. Shan Qingluo fought against many alone, so even if she had good means, she couldn't do anything to him. Since the situation here is dangerous, why don't you leave? Why are you still here foolishly? Biluo said angrily, What do you know? This is the territory passed down by the Queen Master's adoptive mother. How can the Queen Master abandon it until the last moment? I'm afraid it will be too late at the last moment. Biluo said, The Queen Master has a way to escape. Shan Qingluo was already a third-order origin king, so even if she couldn't defeat the Myriad Beast Villa, it shouldn't be a problem for her to escape. Hearing this, Luyan was silent for a while, then suddenly jumped down from the chair and said, Come with me. Where are we going? The Myriad Beast Villa. Biluo was shocked. Are you crazy? What is this little girl doing? She actually wants to go to the Myriad Beast Villa? That place is now a tiger's den. How can I just go there? Are you going or not? Luyan looked at her. No, Biluo said decisively. Luyan turned around, put her hands on the chair, and tried to stick up her little butt, shaking her head, and her black hair fluttering in the wind. What are you doing? Luyan turned her head and made a seductive look. Your Queen Master is like this now. Chapter 3141. The 10,000 Beasts Mansion is right in front of us. Biluo and Luyan stood side by side on a high mountain and pointed to the brightly lit area below. This place used to be Wild Lion Territory's tribal lord's mansion. But since the invasion of Myriad Beast Villa more than a decade ago, Wild Lion Tribal Lord, one of the 10 great tribal lords, was the first to defect and surrender to Myriad Beast Villa. Since then, Myriad Beast Villa had made this place their headquarters on Monster Emperor Star. This place was not too far from the Red Moon Territory, and with Biluo's cultivation, it only took her an hour to reach this place. As the cold wind blew, Biluo was filled with regret. Why did she bring her here? This was not a safe place, and if they were discovered by the people of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion, there would be no way for them to survive. However, she really could not stand the little girl beside her imitating the various postures of the Queen Master in front of her, so she brought her here in anger. Luyan stood beside her, her eyes fixed on the largest building below. With just a sweep of her divine sense, she understood the situation clearly. Have you seen enough? Biluo lowered her head and asked, If you've seen enough, then come back with me. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to the two master. Shaking her head, she could not help but laugh. This little girl was mischievous, and she did not know what she wanted to see in the 10,000 Beasts Mansion. Turning around and flying away, her expression changed greatly. Looking back, Luyan did not follow her. Instead, her small body jumped off the mountain and flew straight to the 10,000 Beasts Mansion. What are you doing? Biluo shouted in horror and turned to chase after her. She was actually unable to catch up. This place was already considered the heart of the enemy's territory, so she didn't dare to use too much power to avoid being detected. That little girl clearly didn't seem to be flying very fast, but she just kept eating dust behind her. Come back quickly, you're courting death. Biluo gritted her teeth and cursed. Luyan ignored her. This attitude of disregarding him made Biluo feel a little annoyed, and he involuntarily pushed his Saint Chi even more, increasing his speed significantly as the distance between the two rapidly closed. After a while, she grabbed Luyan's arm and pulled her to a stop. She fiercely scolded, You little girl, why are you so disobedient? Do you need to be spanked? Luyan looked up at her quietly. You're glaring at me? Let's go. Luyan shook his head slowly. It's too late. Biluo's face suddenly turned pale as a powerful wave of divine sense gushed out from the flickering light and enveloped her. He cursed in his heart. Just now, when he was chasing this little girl, he must have accidentally exposed his aura. This time, he was going to be killed by her. You can't accomplish anything, but you're good at spoiling things. Luyan curled his lips. She wanted to directly launch a sneak attack and destroy the 10,000 Beasts Mansion. But now that she had alerted the enemy, she was afraid it would take some effort. However, it did not matter much. Who are you talking about? Biluo could not believe her ears. At this time, you still dare to scold me? Do you know that I am implicated because of you? Ha ha, a guest has come to visit. Why don't you come in and have a chat? A loud and clear voice suddenly sounded out. The voice was like rolling thunder, and the aura was deep and serene. When Bai Luo heard it, her mind couldn't help but tremble, and she even staggered slightly. The cultivation of the person who spoke was definitely much higher than her, and it was very likely that he was the villa master of the Myriad Beasts Villa. What she did not notice was that Lu Yen was not affected by this voice at all, as if a cool breeze had just brushed past her face. After gritting her teeth and struggling for a moment, Biluo said bitterly, "This time, I'm really going to die because of you." More than a dozen powerful divine senses were locked onto her, but she knew that as soon as she showed the slightest sign of wanting to escape, she would be seriously injured in the next instant. Now, she could only take one step at a time and think of a way to get out quickly. Otherwise, she was afraid she would not be able to leave this place alive today. Thinking quickly, she took a deep breath and hid the fear on her face and heart. Smiling slightly, she tried to calm down and said, "Then this mistress will disturb you." Reaching out and grabbing Lu Yan's little hand, Yang Kai walked towards the source of the voice and quietly sent her a message. "Once we're inside, don't say anything, just follow my lead." After a pause, he added, "If a fight really breaks out, find an opportunity to escape." Shaking his head, Yang Kai said sadly, "You should just kill yourself." Although it was too cruel to ask such a little girl to commit suicide, if she really fell into the hands of those people from the 10,000 Beasts mansion, the final outcome would be worse than death, so it was better to die. Lu Yan didn't say anything and let her pull her forward. In the 10,000 Beasts mansion, many disciples had been alarmed. When they saw Biluo and Lu Yan coming together, they all looked at them with ridicule, and their eyes wandered over Biluo's beautiful body in an extremely presumptuous manner. Some of them were even bold enough to whistle. Lu Yan naturally attracted a lot of attention. Such a delicate little girl could always arouse the covetous eyes of some people with special fetishes. Biluo had a faint smile on her face as she strolled leisurely, as if she was in her own backyard. Now, she could only deliberately mystify to increase her bargaining chips and increase her chances of survival. If she showed even the slightest bit of fear, she was afraid she would not have a good ending. Biluo walked a short distance of several hundred feet, but it seemed like she had walked for a year. If she didn't deliberately suppress it, her clothes would have been soaked in sweat. Suddenly, she felt her palm being pinched by someone. Looking down, she saw Lu Yan winking at her. Her clear and tender voice sounded in her ears. "Don't be afraid." Biluo couldn't help but laugh. She felt more and more that this child was very strange. Compared to her calmness, she was simply a paper tiger. However, his mood seemed to be affected by her, and he wasn't as nervous as before. In front of the main hall, more than a dozen disciples of the 10,000 Beasts mansion blocked the way. These disciples of the 10,000 Beasts mansion were accompanied by Monster Beast. There were many different kinds of wolves, bears, tigers, leopards, and so on. They were all pet beasts that they could control. Moreover, there were many strange patterns on their faces, which were full of the strong charm of a foreign territory. Biluo knew that those patterns were Monster Beast patterns. The disciples of the 10,000 Beasts mansion were based on beast taming. Every time they successfully tamed a monster beast, one more Monster Beast pattern would appear on their body. The Monster Beast pattern was their most obvious characteristic, and it was also the hub that connected them with the Monster Beast. The more Monster Beast patterns one had, the stronger they were, and the more Monster Beasts they could tame. The more than a dozen origin-returning realm cultivators formed a human wall. They didn't intend to make way, and just looked at Biluo provocatively. The more than a dozen Monster Beasts roared in a low voice, as if they had sensed the intention of their master, and assumed a predatory posture. Biluo stopped and swept her gaze over the faces of the dozen people with a smile. Then her face turned cold and she shouted, "Get lost!" With a wave of her hand, a gust of wind blew, and the dozen people blocking the way were blown away. The Monster Beast also retreated to the sides. The dozen people were stunned. They never thought that this woman would dare to intrude into the 10,000 Beasts mansion in the middle of the night and be so presumptuous. They were all stunned for a moment. Finally, they remembered that this woman was an Origin King realm cultivator. She wasn't someone they could contend with. Biluo went straight in, and no one dared to stop her. It was as if there was no one around, and this beautiful woman was now majestic. After entering the main hall, a burst of music entered her ears. The interior was brightly lit, and in the spacious hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. They were all dressed in gauze, and their beauty was faintly discernible, causing one's imagination to run wild. Men and women, tall and short, fat and thin cultivator, were sitting on either side of the hall. In front of each of them was a small table filled with delicious delicacies and fine nectar. Each of these figures was giving off the aura of an origin king. It seemed like a banquet was being held in the 10,000 Beasts mansion tonight. Biluo was stunned, and her heart sank. This time, it was really over. The masters of the 10,000 Beasts mansion were gathered here, and if she couldn't think of a good excuse, she definitely wouldn't be able to leave this place. With so many pairs of eyes focused on her, Biluo suddenly felt a little suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest. Hurriedly pushing her Saint Chi to resist, she felt a little better. Looking straight ahead, Yang Ling focused her attention on the burly man sitting at the head of the group. This burly man had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger, and he was as strong as an iron tower. He wore an animal skin shirt that wasn't buttoned up, exposing his chest and breasts, giving him an extremely bold and unrestrained appearance. He was reclining on an unknown animal skin with a warm fragrance in his arms, one hand supporting his head while the other gently tapped his thigh to the rhythm of the music. When Biluo walked in, he didn't open his eyes, and even when Biluo stood below him, he didn't seem to notice. He was like a sleeping lion, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura from head to toe. Biluo naturally recognized him. He was the manor master of the 10,000 Beasts mansion, Huang Tudao, and the culprit behind the disaster on Monster Star. Shan Qingluo had fought with him several times and was evenly matched. This was a third-order origin king master. The dancers were still dancing, and the music continued. Tonight's banquet was not interrupted by Biluo's arrival, and only the masters of the 10,000 Beasts mansion, who were seated around, still looked at Biluo with playful eyes. As for Lu Yen, no one cared, but many people were curious as to why Biluo had brought a little girl here. In the hall, Biluo pursed her red lips and didn't say a word. Huang Tudao suddenly opened his eyes, like a sleeping lion waking up, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes as he shouted majestically, "Why aren't the dancers below dancing? Do you want to die?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone around burst into laughter and shouted, "Come and dance. If you dance well, you'll be rewarded. Hurry up and jump. Don't worry. Even if you don't jump well, there won't be any punishment. Our manor lord is very protective of the fairer sex. I'm afraid you haven't eaten enough and don't have the energy to jump. Come, come, come. I'll reward you with this piece of meat." Biluo didn't take it seriously and just smiled, bowing slightly. Red Moon Territory's envoy greets Manor Master Huang. Huang Tudao raised his brow. Red Moon Territory's envoy? He pretended to take a closer look, as if he had just seen Biluo's face. "You're Shan Qingluo's maidservant." "Biluo. So, it's you." Huang Tudao grinned ferociously and suddenly shouted, "How dare you barge into my manor of 10,000 beasts? Are you tired of living?" Chapter 3142. Biluo's heart trembled when she heard Huang Tudao's shout. Fortunately, she had thought of an excuse while she was walking, so she didn't panic. She brushed her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "Manor Master Huang, please calm down. I came here today to deliver a message to you on behalf of my Queen Master. If she wanted to live tonight, she could only use Shan Qingluo's name." Just as Shan Qingluo was afraid of Huang Tudao, Huang Tudao was also very afraid of Shan Qingluo. After all, Shan Qingluo was not weaker than him. Huang Tudao narrowed his eyes and said, "Shan Qingluo's message? What is it? Could it be that she agreed to give herself to me?" "Ha ha ha." Biluo pursed her lips and laughed. "She said that all of you will die tonight." Huang Tudao's laughter stopped abruptly. All the cultivators in the hall were shocked. They all slammed the table and glared at Biluo. Biluo's smile froze on her face. She lowered her head and looked down. It was because the words just now were not from her mouth, but from Lu Yen. Huang Tudao looked at Lu Yen and Biluo and said lightly, "You can't pretend that you didn't hear that." Biluo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She hurriedly said, "A child's words carry no harm." She was just talking nonsense. At the same time, she glared at Lu Yen fiercely, warning her not to open her mouth again. "A child's words carry no harm?" Huang Tudao snorted. "I think you're here to pick a fight tonight." "Very well. I didn't want to lower myself to your level because you're a woman. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not knowing how to be gentle." "Manor Master Huang, please calm down." Bai Luo couldn't help feeling bitter. She really didn't know what kind of sin she had committed to suffer such torment. So she quickly pushed Lu Yen aside and said, "Go and apologize to Manor Master Huang." Lu Yen said, "He's going to die." "Why are you apologizing?" Huang Tudao was so angry that he laughed instead. He sat up straight, put his hands on the table, bent his upper body slightly, and stared intently at Lu Yen. He said, "This little girl is a bit interesting. Then I'd like to see how I'm going to die tonight." He shouted again, "If I don't die tonight, you all will die." Regardless of whether or not the words of a child carried no harm, this little girl had offended him time and time again. Naturally, she deserved to be taught a lesson. He was not a kind-hearted person, so killing a child was not a big psychological burden to him. "You can't see it." Lu Yen responded faintly before suddenly raising her small hand and summoning a wisp of flame from her fingertips. This wisp of flame was just a small flame that flickered unsteadily, as if it could be extinguished by a casual blow of air. The crowd burst into laughter. Huang Tudao didn't laugh, and his expression was extremely solemn instead, because he actually felt a chill run down his spine at the instant the tiny flame appeared. With a flick of Lu Yan's finger, the small flame flew straight towards Huang Tudao. Huang Tudao suddenly stood up, as if facing a great enemy. With a low roar, more than a dozen thick beast stripes suddenly appeared on his body. At the same time, one of these beast stripes flashed, and a giant gorilla-like beast appeared in front of him. This monster beast was full of hostility and had a 10th-order aura. As soon as it appeared, it pounded its chest with both hands and bared its teeth. The howl came to an abrupt end as a dark bloody hole appeared in the giant beast's chest. The edge of the wound was stained with some weak flames that quickly spread and burned. After the flame penetrated the giant beast's body, it rushed towards Huang Tudao without slowing down, easily burning away Huang Tudao's Saint Qi and protective artifact. Like dry firewood meeting a raging fire, Huang Tudao burst into flames and screams filled the sky. Everyone in the manor of 10,000 beasts, who were laughing loudly just a moment ago, stood up in shock. The wine and delicacies on the table in front of them spilled all over the ground. The dancers in the hall also let out loud screams and fled in all directions. Biluo stood stiffly in place, her eyes reflecting the light of the burning flames, almost making her think she was dreaming. The screams didn't last long, and after 3 breaths, Huang Tudao fell to the ground and turned into a pile of black ash, not even leaving behind his bones. The same was true for the giant beast he had summoned. In the blink of an eye, Huang Tudao had fallen. The hall fell silent, and even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that the myriad beast mansion master, who had been so majestic and arrogant just a moment ago, would be killed, and at the hands of a 7- or 8-year-old little girl. A little flame was enough to burn a 3rd-order origin king to ashes. Who was this little girl, and what kind of fire was that? After a brief silence, the sound of fluttering clothes rang out as a number of figures fled in all directions. With a series of rumbling sounds, more than a dozen holes appeared in the hall. No one dared not flee. Although they didn't know what kind of cultivation this little girl had or what kind of methods she had, since she could kill Huang Tudao with a wave of her hand, she could easily take the lives of everyone present. If they wanted to live, they could only run as far away as possible. 13. Lu Yen didn't seem to notice and just muttered calmly before calling out lightly, "100 birds, worshipping the phoenix." His small body shook, and balls of flame suddenly shot out in all directions. Each ball of flame turned into the shape of a small bird, and there was no repetition. Those small fiery birds chirped for a while, drew beautiful arcs in the air, and then rushed out of the hall and disappeared. Screams rang out one after another, all of them extremely short and hurried, as one powerful aura after another was annihilated. Biluo's tender body trembled, not with joy but with fear. The little girl, who she thought was harmless to humans and animals, suddenly displayed unimaginable strength, causing her to feel a sense of panic. Instinctively, she rushed out of the hall, but when she looked around, she froze on the spot. In this huge city, numerous firebirds were flying back and forth. These birds were no longer small and delicate, but had all become huge creatures. They swayed their extremely dazzling fiery tails, and everywhere they passed, everything was burned to ashes. In such a short time, within 1,000 meters of the hall, except for her and Lu Yen, there was no other living thing. Everyone had been killed, and those who had previously been swaggering around in the hall had long since been turned to ashes. Not even their shadows could be seen. As for those firebirds, they were still spreading outwards. Her hair stood on end. The Thousands Beasts villa was finished. This time, it was really uprooted. Although she didn't know what the Thousands Beasts villa was celebrating tonight and why so many masters gathered together, now it seemed that this was a very wrong decision, which gave Lu Yen a chance to wipe them all out. Until now, Biluo had some hindsight. No wonder the little girl insisted that she take her to the Thousands Beasts villa. No wonder she was not afraid at all. Instead, she repeatedly spoke arrogantly in the hall. With such a powerful strength, what did she need to be afraid of? When the cold wind blew, Biluo's chaotic thoughts became a little clearer. She returned to the hall in a daze, only to see Lu Yen sitting quietly in the seat where Huang Tudao had sat before, yawning casually, looking bored. The corners of Biluo's eyes twitched fiercely. 3 days later, Yang Kai painstakingly pulled his arm out from under Shan Qingluo's body, but he didn't want to be entangled by her again like an octopus. Reaching out, Yang Kai patted her on the back, leaving behind a bright red palm print. Still not full? Yang Kai asked. Shan Qingluo narrowed her blurred eyes and said lazily, "Am I such a difficult person to satisfy?" Yang Kai said curiously, "Aren't you?" These 3 days were very short. The Queen Master seemed to want to make up for all the decades she had lost. She repeatedly took the initiative to seek pleasure, looking like she wanted to squeeze Yang Kai dry. The result was naturally that she was not as good as him and was defeated every time. Yang Kai's cultivation was now 2 great realms higher than hers, and he also had a half-dragon body. How could she withstand his punitive expedition? However, she became braver with every setback, which made Yang Kai very happy for a few days. She and Su Yen were simply 2 extremes. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shan Qingluo glared at him and pinched him fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and covered her flat belly with his big hand. "If you strangle me to death, the child in my belly will have no father." Shan Qingluo's eyes suddenly widened as she whispered, "Child." Reaching out, she touched her belly. "And maybe there's already a child in her belly right now. If that's the case, in the future he won't be around." She turned over and sat on top of him, her hair falling down and covering the boundless spring scenery in front of her chest. Shan Qingluo pursed her lips and said, "Give me more, this time I must get pregnant." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just said it casually. "You took it seriously. You dare not take back the words you said." Shan Qingluo reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's neck with a fierce expression. Yang Kai said, "How would I dare? It's just that someone is looking for you now." He pointed to the door. "Who is it?" Shan Qingluo frowned. "I don't want to see them." "Yu Xiong." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Qiyu had adopted an adopted son and an adopted daughter. The adopted daughter was naturally Shan Qingluo, while the adopted son was Yu Xiong. He and Shan Qingluo called each other brother and sister. When Yang Kai came to Monster Star, he had dealt with Yu Xiong and was an extremely forthright man, so he was no stranger to him. Hearing that it was Yu Xiong who came to see her, Shan Qingluo naturally couldn't refuse and could only get up and dress. A moment later, the door opened and Yu Xiong's voice immediately heard. "Biluo, go away. I have something important to tell little sister. Do you dare stop me?" Biluo hurriedly said, "Master, it's not convenient for Queen Master to see guests right now. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform her." Yu Xiong angrily shouted, "What's not convenient for her to see guests?" Just as he was arguing, the door opened and Yu Xiong immediately pushed aside Biluo to greet the newcomer. At first glance, he saw Shan Qingluo's radiant face and could not help feeling stunned, swallowing the words he was about to say. Looking up again, though, he saw Yang Kai walking out from behind Shan Qingluo. "It's you, you little bastard." Yu Xiong's brow rose as he threw a punch at Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, hand over your life." Shan Qingluo dodged to the side and watched with a smile. She was not worried that Yang Kai would suffer a loss, nor was she worried that Yang Kai would hurt Yu Xiong, so she had no intention of intervening. Chapter 3143. The huge fist was blocked by Yang Kai with a single finger, causing Yu Xiong's eyes to bulge, as if he couldn't believe it, and he threw out another punch. Yang Kai flicked his finger on Yu Xiong's fist, and Yu Xiong's powerful arm immediately fell limp, unable to muster the slightest bit of strength. Taking a few steps back, Yu Xiong scanned Yang Kai up and down. "You Although he was born rough, that didn't mean his thoughts were the same. Even if he hadn't used his full strength, his 2 punches weren't something anyone could block casually, so Yang Kai's effortless movements naturally made him think a lot. Yang Kai simply stood there with a smile on his face, a profound look on his face. Yu Xiong shook his head and no longer bothered with him, instead turning to Luo Qing and saying, "Little sister, something big has happened." Shan Qing Luo was startled when she heard this. What happened? Yu Xiong was now an origin king, so anything that could cause him to panic like this was definitely not small. How many so-called big events could there be on Monster Star right now? Those few things were definitely related to Red Moon territory. 10,000 Beasts Villa was destroyed. Shan Qing Luo was stunned on the spot before turning her head to look at Yang Kai, as if asking if he was responsible for this. Red Moon territory and 10,000 Beasts Villa had been fighting for more than a decade and had always been suppressed. Shan Qing Luo herself had fought with Huang Tudao more than once, so she naturally understood just how powerful the other party was. Being able to destroy 10,000 Beasts Villa was not something Red Moon territory possessed, nor did anyone on Monster Star. The only one who could do this quietly was the man beside her. But, for the past 3 days, she had not left his side at all, so how did he do it? Or, did he go to 10,000 Beasts Villa before coming to see her? Yu Xiong said excitedly. When I first heard this news, I couldn't believe it either, and even went to investigate. But guess what? The Myriad Beast Mountain Villa has been razed to the ground, and there is no one left alive inside. Although I don't know who did it, it is definitely someone who is proficient in fire attribute strength and divine technique. Moreover, according to the information I obtained before, when the Myriad Beast Mountain Villa was destroyed that night, Old Dog Huang was holding a banquet with not only the Origin King Realm elders of Myriad Beast Mountain Villa, but also the 2 traders, Qian Yen and Kuang Shi. Good. Ha ha ha, as expected, good and evil always have their retribution. Clenching his fists fiercely, a terrifying light flashed across his eyes. Little sister, it's time to act. The mountain villa of 10,000 beasts had been completely destroyed, and all the experts had been killed. The Red Moon territory no longer had anything to worry about. It was time to reclaim the entire Monster Star. It wasn't me. Yang Kai saw Shan Qing Luo staring at him, shrugged his shoulders, smiled slightly, and turned to look at Lu Yen. When he heard that the Myriad Beast Mountain Villa had been destroyed by a fire attribute divine technique, he knew who was behind it. Lu Yen and Biluo going out that night had been concealed from Shan Qing Luo, but not from Yang Kai's perception. Obviously, it had been that night. Lu Yen happened to be looking at him at the same time, squinting her eyes as if to say, "Praise me." Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up, and Lu Yen smiled sweetly. "You did it." Shan Qing Luo observed Lu Yen carefully, and also looked at her in surprise. She had thought that this little girl was the illegitimate daughter of one of Yang Kai's women, but now it seemed that she had been thinking too much. Her. Yu Xiong's chatter was interrupted, and he looked at Lu Yen in amazement, curling his lips as he asked, "Are you kidding me?" It wasn't that his ability to accept such a thing was weak, but that he simply couldn't accept it. Biluo weakly said from the side, "Master Yu Xiong, the mountain villa of 10,000 beasts was indeed destroyed by her." Yu Xiong glanced at Biluo and laughed. "That's not funny at all." Biluo looked at him seriously. Yu Xiong's laughter gradually faded as he asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Biluo said, "I was just about to report this matter to Her Majesty. That night 3 days ago, she immediately began recounting what happened that night. Although she was only recounting it in a straightforward manner, without the slightest exaggeration, the events of that night still replayed themselves in front of their eyes, causing Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong's hearts to skip a beat. When they heard that Huang Tudao was burned to death by Lu Yan's small flame, they broke out in a cold sweat. That was a third-order origin king. What kind of flame could burn him to death in 3 breaths of time? Yu Xiong's face couldn't help turning a little pale as he looked at Lu Yen with awe and fear in his eyes. When he came over just now, he had seen how cute Lu Yen was and had even touched her head casually. Now that he thought about it, he was really lucky. If he had provoked this little girl just now, wouldn't he have followed in Huang Tudao's footsteps? Since that flame could kill Huang Tudao and render him powerless to resist, it would definitely have no problem killing him. Swallowing hard, Yu Xiong put some distance between himself and Lu Yen, as if he could find some sense of security by doing so. "Who is she?" Shan Qing Luo turned to look at Yang Kai. "Isn't she your daughter?" Yang Kai spread his hands and said, I told you she wasn't, but you didn't listen at all. She is Lu Yen. Lu Yen. Shanqing Luo was taken aback. She was naturally no stranger to Lu Yen, but in any case, she couldn't connect the artifact spirit with this little girl in front of her. The person in front of her was a living person of flesh and blood. Shanqing Luo immediately understood that Lu Yen must have obtained some kind of great opportunity following Yang Kai all these years, allowing her to even form her own body. After recovering from her shock, Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes lit up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The masters of Myriad Beast Villa were all gone, and they no longer had the strength to fight against Red Moon territory. If they were to attack at this time, who on Monster Star could stop them? Smiling apologetically to Yang Kai, she said, Lord Husband, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you any longer. Yang Kai nodded and said, Go do what you need to do. There will be plenty of time in the future. This time, he had come back to take everyone to the star boundary, so he would not be gone for decades without any news. There would be plenty of time in the future for them to spend together. What's more, after these 3 days of expedition, both he and Shanqing Luo needed to rest for a while. Shanqing Luo and Yuxiong quickly left, embarking on their journey to reclaim Monster Star, leaving behind Biluo to entertain Yang Kai. Biluo looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and asked, Master, what are your orders? Who would have thought that the boy who was trapped in Fragrance City by the Master of the Queen would one day grow to such an extent that even the Master of the Queen had to be protected by his shadow? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, I remember that there is a space array here in Red Moon territory. Take me there. Shadowed Star was now in a state of peace, so it would not be long before Monster Star did as well, but it was still necessary to guard against any masters from the Great Desolate Star territory making a comeback. On Shadowed Star, Su Yen was in charge, so Yang Kai was not worried about anything. On the other hand, Monster Star needed to be strengthened. The best way to do this was to connect the 2 cultivation stars so that they could help each other. If anyone dared to have ideas about Monster Star, Yang Kai would make sure they never returned. The group of 3 immediately walked towards the depths of Red Moon territory. According to Biluo, the space array in Red Moon territory was destroyed by Shanqing Luo more than 10 years ago in order to prevent someone from using it to teleport into Red Moon territory. At that time, they had already lost contact with Shadowed Star, so they had no choice but to do this. Along the way, they encountered many monster race members from Red Moon territory, all of whom bowed respectfully to Biluo. Although she was just Shanqing Luo's maidservant, she was still an Origin King Realm Master, and naturally received the respect of a master. What's more, who in Red Moon territory did not know that the master had never really treated her as a maidservant. She and the master were like sisters. On the other hand, when they looked at Yang Kai and Lu Yen, their eyes were filled with amazement. Since Biluo did not say anything, they did not dare to ask. Not long after, the group arrived at the place where the space array was located. The space array here was arranged by Yang Kai many years ago. Looking at it again at this moment, Yang Kai found that it was quite simple. Of course, this was because his cultivation had improved and his horizons had widened, but it was also because his attainments in space principles had deepened. Master, do you need any materials? Biluo asked. She vaguely remembered that arranging this space array required a lot of precious materials. Yang Kai waved his hand. No need, you can go about your business. In the early years, when he arranged a space array in the territory of the star boundary, the main material used was space spirit stone, but that material was not of a high grade. Yang Kai had brought countless space spirit crystals and space spirit jades from the star boundary, so using them to arrange a space array would be much more effective. Biluo smiled lightly. Serving master well is what I should be busy with. Since Shanqing Luo had instructed her to do so, she would naturally do her best. But as soon as these words left her mouth, she felt that there was some ambiguity. At that moment, Yang Kai's gaze fell upon her, and Biluo clearly felt his gaze pause on her red lips for a moment, so she quickly lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her face, making it impossible to see her expression. When she raised her head again, Yang Kai was already focused on the space array in front of him. Sensing someone's gaze, she turned her head and saw Lu Yen staring straight at her, her hands spread wide as she drew a large circle. What? Biluo was really scared of her, especially when she made all kinds of gestures, which always made her imagination run wild. So many women, so many, Lu Yen said. Biluo savored this for a moment before regaining her senses and blushing as she asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Haha. Lu Yen put on a fake smile. Biluo really wanted to rip her mouth open. "Lu Yen, come help," Yang Kai called out. Lu Yen nodded and skipped over to Yang Kai's side, blowing on a pile of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades that Yang Kai had taken out. A cluster of flames immediately flew out and wrapped around the materials. With Lu Yan's help, arranging the space array became easier and easier. In just half a day, a brand new space array was erected again. After Yang Kai's adjustments and positioning, this space array could be directly connected to Shadowed Star without any need for transit, which was undoubtedly much more convenient. After instructing Lu Yen to stay behind and take care of it, Yang Kai stepped onto the space array and pushed his space force, disappearing in a flash of light. Biluo and Lu Yen only waited for half a day before the space array lit up and vaguely visible figures could be seen, each of them with a powerful aura. When the light dissipated, Biluo found many familiar faces, all of which were masters from High Heaven Sect and Shadowed Star. She had lived with Shan Qing Luo on Shadowed Star for a while, so she was no stranger to these people. Chapter 3144. Biluo even saw Su Yen. Immediately, he froze in place. Su Yen had disappeared 20 years ago without any news, but now she had returned to High Heaven Sect. Not daring to neglect her, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Biluo greets the first madam. Although the number of women by Kai Yang's side wasn't small, if one had to rank the number one, it would definitely be Su Yen. It wasn't because of their deep feelings, nor was it because she was Kai Yang's first woman, but rather because she had an aura that made others believe in her. Shui Yu and Shan Qing Luo would occasionally quarrel, but in front of Su Yen, they were both honest. Facing this first madam, Biluo naturally had to show due respect. Su Yen responded with a smile. "Long time no see," Biluo said. "For 20 years, the Queen's master has been talking about Madam. If she can know that Madam is safe and sound, she will definitely be able to put down her worries." Su Yen turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Didn't you tell Luo?" Yang Kai scratched his face. "I forgot. You don't have time, do you?" Su Yen teased. Even though Yang Kai's skin was thick, he still felt a little embarrassed at this moment. He had spent 3 days with Shan Qing Luo and had been completely indulging in his nonsense. So how could he have the time to talk about other things? Now that Su Yen had pointed it out, he naturally felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Yen was not someone who liked to be entangled in this kind of thing, so she turned to Biluo and said, "This time, I came here to help Luo. Where is she? Take us to her." Although the masters of Myriad Beast Villa had all been killed, it had still been operating on Monster Star for more than 10 years and occupied almost 90% of Monster Star's territory. It would take a lot of time for Red Moon territory to recover this lost territory. Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Sect to test the effects of the space array and to recruit people from Shadowed Star to help. Su Yen and the other masters were just the vanguard, and there would be more cultivator coming to help Shan Qing Luo. Recovering Monster Star was only a matter of time. "Yes," Biluo responded. Su Yen looked at Yang Kai and said, "I'll leave little sister Yu and Ning Chong to you." "I know, I'll prepare to set off." Yang Kai nodded. Shadowed Star and Monster Star's experience, so he could not help but feel worried about Xia Ning Chong and Shui Yu. He was eager to see if they were safe Star territory. A few words were exchanged without any farewells, because everyone knew that they would be reunited soon. Su Yen led the group from High Heaven Sect away while Yang Kai and Lu Yen stood on the space array and set off again. Water Moon Star, the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai arrived here 1 month after setting off from Monster Star. Looking at the void, a look of doubt appeared on his face. He had thought that this place would be filled with war, just like the other stars he had encountered, but Water Moon Star was actually peaceful, with no traces of war at all. This made him feel a little uneasy. Outside the nebula, several starships crossed the void. Yang Kai keenly noticed the Netherworld sect symbol on these starships, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He passed straight through these starships and rushed into the atmosphere. Violent explosions rang out behind them as several battleships belonging to the Netherworld sect were blown up one after another before they could even see the enemy's shadow, blooming with dazzling light. This abnormal movement immediately alarmed the powerhouses on the Water-Moon Star. They all raised their heads to look. Many of them clearly realized what had happened, and their expressions changed. Their gazes were soon attracted by a stream of light that fell straight down from the sky, piercing through the clouds and falling into the main city that originally belonged to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. With a loud rumble, the city shook and the ground cracked. Gullies spread out horizontally and vertically. Gales whistled, and the surrounding houses collapsed. Asterisk, Asterisk, a number of figures flew over from all directions and stood in the void, looking towards this uninvited guest. Yang Kai looked around coldly as his heart sank. His previous worries had come true. Water-Moon Star had fallen. None of the cultivator who appeared around him was familiar, and the clothes worn by several of them clearly had traces of Netherworld sect. Even if the others were not from Netherworld sect, they were likely from the territory of Great Desolate Star. How could it have fallen? Yang Kai could not understand. He was not surprised that Green Mountain Star had fallen. After all, there were no powerful masters or great forces on Green Mountain Star. However, even Shadowed Star and Monster Star had not fallen. So how could Water-Moon Star have fallen? This was the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was one of the three most powerful forces in the entire star territory. Before the rise of Shadowed Star and High Heaven Sect, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was even stronger than Purple Star and Sword Union. Such a star had actually fallen completely, and its current situation was even worse than Green Mountain Stars. What had happened here in the past 10 years? Where had Shuiyu gone? Where were the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Thinking quickly, Yang Kai's aura became cold and piercing, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This person had descended straight from Starfield, so obviously he was a bold master. At this moment, even if he had not taken action, the cold aura he was exuding was enough to frighten everyone. Anyone who can speak, step forward. Yang Kai swept his eyes around, like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, not putting anyone in his eyes. Silence reigned as no one answered. All the cultivators in the territory of Great Desolate Star stared at him as if they were facing a great enemy. I say! Yang Kai slowly raised his fist, bent his arm back, and threw out a punch. Anyone who can speak, step forward. Are you deaf? With a bang, the sound of something exploding rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look and gasped. In the direction Yang Kai had thrown his fist, a cultivator had burst into a bloody mist on the spot, not even leaving behind a corpse. And that person was a First-Order Origin King. Blowing up an Origin King from 1,000 meters away with a single punch was simply too overbearing. Everyone, who had been extremely vigilant towards Yang Kai, felt their hearts go cold at this moment. With such a strong enemy, who could be his opponent? Almost at the same time, everyone took a few steps back. Only one person stepped forward, a tall and thin middle-aged man whose body was shrouded in death chi. A spirit array suddenly appeared in his hand, and he poured his Saint Chi into it. In an instant, the heavens and earth hummed as the city's spirit array activated. The Netherworld sect had occupied the Water-Moon Star for several years now. In the past few years, they had been living in peace. No one had ever dared to cause trouble, so their daily life was a little more casual. However, they did not guard against people breaking into the city. Others were afraid of Yang Kai's might, but this tall and thin man was not, because he controlled the entire city's spirit array. If you had acted presumptuously outside, it would have been fine, but you just had to recklessly charge into the city. Just wait until I activate the spirit array to deal with you. While urging the spirit array, this tall and thin man shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Capture this person for me. This king will support you." As soon as his voice fell, the spirit array activated, and the power of the entire city's spirit array pressed down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure was obviously lowered, as if he was carrying 2 mountains on his shoulders. Everyone showed overjoyed looks when they saw this and no longer hesitated, all of them pushing their secret techniques and artifacts to attack Yang Kai. The tall and thin man was first shocked, then overjoyed as he shouted, "Spare his life!" It was not that he disliked killing. Yang Kai had just arrived and killed an Origin King on his side, so how could he let him off so easily? However, Yang Kai was not pressed to the ground by his spirit array, and there were no signs of Yang Kai using his Saint Chi. This made him understand that Yang Kai's physique was extremely strong, and it was very likely that he cultivated some kind of profound body-tempering secret art. Body-tempering secret arts were not rare, but it was extremely rare to find someone with such a strong physique. As an elder of Netherworld sect, he was proficient in corpse refining techniques, and liked this kind of cultivator with a strong physique the most. If he could capture him alive, he could slowly refine a heavenly corpse using medicines and secret techniques. This was an extremely precious material that could only be found by chance. It was even better than the materials he obtained on Water Moon Star a few years ago. With this reason in mind, how could he bear to see Yang Kai killed? Although it was possible to refine corpses after death, the effect of refining a living person would be better and more powerful. With this interruption, many of the cultivator who had attacked Yang Kai cursed. Why didn't you say you were going to hold back earlier? Now that the attack had been launched, how could it be so simple to withdraw? However, they had no choice but to obey this person's orders, so in desperation, everyone could only desperately withdraw some of their strength. Several of them were even injured by the backlash and vomited blood. With a series of rumbling sounds, many secret techniques and artifacts bombarded Yang Kai's body, causing a burst of energy to erupt and light to shine everywhere. Seeing this, the tall, thin man's heart sank as he thought to himself, "This is bad. I'm afraid I won't be able to refine a complete corpse. How could I refine anything?" His face became gloomy as he felt a pang of heartache. But when the light dissipated, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai was standing in place, safe and sound. Not only him, but even the little girl standing next to him looked calm, as if she had not suffered much damage at all. The tall, thin man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a kind of uneasiness began to grow in his heart. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, eat this young master's move. Yang Kai shouted as he punched out with both fists, sending out a barrage of fist shadows in all directions. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk bodies exploded midair one after another, and no one could withstand a single blow. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of people who had gathered around were cleared away. Only the tall, thin man was left safe and sound, but at this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hands and feet cold. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. "It seems that you are the one who can speak. Don't be afraid. I have some things to ask you. If you answer well, I'll give you a quick death." His black hair fell in front of his forehead and his eyes were gloomy. The tall, thin man suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a giant beast, and even breathing became difficult. His will was not ordinary, and although he was horrified, he did not lose his courage. Raising his hand, he took out a copper ring and shook it quickly. Looking at Yang Kai, he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter who you are, since you dare to offend my Netherworld sect, you must die today." Chapter 3145. With a series of clinking sounds, several figures suddenly appeared beside the thin and tall man. Some of these figures were tall and powerful, while others were short and delicate, but all of them exuded a thick corpse chi. Looking at their faces, Yang Kai could see that all of them were ferocious and had disheveled hair. Corpse refinement. Yang Kai raised his brow, quite surprised. He had not expected that the people of Netherworld sect would also be proficient in the corpse refinement technique. None of the Netherworld sect cultivators he had encountered before were proficient in this technique. It seemed that the Netherworld sect's secret techniques were divided into several schools, but no matter which school it was, they were all related to corpse refinement. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed again as he stared at one of the refined corpses and examined it seriously, his face sinking. "Brat, this seat will capture you, then carefully refine you, and make you one of my generals." The thin and tall man glared at Yang Kai viciously. Although the young man in front of him had just displayed extraordinary combat strength, this man was not someone to be trifled with. With the few refined corpses in his hands, even a third-order origin king would not be able to do anything to him. If he was not careful, he might even be captured, so he did not panic. On the contrary, he became more and more interested in Yang Kai because of his performance just now. The strength of a refined corpse was linked to the strength of the corpse before death. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the corpse would be after being refined. Yang Kai was not only strong, but his physique was also extremely tough, making him an excellent corpse refinement material that this man had been searching for many years. He couldn't help but want to laugh wildly in his heart. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. If he could refine this brat, his position in the Netherworld sect would immediately rise. With a flick of his wrist, several refined corpses roared ferociously as a thick corpse chi covered their bodies. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Yang Kai. Their sharp claws were like long spears, incomparably sharp, and their nails were a dark green color, obviously containing a potent poison. A ball of fiery light suddenly appeared, and a small and delicate firebird flew out and pounced towards the few refined corpses. It was agile and graceful, but also noble and graceful. The first refined corpse that came into contact with it was instantly set ablaze. The firebird did not slow down and flew towards the second refined corpse. In the blink of an eye, it had burned several refined corpses. "Leave this behind." Yang Kai growled and suddenly reached out to grab one of the refined corpses by the neck and pulled it over. The refined corpse struggled and resisted, its sharp nails whistling through the air towards Yang Kai's chest. However, it was as if it was stabbing into metal, producing a clanging sound as it was unable to penetrate Yang Kai's chest. Lu Yan tilted his head. Although he didn't know what Lu Yan's intention was, he didn't ask. He controlled the flames and burned the other refined corpses in an instant. Pff, the thin and tall man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at Lu Yan in horror. You? His eyes were also bloodshot. Each of these refined corpses could display strength equivalent to an origin king, especially the most powerful one, which was refined from the corpse of a third-order origin king. With such a lineup, he was confident that no one in this Hung Luo star field could stop them. But now, they had been almost burned to ashes by a 7- or 8-year-old little girl, and the most powerful refined corpse had been directly captured by this young man. His vision blurred, and the little girl floated in front of him like a ghost. She raised her head to look at him, and his frightened face was reflected in her clear black and white eyes. He watched as she raised a small hand and pressed it on his stomach. He didn't even have time to react. "Leave him alive as well," Yang Kai turned his head and ordered. Lu Yan released a small amount of strength from her hand, and the tall, skinny man's aura quickly deflated like a punctured balloon. He staggered a few steps before falling to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood, almost spitting out his internal organs. Dantian was destroyed and his cultivation was wasted. For a cultivator, there was nothing more painful in this world. Coupled with the fact that his refined corpse had been destroyed and his mind affected, he had lost more than half of his life. The enemy had almost taken his life with just a wave of their hand. If they were serious, who in this world could be their opponent? Not even the sect master could. Where did these two lunatics come from? Yang Kai gripped the neck of the most powerful refined corpse with one hand, letting it scratch his body with its sharp nails as a complicated look flashed across his eyes. The refined corpse was being controlled, constantly roaring and struggling, as if it had gone mad. A series of cracking sounds came from its neck, indicating that its bones had been broken, but it no longer felt pain or thought, only wanting to destroy everything in front of it. So even if its bones were broken, it did not stop moving. Yang Kai took a light breath, slightly urging the power of his divine sense, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Dragon! Heaven! Hurt! Wake up!" Pure divine sense wrapped in his voice rushed straight into the mind of the refined corpse. In the darkness, there seemed to be the sound of something breaking, and the restless refined corpse suddenly became much more docile. Although it was still baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it was no longer as ferocious as before. Its eyes turned slightly, and its originally unfocused eyes gradually showed signs of focusing, but it was only a sign. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that its spirituality had not disappeared. Perhaps it was because it had only been a refined corpse for a short time, or perhaps it was because its strength was not bad. In any case, there was hope to wake it up. Immediately, he urged the power of his divine sense into the corpse's mind, carefully straightening out its chaotic thoughts. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the eyes of the refined corpse in front of him suddenly regained a trace of clarity, and its struggling hands also stopped. A strange expression appeared on its ferocious face. You are," its voice was dry, as if it had not spoken for a long time, or because its body had been damaged, making it extremely uncomfortable to listen to. "Senior Long," Yang Kai's expression was complicated. Long Tianshang. Yang Kai was not familiar with him, but they had met once when he came to Water Moon Star. This person was the supreme elder of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, he was Aio's senior, so naturally he was Yang Kai's senior. Aio left Star Territory with Yang Kai and went to the Star Boundary. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's huge foundation was handed over to Shuiyu to manage, while Long Tianshang stayed behind to stabilize the overall situation. In fact, in terms of strength, he could have left Star Territory with Yang Kai, but he had dedicated his life to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so he could not cut off his feelings for it. So he simply stayed behind to act as a protective umbrella for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Who would have thought that when they met again several decades later, he would be refined into a heavenly corpse, deprived of his freedom and enslaved? It was only because he met Yang Kai that he was able to awaken him for a moment. No one else could have such an ability. You are little brat Yang. Long Tianshang's thoughts gradually became clear as he remembered some fragments of his memories. Naturally, he had a deep impression of Yang Kai, Shuiyu's husband. Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior Long, we don't have much time. I want to know what happened to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. What happened to Shuiyu?" The last question was what he was most concerned about. If Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was gone, then it was gone. Aio was now in the Star Boundary, so he did not put a trivial Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in his eyes. The key was Shuiyu, so he had to be careful. However, even with Long Tianshang's cultivation, he had been refined into a heavenly corpse by Netherworld sect. So how could Yang Kai not be worried about the safety of Shuiyu? Shuiyu! Long Tianshang murmured hoarsely as more memories emerged. He looked down at his hands and said sadly, "Ah, so it's like this." Finally remembering his situation, he sorted out his thoughts and words and said, "Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is gone, and Shuiyu. When Water Moon Star fell, I covered for them to escape. As for where they are now, I don't know." All his memories stopped at the shocking battle that day. He had stalled the Netherworld sect and more than a dozen battleships in the territory of Great Desolate Star by himself. But in the end, he was exhausted and captured, then refined into his current appearance. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "Did Shuiyu escape?" This was a blessing in disguise. Although he did not know whether Shuiyu was safe or not, at least there was hope. Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Have you seen this woman?" Lu Yen squatted in front of the thin and tall man from Netherworld sect. A cluster of flames flickered in her palm, then transformed into the image of a valiant woman. Although it was formed from flames, it was vivid and lifelike, showing her outstanding talent in controlling fire. She had refined the Fire Phoenix source, so controlling fire was naturally her specialty. Her tone was calm and soft, but in the ears of the thin and tall man, it was like a soul-stirring sound, causing him to shiver and shake his head repeatedly. "No, I've never seen her before." "Huh." Lu Yen smiled insincerely as another cluster of flames flew out, turned into a fire snake, and wrapped around the thin and tall man. It opened its big mouth and floated above the thin and tall man's head, hissing as if it would swallow him at any time. This flame could easily burn several powerful refined corpses. But at this moment, it seemed as if it had no temperature and did not cause the thin and tall man any harm. "You said you've never seen her before? Although I'm young, you can't lie to me." The thin and tall man raised his eyes and glanced at the figure formed from flames. "You'd better answer honestly." "There are many things in this world that are more painful than death," Lu Yen said lightly. "I've seen her before." "Where did she go?" The thin and tall man said, "She fled to a cultivation star with some other people. There is a star lord on that cultivation star. The people in our territory of the great desolate planet have been in a stalemate over there for years." "Which way did she escape to?" The thin and tall man raised his head and pointed in a direction. Lu Yen turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immersed his consciousness in his knowledge sea and looked at the star above it. Then he thought of something. Shuiyu and the others fled to a cultivation star with a star lord, and the direction was the same. If he guessed correctly, they should have gone to that place. It was a wise decision. Although that place was a bit far from the Water Moon Star, it was the most suitable choice. Chapter 3146. The conversation between Lu Yen and the tall, thin man entered Yang Kai's ears. At the same time, he was having a hard time communicating with Long Tianshang. Although the divine technique woke Long Tianshang up, his memory loss was too great. He could not recall many things. He only remembered that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a big tree that attracted the attention of many masters in the Great Desolate Star territory. Netherworld sect joined forces with several powerful forces in the Great Desolate Star territory to suppress Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Not only that, the famous pirates of Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were also in cahoots with the cultivator in the Great Desolate Star territory. Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were the two largest pirate gangs in the entire Hung Luo Star field. The pirates gathered in them were all extremely vicious. Compared to these two forces, He Yunxiang's fierce wind pirate gang was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Before they were invaded by the Great Desolate Star territory, these two forces had fought openly and secretly with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union for hundreds and thousands of years. The battleships of these forces sailing in the territory of the Great Desolate Star had all been robbed by them. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union had also joined forces to encircle and suppress them. Both sides had killed their own people. Now that the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star had invaded, some forces led by Netherworld sect showed extraordinary strength. Naturally, the villains of Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair immediately turned to them and helped them do evil. Yang Kai finally understood why Water Moon Star had fallen. Being targeted like this, even though Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was strong, it could not guarantee its own safety. With several cultivation stars falling one after another, Water Moon Star, as the main star, naturally could not remain unscathed. With Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in such a state, Purple Star and Sword Union would not have an easy time either. The cultivator of the non-Hung Luo Star field was not as good as the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Both of them were in the territory of the lower planes. Even if there was a gap in overall strength, the gap was not too big. If they fought fiercely, both sides would suffer. The key point was that the Netherworld sect was the dominant sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. It could command the heroes and give orders. However, the Hung Luo Star field lacked such a leading sect. If High Heaven sect had been at its peak, they would have been able to, but after the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory, the several Third-Order Origin kings in the sect had returned to their respective stars and were unable to fight together. Be careful, Long Tianshang warned solemnly. Be careful of what? Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. Long Tianshang shook his head. He did not know what he wanted Yang Kai to be careful of, but he subconsciously warned him. He vaguely felt that there was someone he needed to be vigilant of, and this person was the key to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's escape. Yang Kai asked again, but Long Tianshang could not answer. Although he helped Long Tianshang regain consciousness for a moment, Long Tianshang had already been refined into a heavenly corpse. Whether it was his soul or body, both had suffered irreversible damage. The moment he regained consciousness was similar to the final radiance of the setting sun. A low roar came from Long Tianshang's throat as his eyes trembled violently. His consciousness was fading away, and soon he would turn back into a refined corpse that did not know pain and only knew how to kill. Yang Kai sighed slightly. The Supreme Elder of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had fallen into such a state. He could not help but sigh. Lu Yen came to Yang Kai's side and pulled the corner of his clothes. The tall, thin man, whose cultivation had been destroyed, was lying on the side, his face extremely pale. Lu Yen asked him a few questions and did not make things difficult for him. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the most terrifying scene in the world. He stared at Long Tianshang, his eyes filled with horror, and then shouted, kill me quickly." Yang Kai stared at him coldly, motionless. The tall, thin man begged miserably, "I beg you, kill me quickly. Who would want to die if they could live?" But at this moment, his cultivation had been destroyed, and he could not escape. If he was not killed, he would really experience something even more painful than death. Maybe it was the deep-rooted obsession of revenge, or maybe it was the tall, thin man's voice that attracted Long Tianshang. But he suddenly turned his head and looked at him. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the tall, thin man. His sharp fingers directly pierced into the tall, thin man's chest and lifted him up high. Blood dripped down, and a scream resounded through the sky. Long Tianshang's face was hideous, and he let out a meaningless roar. His consciousness had been completely covered by the corpse qi. He opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, and bit at the tall, thin man. Another tragic scream rang out. Long Tianshang tore a piece of flesh from the tall, thin man's body and chewed with his big mouth full of fangs. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. The so-called eating people was probably just a joke, but at this moment, it was really happening in front of him. "Kill me. I beg you." Wah! The tall, thin man was still begging. Yang Kai's expression was cold, and he just stared at him quietly. He watched Long Tianshang tear off the man's flesh and swallow it whole. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the tall, thin man stopped moving and died. Yang Kai stepped forward and came to Long Tianshang's side. He was still eating the flesh, and when he felt the breath of a living creature approaching, he suddenly turned around and roared. Yang Kai slapped him, and the wind and clouds surged. Not even his bones were left behind. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and several figures appeared. It was Li Jiao and the others who had been placed in the sealed world bead by him. This time, even Lu Yuqin was released. Lu Yuqin's cultivation was not high, but with Lu Sanyang's help, there was no danger in this place. At first glance, Li Jiao and the others were stunned when they saw the miserable situation around them. When they saw Yang Kai's gloomy face, they could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They did not know who had provoked him, but it seemed that he was not in a good mood. "Brotherly, there is something I need your help with." Li Jiao's expression became serious. "Brother Yang, just tell us what you need." "Help me reclaim this cultivation star." Yang Kai pointed to the ground under his feet. Water Moon Star was the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and the birthplace of Shuiyu, so it could not fall into the hands of the Great Desolate Star Territory. With Yang Kai's ability, he could reclaim it at will, but he did not want to waste any more time here. He could ask Li Jiao and the others for help, lest they become moldy in the sealed world bead. "No problem," Li Jiao agreed. He already knew what kind of people lived in the Star Territory. With his third-stage Emperor realm cultivation, it was easy for him to do this kind of thing. What's more, he also had the help of Lu Sanyang, He Yunxiang, Wan Baiting, the Embodiment, and the others. Although the cultivation star was not small, if they acted separately, it would take less than half a month to complete everything. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask the Embodiment. He will tell you who is an enemy and who is a friend. Okay, leaving behind a few people to discuss the matter of reclaiming the cultivation star, Yang Kai and Lu Yen went straight to the central hall of the city. Originally, there were some cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory in the hall, but after watching the previous battle from afar, how could they not know that the Star of Slaughter had arrived? They had already fled without a trace. Kai Yang went straight in without encountering the slightest obstruction. Soon, he arrived at a square and found the space array he had arranged here in the past. This array was not destroyed, but the connecting channels to many places had been cut off and could not be connected. Moreover, with Yang Kai's current needs, this array set up back then was not enough. He spent half a day with Lu Yen to modify and unblock this array, connecting it to Monster Star and Shadowed Star before setting off from Water Moon Star in a certain direction. As if feeling Yang Kai's anxiety, Lu Yen took the initiative to hold his hand. "Madam, you will be safe." Yang Kai forced a smile. If Shuiyu really escaped to that place, then there is no need to worry about her safety. Does Master know where Madame Shuiyu went? Yang Kai nodded, most likely. In this direction, a cultivation star with a star master guarding it, there was no other possibility except for Tong Xian Realm. Tong Xian Realm Star Master was Xia Ning Chong. Shuiyu knew this. Water Moon Star was destroyed, so there were only 3 places she could go: Shadowed Star, Monster Star, and Tong Xian Realm. Shadowed Star was too far away, so if she did not consider it, who knew what dangers she would encounter in the star field? Monster Star was closer, but it was a monster race star after all, and there was no star master guarding it, so the safety factor was not high. With Shuiyu's intelligence, there was only one choice she could make. Go to Tong Xian Realm and find Xia Ning Chong. First, join him, and second, increase the strength of Tong Xian Realm. Lu Yen pondered for a moment and seemed to understand, asking, "In that case, why is Master so anxious?" Yang Kai said, "Tong Xian Realm is not like other cultivation stars. Back then, there were signs of world energy exhaustion. If little senior sister had not taken the risk to refine the star's source and brought vitality back, I'm afraid Tong Xian Realm would be dead by now. What I'm worried about is not Shuiyu, but little senior sister. If the cultivator on Great Desolate Star went all out to deal with Tong Xian Realm, even with Xia Ning Chong guarding it, it would be difficult to guard against them. After all, Tongxian realm had not fully recovered, and if it suffered from the flames of war, it would only make things worse. If the world energy was exhausted again, Xia Ningchang, as the Star Master, would definitely be implicated. At that time, there would be nothing he could do. A Star Master and a cultivation star were bound together for good or ill. This was not a joking matter. And calculating the time, it had been several years since Shuiyu fled to Tongxian realm. During these years, how could the cultivators on Great Desolate Star be idle? They were definitely committing crimes on Tongxian realm. Xia Ningchang was struggling to hold on by himself, but how long could he last? This was the fundamental reason for Yang Kai's anxiety. Lu Yan understood and no longer said anything, but his calm eyes suddenly burned with murderous intent. She was reborn because of Yang Kai, and with the help of Yang Kai, she grew step by step. If it were not for Yang Kai, she was afraid she would still be an artifact spirit floating in the earth-lung fire. Perhaps one day she would be reborn, but that would definitely be thousands of years later. For her, Yang Kai was the heavens and the earth. Someone dared to make Yang Kai anxious, haha, just wait to taste the fury of the phoenix. Chapter 3147. Tongxian Realm was the second stop on Yang Kai's martial Dao path, and an important springboard for him to reach a higher realm. If not for the many opportunities and experiences he had on Tongxian Realm, he would never have achieved what he had today. As his thoughts drifted, the past faded like smoke. Yang Kai stared at the stars he had not seen for a long time from the void with a gloomy expression. All his previous worries had become a reality. Looking at the entire Tongxian realm from the starry sky, it was obvious that its situation was worse than Green Mountain's stars. This star seemed to be suffering from a serious illness, showing a sickly and dispirited state, like an old man in his twilight years who was walking towards his grave. One after another, pitch-black spots, as if someone had casually sprinkled a few drops of ink onto Tongxian realm, were clearly visible even from thousands of kilometers away in the star field. On the surface of the stars, there was a faint black qi permeating the air. Yang Kai observed these ink spots and vaguely felt that they were arranged into a kind of spirit array, connected to each other, forming an invisible net that enveloped Tongxian realm. This spirit array had not yet been fully formed, but it was slowly showing its extraordinary power. Even Yang Kai, who was in the star field, felt an extremely oppressive aura, not to mention the residents of Tongxian realm, all of whom were affected by this spirit array. This spirit array was absolutely inhumane, and if it were to be fully activated, Tongxian realm would definitely suffer a calamity. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. Although he did not know when this spirit array would be fully formed and activated, it was obviously not something that could be completed in a few days. With his current ability, a few days was enough for him to run back and forth across Tongxian realm and kill all the invading enemies. Logically speaking, Tongxian realm had a star master, so the cultivator on Great Desolation star should not have been able to invade so easily. The power of a star master was extraordinary, and a star master who had a foothold on his own cultivation star was basically invincible with the support of the star's source. However, the situation in Tongxian realm was different. As he had told Lu Yan before, Tongxian realm's world energy had been depleted several dozen years ago. Even if Xia Ningchang later refined the star's source to help restore it, how much Tongxian realm could recover in just a few dozen years? Compared to other cultivation stars, Tongxian realm's world energy and principles were much weaker. If not for this, Tongxian realm would not have been Saint Realm Masters. It was precisely because of this lack of principles and world energy that Tongxian realm could not produce a more powerful cultivator, while other stars in the same territory could produce Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, and even Origin King Realm Masters. A few dozen years had only allowed Tongxian realm to recover some vitality at most, and this restored vitality was likely to be exhausted with the arrival of the cultivator on Great Desolation Star. If Xia Ningchang wanted to resist their invasion, he would have to rely on the strength of the entire stars. Once it was used too many times, it would definitely put an unbearable burden on Tongxian realm. Therefore, even if she was the star master, she could not keep the cultivator on Great Desolation Star out of her territory. Letting them enter Tongxian realm was probably a last resort. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang had already considered Xia Ningchang's current situation. Suppressing the longing in his heart, he actually did not know where to find Xia Ning Chong and Shuiyu. Tong Xian realm was not big, but it was not small either. If they were hiding somewhere, he would definitely not be able to find them in a short time. It was better to take advantage of this time to kill some cultivator on Great Desolation Star's territory and teach them the consequences of offending someone they should not offend. After observing for a moment, Yang Kai leaped and rushed towards Tong Xian realm. He stared at the largest black dot in the stars in front of him and let the gravity of the earth pull him down. Lu Yan followed closely behind. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, but she was not slower than Yang Kai in the slightest. A moment later, the two of them rushed into the atmosphere, and the surrounding aura caused Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle. It was unpleasant and pungent, but with his powerful physique, he was able to ignore this kind of effect. However, if an ordinary cultivator were to be wrapped in this kind of aura, it wouldn't be long before their mind would be affected, and they would become a walking corpse. Previously, when he was observing in Star Field, he only felt that the situation on Tong Xian realm was not optimistic. Now that he rushed into the territory covered by these black dots, he found that the situation was worse than he thought. He did not know what these black dots were, but they made him feel like he had entered purgatory. The wind whistled in his ears and Yang Kai's clothes flapped loudly. His black hair was blown by the strong wind and fluttered behind his head. At this moment, he was like a meteor falling from the sky, piercing through the void and falling towards the earth. His amazing speed made his body friction with the air and ignited a burst of fire. If one looked up from the ground, it was like a meteor was really falling, a spectacular sight. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Yang Kai raised his hand, opened it into a palm, bent his arm, and slowly pushed it down. An incomparably huge palm print suddenly took shape in front of him, covering the ground together with him. Moreover, as the distance between them closed, the palm print grew bigger and bigger, as if it could cover the sky and cover the earth. Among the black dots below, in the largest building, an old man with a face full of death chi was meditating. Judging from his clothes, he was a member of the Netherworld sect. Moreover, his cultivation was extremely high at the third-order Origin King realm. Even in the Netherworld sect, such a cultivation was at least at the level of an elder. Originally, the Netherworld sect did not have so many third-order Origin Kings. The number of masters they had was about the same as High Heaven sect at its peak, only 3 or 4 at most. However, invading Hung Luo Star Field had brought great benefits to the entire Netherworld sect. Whether it was refining the Blood Sea Banner, 10,000 Soul Banner, or Corpse Refinement, they all required living people as raw materials. The more powerful a living person was, the more benefits they would receive. The Netherworld sect had unified the territory of the Great Desolate Star, and under its command, no one dared to disobey. No great force was its opponent. However, it was impossible for them to be too unscrupulous when cultivating. At most, they would find some excuses to destroy some sects and bring back the cultivator of those sects as cultivation materials, but it was impossible for them to be too unscrupulous. There was a limit to everything, and it was precisely because the Netherworld sect had grasped this limit that they were able to unify the territory of the Great Desolate Star without arousing public indignation in the entire territory. But after coming to the Hung Luo Star Field, things were different. The tyrannical nature of the Netherworld sect had been liberated. For them, everything that belonged to the Hung Luo Star Field could be slaughtered. With the countless cultivator in the Hung Luo Star Field as cultivation materials, how could the cultivation of the Netherworld sect's people not improve quickly? After the invasion of the Great Desolate Star Field, as long as one was a member of the Netherworld sect, they had at least broken through a minor realm. The elders, protectors, and deacons were even more amazing. They had all broken through from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King Realm, from the First Order to the Second Order, and from the Second Order to the Third Order. If it was just individual improvement, it would have been fine, but the key was the overall improvement of all the disciples of the Netherworld sect. This was an extremely terrifying situation. Today, in terms of overall strength, the Netherworld sect had already left High Heaven sect in the dust. There were more than a dozen Third-Order Origin Kings, and more than half of them had broken through after invading the Hung Luo Star Field. Second-Order and First-Order Origin Kings were even more numerous. It was precisely because they had tasted all kinds of benefits that the Netherworld sect was extremely active in invading the Hung Luo Star Field. Wherever they went, No one in the Hung Luo star field could stop them. Even the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had fallen, let alone the other great forces. Only those cultivation stars with star masters were slightly troublesome to deal with. Tongxian Realm was such a troublesome star for them to deal with, but it was only slightly troublesome. This star's world energy was thin, and its world principles were low, so nothing good could be born here. Normally, the Netherworld sect would not be willing to spend so much effort to deal with Tongxian Realm. However, there were many powerful cultivators gathered here. This was exactly what the Netherworld sect wanted. If they could use these cultivators as cultivation materials, the sect could at least produce another third-order origin king. Whether it was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, or for the sake of cultivation, Tongxian Realm had to be taken down. Anyone who dared to resist must be killed. Only in this way could the Netherworld sect announce who was the master of this territory. For this reason, there were 5 third-order origin kings from the Netherworld sect guarding Tongxian Realm, one of which was the vice-sect master of the Netherworld sect who had chased Shuiyu all the way here. The old man who was meditating in the main hall was the vice-sect master of the Netherworld sect, Xan Xianming. He knew that there was a star master on Tongxian Realm, and he even knew that the star master was a woman with a third-order origin king cultivation. But he was not afraid. If it had been a higher-level star, it would have been fine, as Yang Kai might have had to spend some effort to deal with it, but this star was obviously of a very low level. As long as he could destroy the world energy of this star, it would be tantamount to destroying Tongxian Realm's source. At that time, he wouldn't even need to take action to deal with it, as the Star Master would suffer a terrible fate. And without the protection of the Star Master, those hiding rats would be at his mercy. The 8 desolate spirit lock array was arranged precisely for this purpose. Once this array was formed, the entire Tongxian Realm would be sealed off, and this cultivation star would no longer be able to obtain the essence of the star field. It was equivalent to water without a source, a tree without a root. Not only that, this 8 desolate spirit lock array would also summon the Netherworld sect's eye. At that time, the power of the Netherworld sect would spread throughout the Tongxian Realm, turning this place into a paradise for the Netherworld sect and hell for the other cultivator. A few years ago, when he led a group of people to this place, he was intercepted by the Star Master outside the stars. The funny thing was that the crystal cannons of the Netherworld sect's dozen starships fired at the same time and broke through the blockade set up by the Star Master after a dozen rounds. Over the past few years, the cultivator of the Netherworld sect and the other sects on the Great Desolate Star's territory had already traveled all over Tongxian Realm. The Star Master was unable to resist at all and could only shelter a small group of people in a small area. Since the Star Master refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. It would not take long, at most half a year, for the 8 desolate spirit lock array to be completely formed. At that time, the Star Master would not be able to resist. Chapter 3148. Suddenly, a great danger descended from the sky. Along with it, there was also an indescribably terrifying pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his chest. Xian Shuaming's expression changed as he spat out blood. The place he was in was the 8 desolate array core. Many disciples of the Netherworld sect and other sects within the territory of the Great Desolate Star had gathered here. The security was extremely tight, so he had never thought that someone would launch a sneak attack here. In fact, this was the case. In the past few years, other than when the 8 desolate spirit lock array was being built, those rats had come to harass them for a while, but they had disappeared without a trace. He was extremely relieved to be in retreat here and was only waiting for the day when the spirit array was completed. He would then come out and kill a sea of blood. When he was in closed-door cultivation, his mind was extremely focused, and he couldn't be disturbed in the slightest. However, the enormous pressure that descended from the sky had forcefully dragged him out of that profound state. If it was only like this, then he wouldn't have suffered any injuries. However, the pressure was extremely terrifying, and even he couldn't take it lightly. His figure bent down, and he was injured. His eyes were filled with horror as he frantically pushed his Saint Chi and stood up. Resisting the huge pressure, he took a step out of the hall. Looking around, there were miserable cries all around. Countless disciples within the territory of the Great Desolate Star were pressed to the ground. On the ground, there were blobs of red blood that were extremely dazzling. Obviously, these were all spat out by these disciples. Some of the weaker disciples even exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. In just the blink of an eye, over 100 cultivator had died tragically on the spot. Xian Xianming looked up, and his pupils shrank. In the sky, a beam of light fell from the sky, and a gigantic palm imprint came crashing down, covering the entire 8 Desolation Formation eye with some excess. What kind of divine technique is this? Who is dealing with me? Even if Xian Xianming was used to great storms, he still felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. This kind of power was not something an ordinary Origin King realm cultivator could do. Looking at the entire Tong Xian realm, only one person could do this, the Star Master who had been holed up for several years. However, the Star Master was a woman. At this moment, what was imprinted in his eyes was clearly a man's palm. How could this be explained? In a split second, there was no time to think. Xian Xianming knew that if he did not resist the 8 Desolation Formation, I would be in danger today. With the might of this palm, not to mention how many people would die here, if the 8 Desolation Formation eye was broken, then all his hard work and perseverance over the past few years would be wasted. As the Netherworld Sect's Vice Sect Master, he could not just sit and wait. With a roar, Yang Kai's seemingly thin body swelled up like a balloon, his clothes fluttering wildly as a spirit array suddenly appeared in his hand. Forming a series of seals with his other hand, Yang Kai madly poured his Saint Chi into it. The 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array was a shocking array that was formed by 8 sub-arrays. Each sub-array could operate independently. The place where Xian Xianming was overseeing was the eye of the array. It was much more powerful than the other 7 sub-arrays. The array disc in his hand was what controlled this array core. As soon as he activated the 8 Desolate Array core, Yang Kai, who was diving down from the sky, let out a soft cry of surprise. The huge ink spot below suddenly twisted and wriggled. Then, thick black chi gathered together and turned into a ghost hand. The ghost hand formed a claw and stabbed towards the sky. Looking down from the sky, the ghost hand was not big, but in fact it was huge. When the ghost hand spread out, it was enough to cover an area of 100 kilometers. It was powerful and obviously not easy to deal with. Of course, this was only for ordinary third-order Origin Kings. This array was arranged by an Origin King realm cultivator. No matter how powerful it was, it could not surpass a limit. However, Yang Kai was an existence that surpassed that limit and broke the rules. Troublesome. Yang Kai muttered softly and pushed a little more power. The palm print, which was already covering the sky, suddenly expanded by half, and its power suddenly increased. Xian Xianming's face was gloomy. He, who controlled the 8 Desolate Array core, believed that he would not allow the enemy's sneak attack to succeed. Just as he was about to control the ghost hand to compete, he suddenly saw the palm print expand and was shocked. The enemy still had some strength left. How is this possible? Xian Xianming almost thought that there was something wrong with his eyes, but the pressure coming from his body was clearly not fake. Under his dumbstruck gaze, the pitch-black ghost hand and the gigantic palm print collided. The palm print paused for a moment before pressing down with a loud bang. Although its color was clearly much dimmer, the situation of the ghost hand was even more unbearable. It was like a piece of firewood that was cracking inch by inch. Xian Xianming used all of his strength and was actually unable to stop the coverage of the palm print. The world suddenly darkened, and even the light was blocked. The palm print slammed into the ink spot, and a violent pressure surged out. The ground suddenly caved in, and a huge crater suddenly appeared. The ink spot collapsed, and if one looked down from the sky, they would see a clear 5-finger print on the ground, covering the area originally covered by the ink spot. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk, a series of muffled sounds rang out as bodies exploded into dust. None of the cultivator below the Origin King realm who was caught in the ink spot were spared. Some could not withstand the pressure before the palm print descended, and some were turned into meat patties by the palm print. One by one, the buildings were reduced to dust. Only a few Origin Kings were lucky enough to escape, but all of them were seriously injured. Many people did not even realize what had happened. They only felt a sense of crisis and then pain all over their bodies. At this moment, they looked around blankly and could not help but open their mouths wide. The 8 Desolate Array core had been broken. The Great Desolate Star Territory's several years of operation had been completely wiped out. Countless disciples had been killed or injured. Such a loss could only be described as heavy. Xian Xianming coughed up a mouthful of blood. His legs were completely shattered from the knees down, revealing his white bones. Blood flowed freely as he sat on the ground and looked around in horror. Although his cultivation was the highest here, and he was the strongest, he was the one who presided over the array corps. He thought that he could compete with Yang Kai with the 8 desolate array corps, but he did not expect to underestimate the other party's methods. After the 8 desolate array corps was broken, the pressure he suffered was much greater than the others. His end was also the most miserable. Even the array disc in his hand had exploded, leaving him covered in dust. The other Origin Kings were also seriously injured at this moment, but they did not fall into his situation. Who was it? How could there be someone with such shocking methods in this world? Breaking the 8 desolate array corps with a single palm was simply too incredible. Seemingly aware of something, Xian Xianming looked up and saw a handsome young man slowly floating down from the sky. He stood in midair and looked down. Is it this person? Xian Xianming released his divine sense and found that he could not detect the depth of this person's cultivation. Immediately after, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl flew down. She was delicate and gave off an unfathomable feeling. Your Excellency, who are you? Xian Xianming endured the piercing pain from his wounds and asked bitterly. Being stared at by this person, he did not even have the desire to escape. He knew that today was not a good day, but even if he died, he had to know. At the very least, he would know who was attacking them. Perhaps he could even pass on this news before he died. It seems that I didn't kill the wrong person. Yang Kai ignored him and turned his head to look around. This was the cultivator of Great Desolate Stars territory. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of Xian Xianming and stepped on his chest. Placing his arm on his thigh, Yang Kai leaned down and glared at him. Old dog, I want to ask you about someone's whereabouts. Where is this Star Master? Pay. Xian Xianming opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood at Yang Kai. The person who had come was ruthless and merciless. Clearly, he was targeting them. Xian Xianming knew that he had no way out today. It would be useless even if he begged for mercy. So, he decided not to waste his time and appeared to be extremely free and easy. Yang Kai waved his hand and the mouthful of blood flew back into Xian Xianming's mouth, only to become extremely hard and shatter his teeth. Grinning, Yang Kai said, You dare spit on me? Old dog, are you tired of living? Xian Xianming sneered, If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to scrape me, then scrape me. Enough talk. Yang Kai sneered, If you want to kill me, then kill me? Who do you think you are? This young master won't kill you. If you don't kill this old master, when this old master rises one day, he will make you pay back 100-fold. Xian Xianming shouted. Then this young master will wait. Yang Kai grinned at him, took his big foot off his chest, and turned to look at the other Origin King. Behind him, Xian Xianming's eyes flashed with a smug light. This kind of provocation was really useful. Although it was a bit cliché, it often had a miraculous effect, especially when dealing with these young and powerful guys. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and ridiculed. You're not so naive as to think I'll really spare your life, are you? Xian Xianming's heart jumped and his Saint Chi surged. But before he could do anything, a burst of energy slammed into his forehead, causing his eyes to widen as he died with remaining grievances. Old men who don't die are thieves, sure enough. Yang Kai coldly snorted before turning back to the injured Origin Kings and shouting, All right, who will answer my question now? Although his voice was not loud when he asked the question just now, these survivors were all Origin Kings, so how could they not hear him? At this moment, hearing this, one of them asked cautiously, If we answer you, is there a way out? As soon as his voice fell, his figure suddenly trembled and his 2 arms flew off. Pain shot through his body as he screamed. As he staggered back, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Feeling a chill on his legs, he looked down and saw that his legs had been cut off at the knees. His 4 limbs had been severed. A miserable howl resounded through the sky. Dantian felt another stab of pain as all his strength was drained from his body. His cultivation had been crippled. The rest of the people felt their blood run cold. Yang Kai said coldly, I was just asking casually. It's your freedom to answer or not. Fight it out with him. Someone shouted. Yang Kai was so cruel and tyrannical that even if they answered him, they would not be able to survive. Everyone had cultivated to the Origin King realm, and none of them were fools. Even if Yang Kai promised to give them a way out, no one would believe him. If they wanted to live, they could only join forces to fight. Let's go all out. Immediately, someone agreed and rushed towards Kai Yang. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures surrounded him, all of them surging with murderous intent as they pressed forward. Chapter 3149. A moment later, the ground was littered with corpses. Apart from Yang Kai and Lu Yen, there were no other survivors. In the end, not everyone was a tough nut to crack. Although the surviving Origin Kings had joined forces at the last moment, it was nothing more than ants trying to shake a giant tree. Witnessing Yang Kai's murderous ferocity, one of them could not bear the pressure and told Yang Kai the answer he wanted. Although he did not escape death, he was at least happy. 9 Heaven's Holy Land. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. This name was quite familiar to him. Having said that, he was still the Holy Master of 9 Heaven's Holy Land back on Tongxian Realm. Later, a group of subordinates from 9 Heaven's Holy Land had been brought to Shadowed Star by him. But this time, he had not seen them on Shadowed Star. Now that he thought about it, they had probably returned here with Xia Ning Chong. After all, this was their homeland, and with foreign enemies invading, they naturally could not ignore them. Xia Ning Chong choosing 9 Heaven's Holy Land as her foundation was a kind of nostalgia for him. Let's go! Yang Kai beckoned to Lu Yen, and Lu Yen rushed to his side and flew side by side with Yang Kai towards 9 Heaven's Holy Land. After Xian Xianming was killed and the 8 Desolation Array core was broken, in another ink spot on Tongxian Realm, a third-order Origin King Realm old man suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes from his meditation and revealed a look of fear. At that moment, he faintly noticed something, as if a great crisis was about to descend. Frowning, he took out an array plate and used his Saint Chi to probe, but his face suddenly changed drastically. This array plate was the one that controlled this 8 Desolate Array, but because of the particularity of the 8 Desolate Spirit Sealing Array, this array plate could communicate with the other 7 array plates. At this moment, the old man sensed through this array plate and found that the remaining 6 array plates were safe and sound. Only the 8 Desolate Array core was unresponsive. He seemed to have lost contact with the 8 Desolate Array core. In an instant, an incredible thought popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai stood up and quickly arrived at a secret room. The secret room was filled with runes and spirit array patterns. Obviously, it was a carefully arranged spirit array, but Yang Kai didn't know what effect it had. The old man activated the spirit array, and the entire secret room immediately flickered. A moment later, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure only had a human silhouette and no facial features. It was as if it was cast from water, constantly changing. As soon as this figure appeared, it said, "Third Elder, I happen to have something I wanted to talk to you about. Just now, I heard some movement from Vice Sect Master Xian's side. I tried to contact Vice Sect Master Xian to ask about the situation, but I didn't get any response. Now, even the connection between the array plates has disappeared. Does Third Elder know what happened to Vice Sect Master Xian?" When the Third Elder heard this, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger. If he was the only one whose array plate had lost contact with the array core, there might have been a small accident. Perhaps things would improve after a while, but now even this old man was in the same situation as him. Coupled with the fact that he was the closest to the array core and had noticed some movement, the problem was obviously big. The Third Elder said, "This old master summoned you here because of this array plate. I don't know the specifics, but Vice Sect Master Xian hasn't responded. Let's wait and see how the others are doing." As the two of them were talking, a few more illusory figures appeared in the secret room one after another. Even though they were far away from each other, under the guidance of the secret room's formation, everyone could still gather together and communicate as if they were facing each other. It could be said to be extremely convenient. Including the Third Elder, there were a total of 7 figures in the secret room. They were the masters from the Great Desolate Star Territory who presided over the 7-8 Desolation Arrays. After a brief exchange, everyone discovered a shocking fact. They had completely lost contact with the array core, and even Vice Sect Master Xian had disappeared without a trace. The secret room was silent for a moment before one of them said in horror, "It couldn't be. Impossible." Another person immediately refuted, Vice Sect Master Xian is a third-order origin king. Even if we fought alone, we would not be his opponent. He is also presiding over the 8 Desolation Array Corps, so who could possibly be his opponent? Vice Sect Master Xian should be fine. You old third, you were the closest to the Array Corps. Tell us what you saw just now. Everyone turned their eyes to the figure who had first arrived here. You old third said in a low voice. A stream of light fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble, and then there was no more news from the Array Corps. The secret room became even more silent. You old third said, although it's hard to believe, judging from the current situation, Vice Sect Master Xian might really be. As he spoke, he couldn't help but shudder. If that was the case, then Netherworld Sect had really provoked a powerful enemy this time. But who could have such shocking means? Third Elder, what should we do now? The third elder's face was solemn as he pondered for a moment before letting out a long breath, seemingly having made a difficult decision. We must cut off all means of retreat. Everyone was startled and someone immediately said, Third Elder, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. We have been operating here for several years and will be able to complete our mission in half a year. If we do this now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Yes, we should first determine the situation with Vice Sect Master Xian before making any further plans. Foolish. The third elder snorted. This old man knows you don't want to believe it, but the truth is right in front of us. How can we not believe it? If Vice Sect Master Xian is really safe, why didn't he send a message? Why didn't the 8 Desolation Array Corps respond? I'm afraid the odds are against him. No matter who it is, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop that person. If that person could kill Vice Sect Master Xian under the protection of the Array Corps, then that person could break into these subformations and take their lives. It takes courage to cut off one's wrist. Moreover, our efforts won't all be in vain. Third Elder, you mean? The third elder sneered, luring the snake out of its hole. Moreover, it's time for that hidden chess piece to play its role. At that time, as long as we can subdue that Star Lord, it doesn't matter whether we have the 8 Desolation Array Corps or not. With the Star Lord's power, we might be able to fight that unknown enemy. Hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment and understood his plan. You old third was the first to agree. I agree with the third elder's decision. The main reason was that there was no sense of security in continuing to stay in these subformations, so it was better to take a gamble and have a glimmer of hope. Everyone present was an origin king and had lived for many years, so they quickly understood the pros and cons of such a decision. Naturally, no one objected and everyone nodded in agreement. In that case, everyone go prepare. After a stick of incense worth of time, we will work together to catch them off guard. Everyone nodded and their figures disappeared like flowing water. Soon, only the third elder was left in the secret room, standing in place with his brow furrowed. The uneasiness in his heart had not dissipated and had instead intensified after he made this decision. Gritting his teeth, the third elder put aside these distracting thoughts and turned around to leave the secret room. At this point, he had no better idea. Yang Kai, who was rushing all the way to Nine Heaven's holy land, frowned as he looked down at the ground below with a gloomy expression. The current situation of Tongxian realm was very unsatisfactory. The world energy aura here was even thinner than when he left all those years ago, and the so-called spirit mountains and rivers had lost their former charm. It was as if all the stars had fallen seriously ill. If things continued like this, even if the Netherworld sect and the cultivator on Great Desolate Star did not wreak havoc, it would not take more than 100 years for the world energy aura here to be completely depleted. At that time, it would be impossible for another cultivator to be born, and the lives of mortals would become more and more difficult until the world energy aura was completely exhausted and the source collapsed, turning the planet into a dead star. Many of the countless dead stars in the territory of Tongxian realm had undergone such a transformation step by step. Perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago, these stars were still full of vitality and flourishing, but with the changes of the flowing time Great Emperor, even the brightest stars would die. People were born, grew old, got sick, and died, and the stars were no exception. The world of the cultivator was greatly affected, not to mention the world of mortals. Natural disasters were constant, and countless people were displaced. There were tragedies everywhere. This time, even if the cultivator on Great Desolate Star was driven away, It would take at least 100 years for Tongxian realm to recover its yuan qi. Even though he had not returned to Tongxian realm for many years, as the holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land, he was still very familiar with this land. Thinking that he would be able to see Xia Ningchang and Shui Yu soon, his mood improved a lot. After seeing them to relieve the pain of lovesickness, he would deal with the small fries on Great Desolate Star's territory. Among the 9 peaks, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, and the world energy was abundant. Tens of thousands of cultivator had gathered here, but many of them looked worried. This was the last pure land in the entire Tongxian realm. As the Star Master, Xia Ningchang was unable to stop the invasion of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, nor could she stop them from arranging the 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array to poison Tongxian realm's world energy, but she could still protect Nine Heavens' holy land. With her here, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory would never be able to take a single step into the 9 peaks. At this moment, in the main hall, there were many people. Led by Meng Wuya and Old Demon, there was Nine Heavens' Holy Land Saintess and Ling Elder Qian Ning, Li Rong and Han Fei of the Ancient Demon Clan, Hu Jiaober and Hu Mayor of Twin Spirit Pavilion, the Palace Master of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and Wizard Jie of Netherworld Sect. In the main hall, there were about 30 acquaintances of Yang Kai. Except for a few people he knew in the central capital, the rest were friends he had made in Tongxian realm. In addition to these people, there was another familiar figure. The young Union Master of Sword Union, Gu Jian Xian, was also the son of Gu Yun. This person had a special constitution, the Great Void Sword Body, which made him a natural talent for the Sword Dao. After so many years, he was still as handsome and elegant as ever. His left and right sword servants, Ling Yu and Xing, were by his side. After so many years of tempering, he had become more and more mature, no longer possessing the threatening sword intent of the past. His whole person was like a sword hidden in a scabbard, and although he did not reveal his full strength, when he attacked, it was as if he was a bolt of lightning. At this moment, he was discussing something with another person in a low voice. This person was the current leader of Purple Star, one of the top forces in Tongxian realm territory, Ziwu Ji. Chapter 3150. Back then, the sect master of Purple Star, Zi Long, had a falling out with Yang Kai because of his son and was killed by Yang Kai and his embodiment in the star field, causing Purple Star to be leaderless for many years, resulting in constant internal strife. However, in the end, Ziwu Ji took over and became the new sect master of Purple Star. However, before Ziwu Ji could enjoy the joy of becoming an overlord, the territory of Great Desolate Star invaded. However, due to years of internal strife, Purple Star's strength had greatly decreased compared to before. In the face of the Grand Desolation Starfield's masters, they were simply unable to resist. In less than half a year, they were completely uprooted by the Grand Desolation Starfield, losing several cultivation stars. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ziwu Ji took some of his subordinates to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and lived a stable life for a while. However, as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was unable to hold on, he could only rush to Tongxian realm with Shui Yu and the others. Sword Union's experience was similar. Over the years, the cultivator in Great Desolate Star territory had become unruly in the Hung Luo Star field. Since Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce could not resist, Sword Union naturally could not either, and several of its former top forces fell one after another. This was also the reason why everyone had gathered here. Nine Heavens' holy land was the last pure land and hope for all of them. If they couldn't even protect this place, there would likely be no place for them in the vast star territory. Over the years, they had not sat still and waited for death. After discovering that Netherworld Sect had arranged the 8 Desolation Array, they had repeatedly tried to harass it, but unfortunately, the 8 Desolation Array was too powerful and they could not break through it. Even if they were contaminated by the Black Qi for a long time, they would feel dizzy and their Saint Qi would not be enough. Although they managed to kill some people, they were all insignificant pawns that had little impact on Netherworld Sect's grand plan. It could be said that this group of people had brought Nine Heavens' holy land to its end. Although they did not know what effect the 8 Desolation Array had, they could tell that once it was activated, even Xia Ningchang would no longer be able to protect them. After all, the foundation of Tongxian realm was too shallow. If it were a star like Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star that had a star master, how could the cultivator on Great Desolate Star act so presumptuously? How is Sister Xia now? Ziwuji asked quietly. Gu Jianxian hugged the simple sword and slowly shook his head. I haven't seen her in 2 months. The last time I saw her. Let's not talk about it. Gu Jianxian couldn't bear to see such a person suffer such torment because of the poison in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Is Miss Shuiyu taking care of her? Gu Jianxian nodded. They're like sisters, so it's only right to take care of them. That brother Yang Kai sure is lucky. Ziwuji chuckled lightly before continuing. It's just that he's not a man, running away on his own while leaving his woman to suffer here. Gu Jianxian frowned when he heard this. He was a sword cultivator and had a straightforward and resolute nature, so he didn't like to hear others speak ill of others behind their backs. However, this was their freedom, so even if he didn't like it, he didn't want to refute it. Speaking of which, he also felt that Yang Kai had gone too far. He had been gone for several dozen years without any news, leaving behind a few women to work hard in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Gu Jianxian didn't know if he was unable to come back, or if he had long forgotten these women. If it was the latter, it would be too sad. Ziwuji said sourly, that Sister Xia is both beautiful and intelligent, gentle and quiet. If this Z can win her favor, Brother Z. Gu Jianxian raised his head and glanced at him sharply, implying a warning. Others may not have known, but Gu Jianxian was well aware of this. Since the first time Ziwuji saw Xia Ningchang, he had been shocked by her beauty and had repeatedly expressed his admiration towards her. Gu Jianxian simply pretended not to know. Now that they were in a bad situation and Ziwuji was a second-order origin king, it wasn't worth it to make such a fuss. It was just that Ziwuji's words today had been too blunt. But then again, although that Sister Xia had always been wearing a veil, making it impossible to see her true face, anyone who saw her would still feel a rush of excitement. Shuiyu was also an extraordinary woman, but because she had been in a high position for many years, it was inevitable that she would give off an air of arrogance, making others feel a sense of distance. On the other hand, even though Xia Ningchang was a star master and a third-order origin king, she never put on airs and had an extremely gentle temperament. What man would not want such a woman? She was a perfect example of a good wife and mother, and whoever could marry her would have to cultivate 10 lifetimes of good fortune. It was inevitable that Ziwuji would fall in love with her. Perhaps Ziwuji also had thoughts of taking advantage of her to ascend. Xia Ningchang was also a star master, so if he could really marry her, breaking through to the third-order origin king realm in the future would not be just wishful thinking. The friendship between Gu Jianxian and Ziwuji was not too deep. Before coming to Tongxian realm, they had not had many dealings, so Gu Jianxian did not know much about Ziwuji's temperament. But at this moment, seeing Ziwuji's rude words, Gu Jianxian had no choice but to give him a warning. Without mentioning anything else, if Ziwuji revealed such intentions in front of others, he would definitely be rejected by Shuiyu, Meng Wuya, and the others. Ziwuji also knew that he had misspoken and smiled awkwardly. Good fortune, good fortune. It was unknown who he was referring to. At the same time, in a room in the inner hall, Xia Ningchang was lying weakly on the bed, a faint black chi covering her body, as if she was terminally ill. Tongxian realm had been ravaged by the Netherworld sect, and as the Star Master, she had been the most directly affected. The 8 desolate spirit lock array was like a shackle that locked her body, and the 8 spirit arrays were like poisonous boils that constantly eroded her vitality. Her veil had been removed, revealing a face that could captivate all living beings. Her face was pale, causing anyone who saw it to feel distressed. Shuiyu sat beside the bed, holding her hand tightly, her heart filled with self-blame. At that time, Water Moon Star had been destroyed and she had no choice but to come to Tongxian realm to seek Xia Ningchang's protection. But now it seemed that this was a very wrong decision. Tongxian realm was located in the periphery of the Star Territory and was not valued by the Great Desolate Star Territory. It was only because she had brought a group of people here that they had attracted their pursuers. If it weren't for her, Tongxian realm would not have been ravaged, and Xia Ningchang would not have suffered such torture. The more she thought about it, the more she felt guilty, wishing she could take his place. The figure of a man appeared in front of her eyes, causing her to grit her teeth and shout in her heart, "Where are you now?" Suddenly, Xia Ning Chong, who was lying on the bed, groaned as her delicate brow furrowed and her aura became unstable. Shuiyu was startled and quickly raised her hand to press her forehead gently while at the same time pouring her saint qi into her body. Her furrowed brow slowly relaxed and her unstable aura stabilized. However, Shuiyu did not stop, thinking that something was wrong with her body. Shua. Xia Ning Chong suddenly opened her eyes and a bright light bloomed from them. Ning Chong. Shuiyu called out in surprise. She had not seen Xia Ning Chong show such an expression for a long time. In the past few years, she had been sick, and even her figure had become thin and weak. What happened? Did the great desolate star territory finally make a move? Xia Ning Chong raised her hand and grabbed Shuiyu's arm with all her strength. Her strength was so great that Shuiyu felt a trace of pain. Although she was still weak, Xia Ning Chang's face was filled with joy. If you have something to say it slowly, I'm here, Shuiyu quickly comforted. He's here, Xia Ning Chong said. Who's here? Shuiyu asked suspiciously, but as soon as she spoke, she was stunned as an unbelievable thought popped into her mind. Xia Ning Chong smiled. He's here. It was the same sentence, but Shuiyu clearly understood the meaning behind it. Her heart suddenly thumped violently as she pursed her lips and said, He's really here? Xia Ning Chong nodded slightly. I can feel it. He's coming this way. Elder sister, you, go pick him up, but don't let him come to me. After saying this, Xia Ning Chong closed her eyes, as if she had fallen asleep, but a faint energy fluctuation came from her body. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and stopped. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth reacted abnormally, flickering with fluorescent light as if countless fireflies were dancing around him. These light dots quickly gathered in the middle, turning into a beautiful, multicolored butterfly that danced around Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his finger. The butterfly immediately fell on his finger. Little senior sister. Yang Kai looked at the multicolored butterfly and called out softly. It was impossible for this butterfly to appear out of nowhere, so someone must have used some kind of secret technique. But besides Lu Yen, there was no one else around Yang Kai, so besides Xia Ning Chong, there was no one else who could do this. It seemed that Xia Ning Chong had also noticed his arrival, so she had deliberately given him some instructions, fearing that he would not be able to find them. As the Star Master, it was not surprising that Xia Ning Chong could detect his arrival. She also had the ability to do so. However, why didn't Xia Ning Chong show up in person? Before Yang Kai had time to think about this, the butterfly spread its wings and flew off, heading in the direction of Nine Heaven's holy land. Its movements were not big, but its speed was extremely fast, seemingly reflecting Xia Ning Chang's urgent mood at the moment. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. In any case, he would be able to see Xia Ning Chong in a short while, and when that time came, everything would become clear. Inside Nine Heaven's Holy Land's main hall, the originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down after a single person walked out. Meng Wuya hurriedly stood up and looked anxiously at Shuiyu. Madam Yu, how is Ning Chong now? He had raised Xia Ning Chong single-handedly and treated her like his own daughter. So now that she was in such a difficult situation, he naturally couldn't sit still. However, Xia Ning Chang's current condition wasn't an ordinary injury or illness, but one that was closely related to the vitality of the entire Tongxian realm. There was simply no medicine that could cure her. Unless all the cultivators in the Grand Desolation Star field were driven away and the entire star was properly managed, perhaps after a few dozen or 100 years, when the vitality of the star was restored, Xia Ning Chong would be able to recover. Shuiyu shook her head gently. Meng Wuya immediately knew that the situation was still not optimistic and clapped his hands in annoyance, turning the chair under him into dust. Chapter 3151. Old Demon asked, Madam Yu, is something the matter? Seeing Shuiyu's solemn expression carry a trace of excitement as she looked outside the hall, he immediately realized something. But when he followed her gaze, there was nothing there. The 9 peaks were now under the protection of Xia Ning Chang's Star Master, so it was impossible for anyone from Great Desolate Star's territory to force their way in. Shuiyu suppressed the excitement in her heart and walked out of the hall step by step. When everyone saw this, they exchanged glances with each other before following her outside. In an instant, everyone gathered outside the hall. Meng Wuya glanced at Old Demon, both of them slowly shaking their heads, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly, the 9 Peaks Grand Array trembled. Meng Wuya's face paled as he said, "An enemy is attacking." Everyone else was also on high alert. Shuiyu raised her hand. "Don't be nervous." As soon as these words came out, everyone calmed down and looked up, only to see the Grand Array rumbling as it opened on its own. Not because it had been attacked by an enemy, but because it had opened on its own. The method to control this Grand Array was in Shuiyu's hands, and besides her, only Xia Ningchang could control it. But now, Shuiyu had not done anything, yet the Grand Array had opened on its own. So it was obviously Xia Ningchang's doing. Before they could figure out why Xia Ningchang would do such a thing, a figure suddenly walked out from the fog. It seemed like there was no movement, but in a few steps, it appeared in front of everyone. Its speed was so fast that no one was able to react. Everyone stared at him, as if a spell had been cast on them, stupefied. Only Shuiyu quietly stared at Yang Kai, a complex mix of love and hate flashing in her eyes as they gradually turned red. Yang Kai smiled at her, and Shuiyu could no longer hold back her tears as they slid down her cheeks. Even though this man had disappeared without a trace for several decades, he still appeared in front of her at the most critical moment. In an instant, she had found someone to rely on and was no longer as restless as before, calming down a lot. "Young master." Old Demon's lips trembled with excitement. Subordinates greet Holy Master. And Ling, Qian Ning, and the others also recovered and stepped forward, half kneeling on the ground. "Greetings, Master." The ancient demon clans Li Rong and Han Fei also quickly saluted. "Yang Kai." Hu Jiao Er and her sister covered their red lips as they cried out in shock. Everyone's eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at him. They had never before seen him here, as if they were dreaming. Zi Wuji asked in amazement, "Little brother Gu, could this person be the sect master of Shadowed Star?" Gu Jian Xian replied solemnly, his brow furrowing slightly as he tightened his grip on his sword. At that moment, the simple sword in his bosom had actually transmitted a sense of fear, causing him to be unable to even raise his fighting spirit when he looked at Yang Kai. As a sword cultivator, this was basically impossible. A sword cultivator's heart was firm, and when they encountered a strong opponent, their first thought was to fight and temper their sword cultivation. However, when he saw Yang Kai, his own sword was actually warning him, as if it was telling him that no matter what, he was not Yang Kai's opponent. Just how high was his cultivation? Even his spirit sword felt fear. Zi Wuji heard this and was startled. So it was him. It turned out to be him. Back then, Yang Kai had acted presumptuously on Purple Star's home star and even killed several Purple Star masters. Later, Purple Star confirmed that both Zi Long and his son had died at Yang Kai's hands, so the hatred between them was absolutely irreconcilable. However, this was the first time Zi Wuji had seen Yang Kai, so naturally he did not recognize him. What's more, what happened back then was already a thing of the past. Now, Zi Wuji needed to rely on Xia Ningchang's protection to survive, so how could he show any hostility to Yang Kai? Yang Kai walked over to Shuiyu, stretched out his hand, and wiped her tears, saying softly, "Don't cry, I'm back." The tears in her eyes stopped, and Shuiyu turned her head away, not letting him touch her as she reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, but in front of so many people, it was not appropriate for him to linger, so he simply waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite." Everyone was lifted into the air, unable to resist at all. "Where's Ningchang?" Yang Kai looked at Shuiyu and asked. Xia Ningchang had led him here, but now he had not shown up, which was a big problem. Coupled with what he had seen before, Yang Kai immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Shuiyu lowered her eyes and did not answer. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya sighed and slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's face collapsed instantly as all his expectations collapsed and his heart sank, as if it was about to sink into an endless abyss. "Come with me." Shuiyu beckoned to him and walked towards the inner hall. Although she had many complaints about him, in the end, how could this matter be blamed on him? She only blamed herself for leading the pursuers here, bringing disaster to Tongxian Realm and Xia Ningchang. She was not a woman who would pester endlessly, and her indifference to Yang Kai was not because she resented him, but rather because she felt ashamed to see him. If something really happened to Xia Ningchang, she would be the culprit. Yang Kai stepped forward to catch up with her and reached out to grab her soft hands. Her small hands were cold, as if they had no temperature, and after struggling slightly, she could only let him go, not daring to look at him. The figures of the two disappeared, but the outside of the hall was still quiet. The long period of depression and uneasiness had not been alleviated much by the arrival of Yang Kai, because everyone understood that even if Yang Kai's cultivation was heaven-defying and he could drive away the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, the injuries suffered by Xia Chang could not be easily healed. At that moment, another small figure slowly walked over. Meng Wuya let out a soft cry of surprise and looked at her. The next moment, he revealed an astonished expression. He discovered that the small figure was actually a 7- or 8-year-old little girl. She was very cute, but gave people a very strange feeling. After carefully thinking about it, he immediately understood why it was so strange. No expression. This little girl's face did not have the slightest change of expression, just like an ancient well. It was very strange. In front of the little girl, there was a multicolored butterfly fluttering. She walked up the stairs from the foot of the mountain, step by step, neither fast nor slow, as if she was chasing the multicolored butterfly, but also as if she did not want to miss it. She probably doesn't want to see you. Outside the inner hall, Shuiyu stopped and said with her head lowered. She didn't want to see him, not that she didn't want to see him, but she didn't dare let him see her haggard appearance. As a woman, Shuiyu could understand her feelings. Women always wanted to show their best side in front of the man they liked. Yang Kai held her hand tightly. "Thank you for your hard work." Tears once again poured out uncontrollably, as if the past few decades of longing and all the grievances she had suffered could disappear with this one sentence. Shuiyu shook her head. "Ning Chang is the one who has suffered the most. You can talk to her, but don't force your way in." Yang Kai nodded, turned to face the door, raised his hand, and knocked gently, calling out, "Is anyone home?" There was no response from inside the room, but Yang Kai could clearly feel Xia Ningchang's aura, but it was extremely weak, like a thin thread that could break at any time. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart ache, and at the same time, his murderous intent soared. Xia Ningchang's current state was undoubtedly related to the actions of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star on Tongxian Realm. All of them had to die. None of them should even think of escaping. "If you're at home, please open the door." Yang Kai restrained his murderous intent, his voice still soft. There was still no response. Yang Kai continued, "Ning Chang, I'm back. Can you see me? Junior brother, I miss you very much. All these years I've been away, I often think of you. Now that I'm finally back, do you have the heart to shut me out?" Yang Kai rambled on for a while. Shuiyu grabbed Yang Kai's arm and slowly shook her head. Xia Ningchang was usually extremely gentle and obedient to Yang Kai, but when it came to her image in Yang Kai's eyes, she also had her own principles. Yang Kai sighed and shrugged. "All right then, Ning Chang, you rest well. Junior brother, I'll go kill all those small fries and avenge you first before coming back to see you." Turning around, he winked at Shuiyu. Shuiyu understood and turned to leave with him. But after taking a few steps, they suddenly heard a loud noise from the room behind them. Shuiyu and Yang Kai glanced at each other and both paled. With a bang, the door was knocked open and Yang Kai rushed into the room and helped Xia Ningchang up from the bed. His hand touched Xia Ningchang's back, but now his little senior sister was much thinner. Although she wasn't completely skin and bones, he estimated she only weighed about 70 kilograms. With her height, 90 kilograms or even 100 kilograms was normal. Her thin flesh and bones pressed against Yang Kai's hand, piercing Yang Kai's heart. However, Kai Yang was not in the mood to pay attention to this, because at this moment, Xia Ningchang was spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blanket on the bed had been dyed a deep red, and her body was shrouded in a faint black aura. At this moment, the black aura was like a living thing that was constantly churning. Not only that, some parts of her body had become extremely dark, as if someone had sprinkled ink on her body. This situation was exactly the same as when Yang Kai looked down at Tongxian Realm from high up in the sky. The only difference was that those ink spots before were all over the world, but now they were all on little senior sister's body. After counting, there were exactly 7 of them. Great Desolate Star Territory, Netherworld Sect, you're courting death. Although Yang Kai didn't know why such a sudden change had occurred, it was obvious that there was some movement on Great Desolate Star's territory. He had just broken the array core of the Great Array, and now his little senior sister had been killed. There was definitely some kind of connection between them. The ink spots were slowly expanding, and although they weren't fast, a slight movement would affect the whole situation. Every time these ink spots expanded, they would devour Xia Ningcheng's vitality, making the black qi shrouding her body thicker. If these ink spots expanded to cover her whole body, Xia Ningcheng's fate would be sealed. Chapter 3152. Ningchang. Shuiyu was dumbfounded as she stood rooted to the spot, never having expected such a turn of events. She had thought that it was because of Yang Kai's return, but now it seemed that things were not so simple. Kai Yang sat sideways on the bed, letting Xia Ningchang lie in his arms. Both of his hands went under her armpits, holding her small hands and methodically pouring his pure qi into her body. Yang Kai had sealed his cultivation, so although he could only display the strength of a peak origin king, the essence of his emperor qi had not changed much. Emperor qi was 2 levels higher than source qi and saint qi, so pouring it into Xia Ningcheng's body immediately had a miraculous effect. The 7 black dots that had been slowly spreading across Xia Ningcheng's body slowed down significantly and even showed signs of being suppressed. Even the tumbling black qi around her body stabilized. Yang Kai worked hard for half a quarter of an hour, carefully not daring to relax, but he could only suppress the 7 black dots to the size of a fist. He knew that these black dots were only external manifestations of Xia Ningcheng's body. The most fundamental cause was the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory who had tampered with Tongxian realm. If Yang Kai was not wrong, it should be the effect of those Yin Qi spirit arrays. Tongxian realm was closely related to Xia Ningchang, so if he wanted to solve Xia Ningchang's current problem, he must first solve the disaster on Tongxian realm. In other words, unless those spirit arrays were uprooted, it would be impossible to get rid of these black dots. Uprooting those spirit arrays was not difficult, and Yang Kai only needed to make a trip there. But the premise was that he had to stabilize Xia Ningchang's vitality first. The black qi and black dots that shrouded her body were constantly devouring her vitality and Tongxian realm's vitality, making her extremely weak. Now that they had suddenly erupted, she was immediately hit hard. If Xia Ningchang's vitality was not stabilized first, she would be in danger of dying. Raising his hand, Yang Kai threw several jade bottles to Shuiyu. "Take out some pills and give them to her." Shuiyu caught them, opened the caps, and poured out some spirit pills. Pinching Xia Ningchang's small mouth, she stuffed these spirit pills into her mouth before pressing her hand on her chest and slowly guiding her saint qi downwards to help her dissolve the medicinal efficacies. However, the effects were minor. The effect wasn't great. These spirit pills were only Dao source grade, so their effects were limited. Yang Kai had many emperor pills on hand, but with Xia Ningchang's cultivation, he couldn't give her any of them. Otherwise, just one would be enough to cause her body to explode. He slapped his head and scolded himself for being foolish. He had actually forgotten about that thing at such a crucial moment. Immersing his consciousness into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai took out a green leaf a moment later. On this leaf was a drop of milky white juice. This juice was white and flawless, but it contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, as if it wasn't just a drop of juice, but a life of its own. The leaf was the same. The leaf was the leaf of the immortal tree, and the sap was also the sap of the immortal tree. Both were extremely precious, and even in the star boundary, they were treasures that would cause countless people to fight for them. But at this moment, they were taken out by Yang Kai without hesitation. If it could resolve Xia Ningchang's current crisis, Yang Kai would not hesitate to refine the immortal tree. However, Yang Kai had not yet found a way to refine the immortal tree, so a single leaf and a single drop of sap was the limit of what Xia Ningchang could bear. Pinching open her mouth, Yang Kai put the leaf and the sap into her mouth. Yang Kai raised his hand and gently patted her back, causing the two things to roll into his stomach. Pushing his emperor qi slightly, Yang Kai felt as if he was holding a delicate porcelain, his movements extremely gentle. Any moment of carelessness could cause Xia Ningchang, who was in his arms, to suffer an accident. The leaf and sap of the immortal tree slowly melted, and the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills she had taken before also spread out. A faint green light suddenly bloomed from Xia Ningchang's body and merged with the black qi, diluting it. Seeing this, Shuiyu wept with joy. Although she did not know what method Yang Kai had used or what he had given Xia Ningchang, the scene before her undoubtedly showed that Xia Ningchang was getting better. Sure enough, it was impossible to live without a man at home. Shuiyu could not help much at the moment, so she could only constantly call out Xia Ning Chang's name, hoping to wake her up. The green light gradually became stronger, and the exhausted vitality gradually recovered. The black qi that shrouded Xia Ning Chang's body was suppressed, and the two colors intertwined on her body, gradually reaching a balance. The effects of the immortal tree were extremely powerful. If it were anyone else, even if they were on the verge of death or seriously injured, they would still be alive and kicking at this moment. But Xia Ning Chang's situation was different. The root of the problem was that the immortal tree had not been able to solve the root of the problem. With a moan, Xia Ning Chang's eyelashes trembled. Soon after, her eyes slowly opened to a slit. Shuiyu whispered, Ning Chang. You, elder sister. Xia Ning Chang's eyes were a little dazed. But after seeing Shuiyu's appearance, her mind gradually returned to normal. But soon, she felt herself lying in a spacious and comfortable embrace, and her mouth and nose were filled with a longing scent. Leaning her head back and resting it on Yang Kai's shoulder, Xia Ning Chang looked at the side of his face and smiled bitterly. Junior brother. She did not want to see him, but in the end he still saw her like this, so it must be very, very ugly. Call me husband. Yang Kai gently touched her with his forehead. Xia Ning Chang's pale face turned slightly red, but it disappeared in a flash as she lowered her head and softly called out. Yang Kai laughed. It's fine if Suyen calls me junior brother, but everyone can't call me that. For better or worse, this husband is the head of the family. Where will I put my face in the future? He turned his head to look at Shuiyu and asked, What about you? Shuiyu shyly said, You saved Ning Chang first. Xia Ning Chang said, I feel much better. After a few words, her complexion improved a lot, and even her voice became louder. She no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. Wrapped in the green light, her whole body felt warm and comfortable. She wished she could lie in this man's arms until the end of time. Shuiyu angrily said, Ning Chang, how can you be like this? Xia Ning Chang pursed her lips and smiled. Shuiyu said, Husband. She stared at Yang Kai with an expression that said, Are you satisfied now? A person flashed through the door. It was Meng Wuya, and his face was full of anxiety. He and the others had been outside the hall before, so they did not know what had happened here. Now that he saw Xia Ning Chang lying in Yang Kai's arms with a shy expression and Shuiyu smiling again, he inexplicably relaxed. The haze that had been suppressing in his heart for a long time was swept away. Looking at each other, Yang Kai and Shuiyu immediately understood. Putting Xia Ning Chang down again, Yang Kai said, Lie down properly. Wait for your husband to go kill some people and help you vent your anger. As he turned around, his clothes were pulled. Xia Ning Chang was lying on the bed looking at him with a frightened expression. Her eyes made his heart ache. She was afraid that Yang Kai would leave and never come back like last time. She was afraid that everything just now was just a dream. If that was the case, she would rather not vent her anger. She would rather have him stay by her side than leave her. Yang Kai patted her hand and said, Don't worry, I will be back soon. This way you can count to 100 and I will reappear in front of you. What if I don't come back? Xia Ning Chang asked. I will definitely come back. Xia Ning Chang nodded gently, loosened her hand, and closed her eyes. Yang Kai gave Shuiyu and Meng Wuya a look, and they stepped out. Lu Yan stood outside the door and looked up at him. Yang Kai patted her head and said, Stay here and look after her. Lu Yan nodded obediently. Meng Wuya frowned slightly. He didn't know why Yang Kai asked a little girl to stay here, and he didn't even understand the relationship between the two. Could it be that she was Yang Kai's daughter? It had to be said that Lu Yan's image could easily lead to such misunderstandings. But even if she was Yang Kai's daughter, there was no trace of cultivation on her, so what could she do by staying here? After a while, they stepped into the outer hall. Meng Wuya said anxiously, That group of bastards seems to be escaping from Great Desolate Star's territory. Young boy, tell me what to do. It was because he noticed that the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was fleeing that he hurriedly went to find Yang Kai to discuss countermeasures. While they were talking, they had already arrived outside the hall. A group of people were looking up. Following their gazes, Yang Kai immediately saw streams of light flying out from all directions, escaping into the star field. There was no lack of huge starships among them. Sure enough, as Meng Wuya said, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was escaping Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai sneered. Escape? Where can you escape to? He had planned to deal with the cultivators on Great Desolate Star after meeting with Xia Ningchong and Shuiyu, but he hadn't expected them to flee like birds startled by the twang of a bow. But do you think you can escape death like this? Little senior sister's pain will be repaid 100 times, 1,000 times over. Everyone looked at him. Although he had just returned, when he stood here, he was everyone's backbone. Stretching out his hand, he pointed to the sky and said in a low voice, "Entangle them, no need to fight, just don't let them escape easily." Everyone was shaken when they heard this and agreed in unison. "Wait!" Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone turned to look at him, only to see that the person who spoke was the current leader of Purple Star, Ziwuji. Yang Kai glanced at him and frowned slightly. He didn't know him. "Greetings, big brother Yang, this one," Yang Kai interrupted him. "If you have something to say it quickly." A trace of displeasure flashed across Ziwuji's eyes. Although he knew that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, having reached the second-order Origin King realm several dozen years ago and having gone to a mysterious place, he was still the master of Purple Star. Although he was living under someone else's roof, his own strength was not bad. Now that they were facing a powerful enemy, every bit of strength he could offer was extremely precious. Whether it was Shuiyu, Xia Ningchong, Meng Wuya, or the others, all of them had been polite to him over the past few years. Yang Kai's sudden display of strength naturally made him unhappy. Restraining his thoughts, Ziwuji said, "Great Desolate Star's territory has many people. As far as I know, there are several third-order Origin Kings, and now there are more than a dozen starships escorting them. With just the few of us, I'm afraid we'll be like sheep in a tiger's den." Chapter 3153. What's more, they are already on the verge of fleeing, so why bother provoking them? This is what it means to not pursue a cornered enemy. I ask Brother Yang to reconsider. "Are you done?" Yang Kai looked at him. Ziwuji nodded. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him, and instead raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Entangle them for me." "You." Ziwuji was stunned, not having expected this person to be so stubborn as to not listen to persuasion. To a certain extent, Yang Kai's concerns weren't wrong. Although Nine Heaven's Holy Land had gathered a large number of masters, and many of them were of extremely high grade, compared to the lineup of the Grand Desolation Star Field, they were still somewhat lacking. If Yang Kai really chased after them, not only would he fail to kill the enemy, he would also be in danger of losing his own life. The best way to deal with this situation was to respond to all changes by simply allowing the people on Great Desolate Star to leave, giving them a chance to catch their breath. After all, 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so there was no need to worry about not having a chance in the future. Ziwuji's efforts to persuade Yang Kai were simply playing the lute to a cow. However, Ziwuji couldn't help cursing in his heart. "Since you're so stubborn, I'd like to see who is willing to accompany you in your madness." But soon he was stunned, because as soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Li Rong and Han Fei both nodded and turned into two streaks of black light that shot straight up into the sky, followed by all the ancient demon clan members. Meng Wuya and Old Demon followed closely behind. Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air turned into two streaks of light, one purple and one blue, that entwined with each other. One figure after another rushed out without the slightest hesitation or doubt. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Purple Star and Sword Union remained in front of the hall. Have they gone crazy? Ziwuji's face was blank. Yang Kai's eyes turned back, pierced through the void, bent his knees, bowed, and shot out, disappearing in an instant. "Brother Z, let's also go help them," Gu Jian Xian suddenly said. Ziwuji turned to look at him. "Brother Gu, have you also gone crazy?" Rushing forward now was tantamount to throwing away their lives. The others might have been fine, but the key was that Gu Jian Xian had also made such a decision. Because of their circumstances, Yang Kai had developed a sense of appreciation for Gu Jian Xian over the past few years, so he could not understand why Gu Jian Xian would act so unwisely. Gu Jian Xian smiled. "If you're not a mad demon, you won't survive." The quaint long sword in his arms trembled incessantly, making his blood boil. He couldn't wait to have a big fight and release the sword intent accumulated in his body. Sword cultivators specialized in the Tao of slaughter, and he had been holed up all these years. He felt that his heart of the sword had been worn down quite a bit. Although the current situation was not optimistic, it gave him an endless desire to fight. Regardless of whether he was wise or not, at this moment, he only needed a big battle to vent his anger. Gu Jian's heart and sword became one as he shot out like a bolt of lightning. The left and right sword attendants followed him without saying a word. Ziwuji's eyes twitched. No matter how thick his skin was, he was too embarrassed to remain here alone, so he could only call out to the purple star cultivator to rush forward while secretly making up his mind to only fish in troubled waters. If he found that the situation was not right, he would immediately flee. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in front of the hall, and the entire nine heavens holy land fell silent. Little senior sister, thank you. Yang Kai laughed loudly, his fists like dragons, a storm of fists bombarding downwards. He did not intercept the cultivator on Great Desolate Star because he had more important things to do at this moment, which was to deal with the 7-8 Desolation Spirit Arrays. These 7 spirit arrays were like 7 malignant tumors growing on Tongxian Realm. If they were not removed, they would erode the vitality of Tongxian Realm and Xianing Chang. Even though Yang Kai had stabilized Xianing Chang's situation with the leaves and sap of the immortal tree, these 7 spirit arrays still needed to be dealt with first. Yang Kai wanted to rush to the location of these 7 spirit arrays as quickly as possible, but while he was flying, his body suddenly became light and he appeared here, teleporting hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. This was obviously the work of Xianing Chang. She was the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, so it was not a problem for her to teleport a person here. Although she was still recuperating in her room at this moment, she obviously realized Yang Kai's plan, so she decided to help Yang Kai with the power of the Star Master. This was also her way of saving herself. Down below was one of the 7 black dots. Logically speaking, the situation should be no different from the largest black dot that Yang Kai had destroyed before, but at this moment, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star seemed to have done something, causing the black dot to spread wildly in all directions. The huge black dot was constantly devouring the surrounding land, and an extremely uncomfortable aura was being emitted from it, as if it was connected to the underworld and purgatory. Boundless fist shadows slammed down and rushed into the black dot. In an instant, black chi tumbled, like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, causing an unpredictable chain reaction. The expansion of the huge black dot suddenly stopped, followed by a violent explosion, and a black halo shook the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Yang Kai withdrew his fist, took a deep breath, and looked down. The black dot was no longer in shape. Although it had expanded a lot, its color had dimmed. No matter what the cultivators of the Grand Desolation Star Domain had done before they left to make this 8 Desolation subformation erupt with such power, it was still a spirit array. As long as this spirit array was broken, these black dots would no longer be a threat. As time passed, the heaven and earth aura would assimilate and nourish them, and these black clouds would disappear one day. Without waiting for Kai Yang to look around, his body suddenly became light again, as if he was being held by an invisible hand. When that invisible hand put him down, he was already in another place, and below him was another black dot that was rapidly spreading in all directions. Yang Kai did the same. Next, little senior sister, don't tire yourself out. If you feel any discomfort, don't force yourself. Junior brother's cultivation is heaven-defying now, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to travel quickly. Right, I forgot to tell you, Su Yan is fine. I've brought her back. She's probably with Aluo now. When this matter is resolved, we'll return to Shadowed Star together. When the time comes, we'll be reunited and have a good chat. Again and again, Yang Kai kept talking to himself. Although he did not get any response, he knew that Xianing Chang had been paying attention to him and was helping him at the critical moment. Such help undoubtedly saved him a lot of time on the road. Although Tongxian Realm was not too big, in his current situation, it would still take him some time to deal with the 7 black dots. With the help of the Star Master, all of this became simple. However, this was a bit of a burden for Xianing Chang. Her condition had just stabilized, so it was not appropriate for her to use too much strength. In less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the 7 black dots were removed and the 7 spirit arrays were destroyed. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Good little senior sister, you should rest. Leave the rest to me. A breeze blew past, and something seemed to leave Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai knew that Xianing Chang had been paying attention to him. Yang Kai looked up, and his gaze instantly became as sharp as a sword, no longer as gentle as before. High up in the sky, Above the clouds, blood and corpses were thrown down as one figure after another was entangled in a fierce battle. Although the forces gathered by Nine Heaven's Holy Land were not weak, compared to the lineup on Great Desolate Star's territory, it was not as good as the one on Great Desolate Star's side, so it quickly fell into a disadvantage. On Great Desolate Star's side, there were as many as 4 third-order origin kings. If Xian Xianming, who was killed by Yang Kai, was included, there were 5. Although most of them had just broken through, third-order origin kings were still third-order origin kings. So how could they be so easy to deal with? Xueyu alone was entangled with one person, the Netherworld Sect's third elder. Among all the masters on Great Desolate Star's territory, this person was the strongest. Both were third-order origin kings, but Xueyu was full of vitality while the third elder was old and vigorous. For a time, they were evenly matched, and with the power of their artifacts and secret techniques, neither side could do anything to the other. The strongest against the strongest, this was the best way to deal with this situation. Otherwise, if the third elder were to take action, no one on Nine Heaven's Holy Land's side would be able to resist. Meng Wuya and the old demon were each entangled with a powerful enemy, but they were both being beaten into a corner. In a short time, both Meng Wuya and the old demon had suffered some minor injuries. Facing the methods of these third-order origin kings, they could only engage in a roundabout battle, unable to engage in a direct confrontation. Hu Jiao Air and her sister's sword harmonization technique, and although they were both only first-order origin kings, their situation was much better than Meng Wuya and the old demons. 2 blue and purple sword lights crisscrossed and weaved into a huge sword net that enveloped the last third-order origin king on Great Desolate Star's territory, making it impossible for him to escape. Li Rong, Han Fei, Gu Jianxian and his 2 sword servants, Qian Ning and Enling, all of them were fighting fiercely, keeping Yang Kai's orders in mind and entangling their enemies, not allowing them to escape easily. Since you dare chase after us, I'll make you all die. The third elder forced Xueyu back with a palm strike before laughing loudly and quickly retreating. The other masters on Great Desolate Star's territory seemed to have received some kind of order and quickly distanced themselves from their opponents. One of them even diving deep into the sword net created by Hu Jiao Air and the old demon to pull his companion out. Third elder stood high up in the sky, his face filled with anger as a sinister grin appeared on his face. Behind him, the dozen or so starships lined up in a row, their crystal cannons flashing white light as they aimed directly at the Nine Heaven's Holy Land cultivators. Escaping was just a pretense. Their biggest goal was to lure the snake out of its hole. And now it seemed that this goal had been achieved. The well-prepared starships only needed a single round of fire to blast this group of Nine Heaven's Holy Land cultivators to smithereens. Victory was in sight, but Third Elder's heart still palpitated slightly as he felt that something was wrong, making him extremely uneasy. His eyes swept across the crowd, but he did not see any strange faces worthy of attention. Who was it that broke the 8 Desolate Array core and killed the Vice Sect Master? Oh no! Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice, his face turning pale. The dozen or so starships lined up in a row were like vicious beasts that would devour a person without spitting out the bones, giving off a strong sense of pressure. When the crystal cannons flashed, a great sense of crisis filled everyone's hearts. Chapter 3154. Starships had always been a powerful weapon for attacking cities, and crystal cannons were even more powerful. How much damage could a dozen starships and hundreds of crystal cannons display? Even Netherworld Sect's third elder could not easily predict. The only thing he was certain of was that Nine Heaven's Holy Land could not stop them. Xueyu and the others could not stop them, but they had no choice because behind them was Nine Heaven's Holy Land and Tong Xian Realm. If they avoided these attacks, it would be Nine Heaven's Holy Land and Xia Ningchang who would be attacked. Xia Ningchang's situation had only just stabilized, so if he were to be shot by these hundreds of crystal cannons, it would only make things worse. Xueyu's figure flickered, her long hair fluttering behind her as she stood high up in the sky. One by one, figures gathered around her, forming an impenetrable defense around her. Third Elder was overjoyed and shouted, "Since you don't want to hide, you can all die." Waving his hand, he ordered the cannons to fire. The light from the crystal cannons was extremely dazzling as the energy they released reached its peak. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The expected scene of crystal cannons firing together and destroying the world did not appear. Instead, an aura so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate rapidly approached from behind. The third elder suddenly turned his head, and then his eyes started to tremble. He saw a young man with fluttering black hair rush out from the side and crash into the dozen or so starships on Great Desolate Star's territory alone. Compared to the huge starships, this person's figure was like a firefly compared to the bright moon, filled with a tragic and resolute aura. However, when this person hit the starships, the defenses of the starships themselves were like paper to him. The third elder casually waved his fist, and a huge hole appeared on the side of a battleship. With a violent sound, sparks flew in all directions, and miserable cries could be heard from the inside as life was extinguished one by one. In the blink of an eye, this young man rushed out from the other side of the starship and headed straight for the second one. He was like a meteorite falling from the sky, piercing through one Origin King-grade starship after another with unparalleled momentum. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk every battleship was emitting explosive sounds. By the time he rushed out of the last battleship, none of the dozen or so battleships were intact. The crystal cannons that were originally shining with dazzling light had become extremely unstable at this moment, their light flickering. Rumble, one of the battleships suddenly exploded, engulfed by the flames. The gigantic body of the battleship collapsed, emitting creaking sounds as it slowly fell downwards. Another battleship was engulfed in flames, the third ship, the fourth ship. In just a few breaths of time, more than a dozen warships were wiped out. All the cultivators on the territory of the Great Desolate Star were scared out of their wits. A chill ran down their spines from head to toe. They felt chills all over their bodies, and their hands and feet were icy cold. Everyone looked at the young man with fear in their eyes. What kind of person was this? He had actually destroyed a dozen warships so easily. Was this still something that could be done by a human? A thought flashed through the third elder's mind as he cried out involuntarily, "It's you." He had been wondering who had broken the 8 Desolation Array core and who had killed the vice sect leader Xian Xianming. It was not until now that he had seen this shocking method that he was suddenly enlightened. It's him. It was definitely him. There was no one else who had the ability to destroy the 8 Desolation Array core and kill the vice sect leader. Who is this? How could he be so powerful? Shuiyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had made up her mind that even if she had to die here, she would not let those crystal cannons hit Tongxian realm. She had not expected that he would arrive at the critical moment, instantly giving her someone to rely on. These ups and downs made her heart tumble, and a proud look appeared on her face. This is the man I chose. Gu Jian Xian looked absent-minded, and the corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. No wonder my long sword gave me a warning. Has this guy become so strong? When they first met, his cultivation was not even as high as his own. Although Gu Jian Xian knew that he had a promising future, he did not expect him to be so far ahead of him in just a few decades. He had left Gu Jian Xian in the dust. What is his cultivation now? Is it comparable to the legendary great emperors of Starfield? No wonder he asked me and the others to entangle the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory. With the strength he has shown so far, even if everyone on the Great Desolate Star territory swarmed him together, they would not be his opponent. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse because of the arrival of one person. Many of the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory turned ashen. Facing this young man, they did not even have the courage to fight. Kill! Yang Kai coldly spat out a word. When he spoke, he was still in the same place, but when his voice fell, he had already appeared on the other side. The third elder only saw a vague shadow pass through his camp, and before he could react, the other party had calmly left. The third elder was startled and instinctively felt that he had just walked through the gates of hell. Asterisk chi. Asterisk there was a strange sound, and many of the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a scene that made them tremble in fear. A headless corpse was standing in the air, blood spurting out from its neck like a fountain. The corpse still maintained a defensive posture, but its head was nowhere to be seen. Turning his head stiffly, the third elder saw the corpse's head, but at this moment, it was being held in the hand of the young man who had suddenly appeared. The expression on its face was blank, as if it did not understand what had happened even after its death. That was a third-order Origin King. The master who had just fought with Meng Wuya and beaten him into a pulp was now directly beheaded by Yang Kai. No one saw clearly how he did it. Kill! Shui Yu shouted, the anger and resentment she had accumulated over the years, and even the guilt she felt towards Xia Ningchang all erupted at this moment, turning into thick murderous intent as she took the lead and rushed towards the cultivator on the great desolate star territory. How could the rest of the cultivators hesitate? After witnessing Yang Kai's methods with their own eyes, they immediately knew that there was no possibility of losing today's battle. So all of them used their movement skills and leapt out. The battle began again, but the situation had been reversed. The cultivators on the great desolate star territory were deterred by Yang Kai's power and had lost all will to fight, while Nine Heaven's holy land charged forward with unparalleled anger. The result of this battle was already decided from the very beginning. Yang Kai did not remain idle either. Xia Ningchang's torture was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, so how could he not collect some interest? Like a tiger descending from the mountain, Yang Kai pounced towards the third-order origin kings, sending out a series of palm strikes and punches. These third-order origin kings, who were usually arrogant and insufferably arrogant, exploded into blood mists one after another, completely unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, only the third elder remained. The third elder looked around in horror, not knowing that he had already lost. This person's strength was something he had never seen before, and no one in the Starry Sky territory was his opponent. In a flash, his opponent had already arrived in front of him, only half a meter away. Before he could withdraw, the third elder was grabbed by the neck and lifted high up. He was unable to circulate his Saint Chi at all, and even his bones felt like they were being crushed. Only when facing this person personally did the third elder fully understand the horror of this person. When I wasn't at home, you were quite happy. Yang Kai looked at him coldly as he exerted a little force in his hand, ending the third elder's life. Wait! The third elder shouted with a red face. Yang Kai grinned fiercely. If you have any last words, speak quickly. If you don't speak now, you won't have the chance. The third elder, on the other hand, shouted fiercely, Let me go, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly, say it again. The third elder coldly said, Your star master. Don't you want to go back and see how she's doing? If nothing unexpected happened, she should have been captured by now. Activating the 7-8 desolation arrays and luring the snake out of its hole was just one of his preparations. He also had a second one, which was to deal with Xia Ningchang. 9 Heaven's Holy Land's masters had all been dispatched, so at this moment, their defenses were practically non-existent, so there was no possibility of failure in this plan. Unfortunately, before he had time to use this trump card, he was the only third-order origin king left on his side. In his heart, he cursed Yang Kai for acting so decisively and ruthlessly. He had only wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, but who knew he would end up attracting a man-eating tiger instead? Really? Yang Kai tilted his head. You can go and confirm it. My netherworld sect has fallen today, so this old master doesn't ask for anything else. If you let me live, I'll spare your star master. Idiot! Yang Kai exerted force in his hand and separated the third elder's head from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and the head that flew into the air had a look of disbelief on its face, as if it still couldn't figure out what was going on with Yang Kai. I've already told him the truth. Doesn't he need to confirm it? His thoughts were cut off, and he fell into eternal darkness. Yang Kai stood mid-air and swept his eyes over everyone, curling his lips as he muttered, Sure enough, it's hard to guard against a thief in your own home. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered Long Tianshang's warning before he lost his mind. It seemed that Long Tianshang had learned some secrets before he was refined into a heavenly corpse. Glancing at 9 Heaven's Holy Land below, Yang Kai raised his brow. Forget it, I'll go back later. He was not worried about Xia Ningchang's safety at all. This third elder had calculated everything, but he would never have imagined that Lu Yan was guarding Xia Ningchang. With little Lu Yan here, who could hurt Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai attacked again, his figure shuttling through the void, killing one master after another from Great Desolate Star's territory. Many people saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, but how could Shui Yu and the others let them escape so easily? They all used various methods to intercept. Coupled with the fact that the number of masters on Great Desolate Star's territory was decreasing as the battle went on, it soon became a massacre. After just half an hour, the battle was over. None of the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory survived, and all of them were killed. As for Nine Heavens' Holy Land's side, except for those who died when they tried to intercept them at the beginning, after Yang Kai came to support them, no one was injured. Most people were covered in blood, some of their own, some of their enemies, all of them gasping for breath. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Kai Yang, filled with admiration and amazement. Everyone was very curious, just how strong had he become? Today's battle seemed to be just a casual move, not his full strength at all. Chapter 3155. Just as the cultivators of Nine Heavens' Holy Land and the cultivator on Great Desolate Star were engaged in a decisive battle above the clouds, a sneaky figure suddenly appeared in the empty Nine Heavens' Holy Land. This figure wore a purple robe, giving off an aura of incomparable magnificence. Ziwuji. He did not follow Gu Jianxian out, and instead returned to Nine Heavens' Holy Land after fainting with his spear. Gu Jianxian and the others were focused on fighting the enemy, so how could they pay attention to his small movements? Although the Holy Land was under the protection of Xia Ningchang and outsiders could not invade, Ziwuji was still one of them, so the impregnable defenses of the Holy Land were nothing to him. Ziwuji returned to the main hall with ease, muttering under his breath as if he was cursing something, his face filled with hatred and resentment. A moment ago, he had received a secret order that put him in a difficult position, but for the sake of his life, he had no choice but to go all out. If he succeeded, not only would he be able to save his life, but he would also be able to get close to Xia Ningchang, killing two birds with one stone. Ziwuji carefully approached the inner hall while trying to conceal his aura. He knew that in the eyes of a Star Master, it was impossible to hide his whereabouts, especially when he was so close to her. However, the premise was that the Star Master was in good condition and had the strength to perceive the situation around her. Xia Ningchang's condition was very bad, getting worse and worse with each passing day. Ziwuji had confirmed this with Gu Jianxian earlier, so even though he was a little nervous, he still had some confidence he would succeed. After crossing the inner hall, Ziwuji soon arrived at a room not far from the main hall, and after turning a corner, he was overjoyed. The door of this room was open, and there was no trace of any spirit array. The heavens are really helping me. Before he could rejoice, though, a burst of crisp and pleasant laughter suddenly reached his ears. Ziwuji was taken aback and froze in place, because he recognized that this laughter belonged to Xia Ningchang, and although she was still quite weak, she was obviously not as bad as he had imagined. What happened? Logically speaking, shouldn't she be lying in bed and not even have the strength to speak? How could she still laugh? Then who is the one who is laughing with her? In an instant, Ziwuji decided to retreat. Although he could not disobey these orders, if his life was in danger, he had to consider whether he should carry them out. A thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered the identity of the person who had spoken to Xia Ningchang. That 7 or 8-year-old girl. She was the only one who didn't leave out of all the people who came in earlier. It seemed that it was her. Ziwuji breathed a sigh of relief. It really was a false alarm. If it was that little girl, there was no need to worry too much. The only thing he had to worry about now was Xia Ningchang's condition. If he had the strength to laugh, would he have the strength to mobilize the power of the stars? If that's the case, I'm afraid I'm not a match for him. Just as he was hesitating, Xia Ningchang's voice suddenly rang out. Come in if you have something to say. Why are you hiding outside? Cough, cough. What are you doing? He had been discovered. Ziwuji was startled at first, but his mood quickly calmed down. Since Xia Ningchang was not unconscious, it was natural for her to discover him. After all, he was so close to her. Moreover, listening to her voice, he could tell she was really weak. After struggling for a moment, Ziwuji immediately made up his mind and no longer concealed himself, hurriedly rushing towards the room while shouting, Sister Xia, something bad has happened. As he rushed into the room, a look of anxiety appeared on his face. Xia Ningchang's face changed, and she could not help straightening her body from the bed as she asked anxiously, What's wrong? Ziwuji said bitterly, Brother Yang, he. Huh. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, deliberately tantalizing the other party. Even though Xia Ningchang had doubts in her heart, she could not help turning pale and focusing her divine sense on the battlefield above the clouds. At that moment, Ziwuji suddenly launched an attack, purple light flashing from his palms as he sent them towards Xia Ning Chong, unable to bear it any longer and saying, "Young lady Xia, please don't blame me. This Z was forced to do this, but you can rest assured that I won't take your life. It's just," before he could finish his words though, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Because a small figure had suddenly appeared in front of him, a pair of clear black and white eyes staring at him quietly, without the slightest emotion, as if she was looking at a stone or a lump of dirt. This caused Zi Wuji's heart to palpitate uneasily. "Scram!" Zi Wuji shouted. Since he had already taken action, he would not turn back. "This little girl did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, so I'll start with you," sending out a palm towards Lu Yan's head. As his palm landed, Zi Wuji passed by Lu Yan, but when he turned his head to look at her in shock, his eyes trembled. She was completely unscathed. This delicate little girl was actually completely fine after being hit by his full force. She still stood there quietly, and her figure didn't even sway in the slightest. A creepy feeling grew in his heart. Did I make a mistake? Before he could figure it out, though, a fire snake wrapped around him and tied him up. So, when Yang Kai finished dealing with the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory and returned here, he saw Zi Wuji tied up in a corner, shivering. The fire snake flicked its forked tongue in a ferocious manner, and although its flames were tumbling, it did not release any scorching aura, otherwise, Zi Wuji would have been burned to ashes. "Sure enough, it's you." Yang Kai glanced at him, seemingly having expected this. Although Third Elder's words had not been clear, how could he not have guessed what was going on? Sweeping his eyes over the battlefield, Yang Kai guessed the meaning of Third Elder's words. Lu Yan tugged at the corner of his clothes and pointed to herself, indicating that this was her work, and then put on a praise meme expression. Yang Kai rubbed her little head and said, "Well done." Lu Yan narrowed her eyes, a look of enjoyment on her face. "Oh, little senior sister, why are you sitting up? Quickly lie down." Yang Kai walked over to the bed and helped Xia Ning Chong lie down. Xia Ning Chong showed a smile and said, "I'm fine." With the nourishment of the immortal tree's essence, Yang Kai had broken the 7-8 desolate subarrays and prevented the spread of the ink spot poison. She felt much better than before. She should have been recuperating, but she was very curious about Yang Kai's experiences outside over the years, so she sat up and pulled Lu Yan to talk to her. Lu Yan also sympathized with her and only talked about some of the interesting things Yang Kai had experienced outside, not mentioning the dangers he had faced over the years, which naturally made Xia Ning Chong laugh. "Have you counted to 100? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and scratched her nose. Xia Ning Chong said, "Not yet." How could she really count? She was only focused on chatting with Lu Yan. Yang Kai laughed. "It seems that I didn't break my promise." While talking, Shuiyu also walked in from the outside, and when she saw Zi Wuji, she was startled and asked, "What happened?" Zi Wuji cried and begged, "Sister, you save me." Shuiyu frowned as she looked at him, then at Xia Ning Chong. Although she didn't know the cause and effect, with her intelligence, she quickly guessed what had happened, and her pretty face suddenly sank. "How dare you do this?" Before this, there had been no warning at all. It wasn't that Zi Wuji had hidden himself well, but that in the past few years, coupled with his identity, no one had expected him to seek refuge on Great Desolate Star's territory. But now that she thought about it, this person did seem to have some suspicions in the past few years. "I didn't mean to, I was forced to do this." Zi Wuji showed a bitter expression. "It's just a simple barrier." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yang Kai had not carefully examined Zi Wuji before, but now that there was a problem, he immediately discovered that there was a very hidden barrier on Zi Wuji's body. The person who had placed this barrier was very skilled, and with the level of the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory, it would be impossible to find any clues without a close and careful investigation. Moreover, this barrier had been planted for at least 7 or 8 years. It seemed that when Purple Star was broken, this barrier had already been planted. Zi Wuji said, "If possible, how could I do such an unjust thing? Sister Xia has protected me for so many years. This Zi is extremely grateful, but this barrier is difficult to break. This Zi has tried for many years but still failed. If I were to be discovered, I would be tortured if a ray of light suddenly shot out, interrupting his words." Zi Wuji's face filled with shock as he thought Yang Kai was going to kill him, but after this light entered his body, he immediately felt his body lighten, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. With a thought, Zi Wuji stared at Yang Kai in horror. The barrier planted by a master on Great Desolate Star's territory had actually disappeared. This should have been a joyous occasion, but Ziwu-ji couldn't bring himself to be happy at all. Instead, a deep sense of regret washed over him like a tide as he thought to himself that if he had told Yang Kai about his situation before, he would have already regained his freedom. And now, Ziwu-ji's lips moved, but no sound came out, only bitterness filling his mouth. "Kill him," Yang Kai said coldly. "No, let me go," Ziwu-ji screamed in horror. Lu Yan's thoughts flashed, and the fire snake wrapped around Ziwu-ji immediately came to life, releasing a scorching aura. "Wait," Yang Kai said again before winking at Lu Yan. "Throw him out and kill him. Don't dirty this place." Lu Yan nodded, controlled the fire snake, and flew out with Ziwu-ji. A moment later, a scream came from afar. Shuiyu shook her head and sighed. This was a true case of refusing to walk the road to heaven and barging into the gates of hell. Even though the overall situation was already set, he still insisted on seeking his own death. Purple Star had suffered one blow after another since several decades ago, so it was likely they would never be able to turn things around again. Although Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's current situation was not good, its foundation was still there. As long as it could recover those cultivation stars, there would always be a day for it to make a comeback. "Little senior sister, you should rest." Yang Kai held Xia Ningchang's soft hand and put her down without any explanation. Xia Ningchang showed a helpless look and could only let him do as he wished, her cold little hand holding Yang Kai's hand tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go. Her red lips squirmed, but before she could speak, Yang Kai said, "I'll stay here with you. I won't go anywhere." Xia Ningchang nodded before closing her eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Shuiyu before opening his other hand with a smile. Shuiyu gave him a disgruntled look before walking up valiantly and leaning into his arms. Lu Yan pursed his lips and walked out unwillingly, but he still closed the door very softly. Chapter 3156. First, he met Su Yan by chance in the ancestral territory, then he returned to Shadowed Star to quell the war, then went to Monster Star to help Shanqing Luo. Now, the connecting Xian continent had been settled. The people close to him were safe and sound, which was his greatest happiness. The rest could be dealt with slowly. Xia Ningchang had been suffering for many years while maintaining the protection of Nine Heavens' holy land. When Shuiyu and the others occasionally went out to harass the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory, she also had to take care of them, so she hadn't had any real rest for many years. Now that her troubles had been resolved and Yang Kai had returned, she snuggled up to Yang Kai and soon fell asleep. With her current cultivation, she no longer needed to rely on sleep to replenish her spiritual energy, but she still fell into the most ordinary of slumbers. Her expression was serene as she curled up beside Yang Kai. It was unknown what she was dreaming of, but she actually revealed a faint smile. Shuiyu was lying on the other side of Yang Kai, the two quietly communicating with their divine senses, describing their experiences and lives over the years. A sweet fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, and although he had no lust for her, he couldn't help but kiss Shuiyu's red lips. Shuiyu stretched out her hand and blocked his lips, saying faintly, "If you don't solve Ningchang's problem, don't even think about touching me." Although Tongxian realm had been pacified and the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory had been beheaded, the damage Xia Ningchang had suffered could not be easily erased. Even though Yang Kai had used the immortal tree to restore her vitality and also destroyed the 8 desolate spirit lock array, as long as Tongxian realm was not restored, Xia Ningchang would not be able to live in peace. Yang Kai scratched his head. "It will take decades or even 100 years. Can you afford to wait?" Shuiyu snorted. "I don't mind. I'm just afraid you can't afford to wait. You underestimate me too much." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had been in the star boundary for many years, and if he hadn't encountered a fire with Zhu Qing, he would probably still be a virgin. He wasn't a gentleman. He would be tempted by beauty, but he wouldn't go out of his way to have sex. Shuiyu said, "You're also not allowed to touch Big Sis and Abluo." Yang Kai's face fell. "Why do you have to do this?" Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. He had 4 women on his side. If he couldn't touch any of them, then what fun would there be in life? The path of martial arts was not only about the glory of cultivation. If Shuiyu and Su Yan's Shanqing Luo colluded, they might be able to convince them, No, they would definitely be able to convince them. Shuiyu snuggled into Yang Kai's embrace and said in a tender voice, Ning Chong is like this now. It's all my fault. As long as her problem isn't solved, I won't feel at ease. Husband, I beg you, please think of a way to help Ning Chong recover quickly. Yang Kai pinched her nose and said fiercely, If you dare to say the word beg again, I'll do you right now. Shuiyu spat. Yang Kai reached out and lifted her chin. Ning Chong won't blame you, so you don't need to blame yourself. If she was in your position, she would have made the same choice as you. Correspondingly, you won't blame her. But, no buts, Yang Kai smiled slightly and rubbed his head, but you really did give me a difficult problem. Solving Xia Ning Chang's problem wasn't so simple. But even if Shuiyu hadn't said so, he still had plans. A few decades or 100 years, whether it was him or Xia Ning Chong, was too long. He couldn't wait, and neither could Xia Ning Chong. Husband, you don't have a way? Shuiyu asked with a sad expression. I was thinking. Yang Kai hesitated. I thought of something. Shuiyu showed a look of pleasant surprise and looked up at him. If I do well, will there be a reward? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Shuiyu's face reddened, and she lowered her head and whispered, You only know how to play dirty tricks. Ning Chong is one of your people, so how can you ask me for a reward? It's really unreasonable. She pouted. Then what kind of reward do you want? Yang Kai reached out and tapped her red lips. Shuiyu glared at him, but took the initiative to straighten up and press her lips against his. After a while, Shuiyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's hand that was wandering under her clothes. She slowly shook her head. Xia Ning Chong was still sleeping next to her, so how could she be so presumptuous? Yang Kai also didn't force her. He knew that she wasn't in the mood right now, so he pulled her into his arms and enjoyed this moment of peace. Xia Ning Chong slept for 5 days and didn't wake up until 5 days later. Seeing Yang Kai sitting next to her in the same position as before, as if she hadn't moved at all these days, Xia Ning Chong suddenly felt distressed and somewhat guilty. After 5 days of rest, her spirit had improved, but her problem had not been solved. The 2 auras in her body were entangled, one green and one black, but it was obvious that the green aura had the upper hand. She only needed to wait a few more days for the black aura to disappear. She didn't need to worry about her own problems. The only thing she needed to worry about now was Tong Xian realm. However, over the past few days, Yang Kai had thought about a lot of things and had already come up with a plan. The reason why he hadn't acted immediately was because he wanted to wait for her to wake up, so she wouldn't be disappointed when she didn't see him. After spending some time with her, Yang Kai told Shuiyu to take care of her, then got up and walked out. Opening the door, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Lu Yen squatting beside him. After greeting her, the two of them walked out together. The hall was still crowded with people. A few days ago, they had killed the invading enemy, so the excitement had not yet dissipated. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Meng Wuya and the old demon immediately came forward to greet him. How is Ning Chong? Meng Wuya asked. Don't worry, little senior sister's condition is very stable. Over time, her situation will get better and better. Hearing this, Meng Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked around, glancing at all the familiar and unfamiliar faces before cupping his fists and saying, Many thanks for your help over the years. Meng Wuya laughed and scolded, Smelly brat, don't treat us like outsiders. Yang Kai said seriously, although Tong Xian realm's crisis has been resolved, the situation in the entire star territory is still not optimistic, so there may be areas where I will need your help in the future. When the day comes that all the enemies in Tong Xian territory have been swept clean, this junior will hold a banquet to celebrate. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into contemplation. They had been trapped in Tong Xian realm for the past few years, so they didn't know much about the situation in the outside world, but they could imagine that the outside world wasn't very good either. So, I ask you all to hurry up and cultivate. Perhaps we will soon begin a new expedition. Saying so, Yang Kai threw a space ring to Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya caught it and swept it with his divine sense, immediately showing a look of shock. The space ring was filled with a variety of cultivation materials, and these things were obviously extremely precious, many of which Meng Wuya had never seen or heard of before. Although Meng Wuya hadn't examined them carefully, such a huge amount of materials was enough for thousands of people to use for several years. With the help of these materials, everyone's strength would definitely usher in a glorious period in a short time. I'll have to trouble Senior Meng to distribute these things. Next, I will open a communication channel between this place and the outside world. When the time comes, we will be able to connect Water Moon Star, Monster Star, and Shadowed Star. 1 month, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, I ask you all to follow me out. Nine Heavens Holy Land also had a space array arranged by Yang Kai, and together with Lu Yen, Yang Kai quickly modified and upgraded this space array to connect to the outside world. After instructing Lu Yen to stay behind, Yang Kai stood on the space array and activated its power. After a flash of light, he disappeared. On Water Moon Star, Yang Kai's figure appeared in the main hall and saw a young girl sitting cross-legged with a lot of source crystals piled up around her. She seemed to be cultivating. The young girl obviously felt something and hurriedly opened her eyes, raised her head, and called out in surprise, "Lord Yang." "Yuqin, are you alone?" Yang Kai smiled at her. The young girl was Lu Sanyang's daughter, Lu Yuqin. Although her cultivation was nothing in the star boundary, in the territory of this side of the star, it was quite good. Staying here to guard the space array would ensure that it would not be destroyed and robbed. Lu Yuqin was obviously much more cheerful than before. Her small face flushed as she nodded. "Mother said that this space array is very important to Lord Yang, and told me to stay here and not let anyone get close." "Where are your parents now?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yuqin said, "They are in the city." Saying so, she pouted, "They are ignoring me." Yang Kai laughed. "They are reunited after a long separation, so it's inevitable that they are a bit lovey-dovey." Lu Yuqin snorted. "They stick together all day long, so annoying." Although she said so, she obviously did not blame them. On Dragon Island, she and Lu Sanyang depended on each other for survival and suffered all kinds of bullying. Now that Li Jiao was by their side and taking care of them, Lu Yuqin was also happy to see this, so how could she blame them? "Okay, you cultivate carefully. I will go find your parents," Yang Kai said and released his divine sense slightly, immediately determining the location of Li Jiao and the others. In a hall somewhere in the city, Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, Wan Baiting, and He Yunxiang were gathered together. In addition, there were many unfamiliar faces, but all of them were origin kings. These people looked at Li Jiao and the others, especially Li Jiao, with eyes full of admiration and worship. There were quite a lot of people, more than a dozen. They seemed to be discussing something as Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, bored and absent-minded. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so being placed here by Yang Kai to reclaim Water Moon Star was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After splitting up with Lu Sanyang and the others, it took him less than a month to complete the task. However, after reclaiming it, he still had to work hard. After all, he did not know whether Water Moon Star was important to Yang Kai. But things here were simply meaningless to him, so he would rather go sightseeing with Sanyang. The origin kings present here were all Yang Kai's subordinates when he was subduing Water Moon Star. These masters were originally from Water Moon Star or Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and over the years, they had been hiding and fighting against Netherworld sect, but after being awed by Yang Kai's strength, they had all submitted to him. Chapter 3157. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open, and a man stood up and shouted, "Who goes there?" They were discussing important matters here, so who dared to disturb them so presumptuously and barge in without notice? Looking up, a young man stepped in. At first glance, he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Just as he was feeling confused, though, a gust of wind blew past him, and Li Jiao greeted him in surprise. "Brother Yang." Lu Sanyang, Wan Baiting, He Yunxiang, and the others also stood up and saluted. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Over the past month, most of them had witnessed the shocking means of Li Jiao and the others. He Yunxiang was only a third-order origin king, and although she was strong, her strength was limited. As for the remaining three, whether it was Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, or Wan Baiting, their strength was unfathomable. In front of them, origin kings were like children that could be crushed at will. How could anyone who could receive such solemn treatment from these masters be ordinary? After taking a look, a few people let out a soft cry of surprise, revealing a look of surprise. They obviously recognized Yang Kai. In the past, Yang Kai had also come to Water Moon Star and met many people. Even after several dozen years had passed, this memory had not faded. Shui Yu's husband, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's son-in-law, and the Master of Shadowed Star. Any one of these titles was enough to attract their attention, but now he actually recognized these masters. Moreover, looking at the attitude of these masters towards him, it seemed they were quite respectful and even grateful. Suddenly remembering Li Jiao's casual remark that the reason why they were here on Water Moon Star was because they had been entrusted by one person. Now it seemed that this person was Yang Kai. For a moment, everyone couldn't help feeling excited. Brother Yang, I have lived up to your expectations. This cultivation star has been recovered, and all those miscellaneous fish have been cleaned up. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Thank you for your hard work. And I came here this time because I have something to ask of you. Li Jiao smiled and said, Brother Yang, if you have any instructions, just say it. There's no need for the word request. Yang Kai twisted his fingers. Lend me some money. Ah! Li Jiao was stunned. Lend me as many source crystals as you have. I'll return them to you when we reach the star boundary. Only then did Li Jiao confirm that he had not misheard and burst into laughter. He hurriedly took off his space ring, transferred the source crystals into another space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai, only these. Although he was the master of the Fire Dragon Palace, it was impossible for him to bring too many source crystals with him. After all, the Fire Dragon Palace also needed to develop, and the cultivation of the disciples required a large amount of source crystals. If he took away all the source crystals, the sect would not be able to operate. What's more, Fire Dragon Palace owed a huge sum of money to High Heaven Palace, and more than 90% of the source crystals in the palace had been used to pay off the debt. As such, he only had a few 100,000 high-rank source crystals in his space ring. The number of mid-rank and low-rank source crystals was slightly more, but it was not in line with his identity as a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. In short, he had been living a tight life for the past 2 years. I have some here. Lu Sanyang stepped forward and took out his own source crystals. Yang Kai did not mind and took them all. Wanbai, Ting, and He Yunxiang were helpless in this matter. In fact, Yang Kai had worked hard in the star boundary over the years and had accumulated an incalculable amount of source crystals, but most of them were left in High Heaven Palace. Even though he had a lot on hand, for his next plan, the more source crystals the better. No matter how much he had, it would never be enough. May I ask, brotherly, have you dabbled in the Tao of Spirit Arrays? Yang Kai put away the source crystals and asked. Li Jiao said, I'm not a master, but I know a thing or two. Good, come with me. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed his arm before leading him out. Li Jiao was speechless. He did not know why Yang Kai was in such a hurry, but he did not resist and simply signaled to Lu Sanyang, telling her to wait here. Through the space array, Yang Kai and Li Jiao returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land together. Come. Yang Kai leapt into the air. Li Jiao followed closely behind. After a short while, the two flew 1,000 kilometers up in the sky. Yang Kai pointed down and said, Brotherly, take a look. Hearing this, Li Jiao looked down and couldn't help frowning. Looking around, the entire Tong Xian realm seemed to be wrapped in an uncomfortable aura, and on the surface of this cultivation star, there were many obvious traces of poison. Brother Yang, what do you want me to do? Li Jiao vaguely understood Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai asked, Is there any spirit array that can quickly restore this cultivation star's yuan qi? Li Jiao pondered for a moment before saying, This Li knows a kind of spirit array called the Profound Heaven Spirit Array. It may be of some help to Brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Li to arrange the Profound Heaven Spirit Array. Li Jiao said, The Profound Sky Spirit Array is divided into a few types, namely the 18 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 36 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 72 Profound Sky Spirit Array, and the highest level is the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array. The resources required for each type are greatly different, and the requirements for setting it up will also increase with each level, but the effects will also become better and better. If this was the star boundary, this Li would be able to easily set up the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array, but here, I can help. Li Jiao laughed in spite of himself and said, Brother Yang, you also know that this world rejects higher-level powers. We need to suppress our cultivation in order to move around here, but isn't it the same for spirit arrays? The Profound Heaven Spirit Array's existence already surpasses this world, so I'm afraid that even if I arrange it, it will still be useless. What if we can obtain the help of the Star Master? This cultivation star has a star master? Li Jiao was greatly surprised. This cultivation star was in tatters, and its world energy was dried up. Even if it had a star master, it was likely that he was already beyond cure, so he didn't even think about this before. Now that he heard Yang Kai say this, he suddenly realized something. Yang Kai wanted him to arrange a spirit array to restore this cultivation star's yuan qi. So he was afraid that it wasn't for this cultivation star, but for that star master. Understanding, Li Jiao said, if we can obtain the help of the star master, then this matter is very promising. The star master was the master of this world, so even if the profound heaven spirit array was rejected by this world, the star master could eliminate this rejection and allow the spirit array to operate. Then what kind of profound heaven spirit array does Brother Yang want this Li to arrange? Naturally, it would be the best. Li Jiao said in surprise, the amount of materials required is not a small number. 108 profound heaven spirit array. Even the Fire Dragon Palace might not be willing to arrange it, so it wasn't worth it for a cultivation star from the lower plane. Yang Kai resolutely said, at all costs. Saying so, he tossed the space ring in his hand to Li Jiao for him to inspect. Li Jiao probed it with his divine sense and immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Inside, source crystals were piled up like mountains, simply too many to count, and all kinds of cultivation materials were dazzling. Even as a sect master, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel his blood boil. In comparison, the source crystals he had just lent to Yang Kai couldn't even be considered a fraction. After the shock was horror. Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace had been established not long ago and had no business, so it was impossible for him to earn so many source crystals. His only source of income was fighting and looting everywhere. These piles of source crystals and artifacts represented the enemies Yang Kai had killed and the sects that had been flattened. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Fortunately, he had not fallen out with Yang Kai back then, otherwise, the Fire Dragon Palace would not have had a good ending. Is this enough? Yang Kai asked. If it's not enough, I still have an ore load on hand. It's enough, Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. If so many materials were not enough, it would be unreasonable. Then I'll have to trouble Brotherly. If you need any help, just ask. Naturally, and I also need Brother Yang to tell the master of this star that this Li needs some cooperation from her. Good. Immediately, Li Jiao took out a few blank jade slips and used his divine sense to inscribe the various essences of the profound sky spirit array before handing them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to inform Xia Ningchang of this matter, while Li Jiao needed to fly around Tongxian Realm to carefully survey the situation there before deciding where to set up the spirit array. The profound sky spirit array was not a very mysterious spirit array in the star boundary, but it had many variations. With Xia Ningchang's perception, it was naturally not difficult for her to comprehend its mysteries. Yang Kai also accompanied her to comprehend it. After a few days, they were familiar with it. On this day, Xia Ningchang suddenly sensed something and smiled. That person is here. Saying so, she waved her hand gently. Li Jiao was wandering outside Nine Heaven's Holy Land, thinking about how to enter or call Yang Kai to come out and pick him up when the thick fog in front of him suddenly split to the left and right, revealing a passage for him to enter. Li Jiao immediately stepped in. Inside the main hall, Yang Kai was waiting. Seeing Li Jiao come in, he hurriedly asked, Brotherly, how did your investigation go? Li Jiao replied, although it took some time, it shouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai was overjoyed. That's good. I'll tell Brother Yang where to set up the spirit array. The preliminary preparations need to be done by Brother Yang in advance. When the spirit array foundation is refined, we can start setting it up directly. While speaking, Li Jiao took out a jade slip and stretched out his hand to touch it. After a flash of light, a projection of a round sphere was projected from the jade slip. This sphere was mostly occupied by yellow and blue and was not evenly distributed. At a glance, Yang Kai recognized that it was a projection of the entire Tongxian realm. Yellow naturally represented the earth, while blue was the land filled with water. It seemed that Li Jiao had spent a lot of effort in the past few days. Not only had he run all over Tongxian realm, he had also painstakingly drawn such a map. Although he did not dare say it was 100% accurate, it was not far from the mark. After identifying the location, Yang Kai pointed to a certain place and said, Brother Yang, please take a look. This is where we are now. Yang Kai nodded. recognizing that it was the location of Nine Heavens' holy land on Tongxian realm. Chapter 3158. This place has the richest world energy and the most perfect world principles on the entire continent. It can be used as the profound sky spirit array core. Li Jiao waved his hand, and a red light spot immediately appeared on the projection of Nine Heavens' holy land, as if it had been marked by him. The people of Great Desolate Star had been running rampant on Tongxian realm for several years now, so Nine Heavens' holy land was indeed the only place left unscathed. What's more, Xia Ningchang was here, so it was the most suitable place to use as the spirit array core. Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he would remember this. Li Jiao waved his hand, and 8 small black spots immediately appeared on the projection of Tongxian realm, matching the location of the 8 desolate spirit lock array that had been broken by Yang Kai. Li Jiao said, "These 8 places suffered the most severe poison. If this Li's guess is correct, someone should have arranged a spirit array in these 8 places. If we want to restore the yuan qi of this star, these 8 places must be treated with great importance." Brother Li's words are reasonable. Li Jiao raised his hand again, and red spots appeared on the spherical projection one after another. This Li has been running around for a few days and has investigated some places. In total, I have chosen 108 places to arrange the spirit array. Besides this spirit array core and these 8 places, there are 99 other places. No matter which one it is, Brother Yang needs to go there personally and bury enough source crystals in these places. When the spirit array is activated, these source crystals will be transformed into world energy by the spirit array to nourish this star. Wonderful! Yang Kai clapped his hands and praised. He had been studying the 108 desolate spirit array with Xia Ningchang these past few days, so he had some understanding of its operation and layout. At this moment, after listening to Li Jiao's plan, he suddenly felt that it was very feasible. If Xia Ningchang wanted to recover quickly, she had to rely on the transformation of Tongxian realm. Perhaps she could obtain a Star Master's reverse nourishment like Yang Kai did on Shadowed Star, pouring the power of the stars from the outer heavens into Tongxian realm. If that was the case, there would be no need for a profound sky spirit array. However, Xia Ningchang's cultivation was not high enough, so it was impossible for her to achieve what Yang Kai had done. The Star Master's reverse nourishment was too far away for her. Yang Kai was able to easily achieve this because his own realm had far exceeded the limit of Shadowed Star's cultivation. If Brother Yang feels there is no problem, then this Li will do as he pleases. Thank you, Brother Li. Li Jiao gently nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing. There is one more thing this Li needs Sister Lu Yan's help with. Yang Kai's spirit lock. Li Jiao needed to refine a variety of spirit arrays, so Lu Yan would be able to help, lest she become bored and idle all day. The two of them immediately handed over the materials. Yang Kai took the source crystals and handed the remaining materials to Li Jiao to handle. These were the materials he would need to refine the heavenly profound spirit array's foundation. After dividing up the work properly, Yang Kai didn't stop and immediately found a suitable place in Nine Heavens' holy land, lifted his foot and smiled. "Little senior sister, please lend me a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the solid ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into quicksand, and he continued to fall without any resistance. Yang Kai didn't move at all. He didn't panic at all as he silently calculated his position. A moment later, he called out to stop. By then, he had already sunk 10,000 feet into the ground. He took out a large number of origin crystals and scattered them, filling the depths of the earth. This point in Nine Heavens' holy land would be the array core of the profound sky spirit array, so the demand for source crystals was particularly high. Although Yang Kai didn't count them, he left behind 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals before stopping. 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was a huge fortune even in the star boundary, not to mention in the territory of the lower plane. The only thing circulating in the territory of the star boundary was crystal stones. Even the best crystal stones were worth less than a low-rank source crystal. If the world energy contained in these 1,000,000 source crystals was drawn out, it could instantly transform Nine Heavens' holy land into a paradise not inferior to a sect in the star boundary. After he finished arranging the array core, he immediately flew up and turned to another place. After a stick of incense worth of time, he compared the information in the jade slip in his hand and stopped at a location. This place was the periphery of a city, However, the city, which should have been noisy, was now deserted and dilapidated. Obviously, it had been abandoned. Yang Kai called out to Xia Ning Chong again and did the same thing, leaving a large number of source crystals here. In the following days, he ran around Tongxian realm, according to the instructions in the jade slip given to him by Li Jiao, making the preliminary preparations to arrange the array. In the desert, in the depths of the sea, in the jungle, on the plains, Yang Kai's busy figure was left everywhere. During the journey, he didn't let Xia Ning Chong intervene. Although Xia Ning Chong could teleport him anywhere in Tongxian realm with just a thought, doing so would consume some of her energy. Only when burying the source crystals did he ask Xia Ning Chong for a little help. Along the way, he consumed countless source crystals and used almost 90% of the ones he had accumulated. It wasn't that he wasn't rich, but this matter was related to Xia Ning Chang's future, so he wouldn't be stingy no matter how much he had. A few days later, after all 108 places were dealt with, scratching his head, Yang Kai communicated with Xia Ning Chong, who had been paying attention to him, and jumped down to the ground. The ground parted, allowing him to pass through unimpeded. Soon he arrived at the Earth's core. This was the place where Tongxian realm's source was born. It was also the place where Xia Ning Chong refined its source. It could be said to be the core of the entire Tongxian realm. Hot magma flowed, as if it could burn everything. Yang Kai raised his hand and pulled out a huge source crystal lode from the sealed world bead and dropped it into the Earth's core, sinking into the magma. Yang Kai only had this one source crystal lode, which he obtained outside Maplewood City. He had been using it in the sealed world bead to cultivate his embodiment and had consumed a lot of it, but for the current Tongxian realm, it was still a huge sum of money. It was conceivable that with the help of so many source crystals from Yang Kai, the situation of the entire Tongxian realm would immediately improve when the profound sky spirit array was activated. Although it still needed time to repair and nourish it, it wouldn't take as long as a few decades. In other words, Xia Ning Chang's recovery period would also be shorter, perhaps a few years or even 10 years before he would be as good as new. And this was not all. As long as the profound sky spirit array continued to operate, the situation of Tongxian realm would become better and better, and the world energy would become richer and richer. At that time, this star would definitely grow to a level comparable to Shadowed Star and Water Moon Star. It would no longer be the same as before, where it could only breed a cultivator to the Saint Realm at most. It could also breed Saint Kings, Origin Returning Realm, Origin Kings, all the way to the peak of the territory of this star. If it became better, the benefits Xia Ning Chong could obtain would also be greater. Filled with longing for the future, Yang Kai returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Li Jiao and Lu Yan were refining the spirit array's base. Even with Lu Yan's help, Li Jiao had consumed a lot of his strength at the moment. If not for the large number of spirit pills he had taken, he would have collapsed long ago. Yang Kai assisted him from the side. 2 months passed in a flash, and on this day, Li Jiao handed the last item to Yang Kai, his eyes hazy and a little dazed. I did not disappoint. The 108 profound sky spirit pillars had been refined, and his task had been completed. During this period, he had made several mistakes and wasted a lot of materials, but Yang Kai had made sufficient preparations, so wasting some materials was not a big deal. Yang Kai reached out and accepted the spirit array, thanked him, then raised his hand and sent Li Jiao into the sealed world bead, allowing him to rest and recover. Fiddling with the profound sky spirit pillar in his hand, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked towards the core of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, smiling slightly. Are you ready? A cool breeze brushed past his face, as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheek. This was Xia Ning Chang's response. Then let's begin. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and immediately came to the place where the source crystals were previously buried. Taking a deep breath, he pushed his emperor chi slightly and threw the profound sky spirit pillar forward. His hands quickly formed a series of seals as he pointed towards the profound sky spirit pillar. Streams of light disappeared into the profound sky spirit pillar one after another. The profound sky spirit bead that was falling down seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as it grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, the 1-foot-long profound sky spirit bead had turned into a 1,000-meter-long pillar that even several dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. The complex patterns on the profound sky spirit pillar flickered as it fell straight down, as if an invisible hand was holding it and leading it to the ground. In Nine Heavens' holy land, countless people looked up with shock in their eyes. Although this profound sky spirit pillar was not an artifact and was only the foundation of a spirit array, it still exuded an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Not to mention being hit by it, even a graze from it would likely result in death. The ground turned into a vortex, revealing a passage that guided the profound sky spirit pillar deeper. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, "Array core pillar, buried 666 meters, exposed 333 meters. Little senior sister needs to be careful." Silently, the profound sky spirit pillar continued to descend, and when it reached a certain depth, it suddenly stopped and the ground reformed, binding the profound sky spirit pillar tightly. 333 meters, no more, no less. After Yang Kai checked and confirmed that there were no mistakes, he rushed to another place with Lu Yen following closely behind. The All-Heaven Profound Spirit Formation was set up using the 108 Profound Spirit Pillars as the base of the formation. The placement of each Profound Spirit Pillar and the depth of its placement were extremely particular. The slightest difference could lead to a difference of 1,000 li. Fortunately, Li Jiao was still relatively familiar with this formation. It seemed that the mythical Dragon Palace had once set up this formation. However, it was not 108, but 72 All-Heaven Profound Spirit Formations. Although the number was different, the foundation was the same, so there would be no mistakes in the information he provided. The Profound Sky Spirit Pillars were refined by him and Lu Yen together, so as long as they were arranged properly, they should be able to smoothly open the spirit array. After 2 months, Yang Kai returned to the places he had been before, burying the Profound Sky Spirit Pillars above the source crystals. It took Yang Kai 7 days to complete the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Pillars. After that, he and Lu Yen went back and forth, cross-checking and confirming that there were no mistakes before returning to Nine Heavens' holy land. Chapter 3159. In Nine Heavens' holy land, Yang Kai's black hair and robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the void. His expression was solemn as he held a bronze array plate in his hand. This was the array plate that controlled the Profound Sky Spirit Array. It was something he, Li Jiao, and Lu Yen had spent a lot of effort to refine. Now that everything was in place, all that was left was the east wind. Closing his eyes for a moment, Yang Kai gently stroked the array plate with his finger, slightly inhaling and exhaling his Emperor Qi, causing the array plate to shine brightly. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes as they shone brightly. Holding the array plate in one hand, he formed a series of hand seals with the other, sending rays of light into the array plate as he shouted, "Rise." The array plate shone brightly. A humming sound came from the depths of the ground as the entire Nine Heavens' holy land shook. Countless cultivators who were meditating were awakened and hurriedly left their secluded meditation to investigate the situation. At a glance, they saw the figure standing in the void and understood that it was him who had caused this and not some powerful enemy invasion. Only then did they feel relieved. In Nine Heavens' holy land, the Profound Sky Spirit Pillar, which was the core of the array, suddenly underwent a strange change. On the surface of the 1,000-meter pillar, the complex patterns flickered. An invisible vibration wave suddenly spread out with the Profound Sky Spirit Pillar as the center, covering thousands of kilometers of Nine Heavens' holy land and covering the entire Tongxian realm. The Profound Sky Spirit Pillars lit up one after another under the influence of this vibration wave, forming a resonance with it. The patterns on their surface flickered brilliantly, and if one were to look down from the star field, they would notice that there seemed to be 108 lights on the entire Tongxian realm, flickering one after another. Wherever the vibration wave passed, the light was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's hand seals changed faster and faster as his expression became extremely solemn. Although his cultivation was profound, he had sealed himself and had to preside over this Tongxian realm spirit array, so he didn't dare to be careless. Today's matter was related to Xianing Chong, so he had to treat it with caution. Sweat slowly seeped from the tip of his nose. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the Profound Spirit Pillar of Nine Heavens' holy land once again emitted an invisible vibration, repeating the previous action. This pillar was like a rhythmically beating heart. Every time it beat, the remaining 107 Profound Spirit Pillars would resonate with it. As the number of times this happened increased, this resonance would connect head to tail, no longer separating them from each other. At that time, the 108 profound spirit pillars would become a single entity, covering the entire Tongxian realm. Again and again, the invisible vibration waves spread out. The 108 lanterns were lit and extinguished again and again. But as time passed, the frequency was slowly increasing. A day later, the frequency of drinking a cup of tea had been reduced by half. Another day later, it was reduced by half again. After another 3 days, the Xianling pillar at the eye of the formation would flicker every few breaths. The remaining 107 Xianling pillars were the same. Furthermore, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that these Xianling pillars were not flickering one after the other. Instead, they were flickering simultaneously. Yang Kai focused on activating the array plate and presiding over the spirit array, unaware of the passage of time. Finally, the frequency of the Xianling pillars in front of him seemed to have reached a certain limit. An invisible aura spread out, as if an ancient beast had suddenly awakened. Yang Kai looked tired, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai changed his hand seals and threw the array plate high up into the air. A stream of light entered the array plate, and a loud shout rang out, "Open!" The array plate hummed. The 108 lanterns that had been flickering continuously were all extinguished at this moment, leaving not a single trace of light. But in the next moment, the extinguished lights were reignited. There was no distinction between front and back, and no distinction between each other. They had completely become one. 108 vibrations rippled out together, and from each Xianling pillar, 107 rays of light shot out in all directions, crossing the sky and weaving a giant net over the entire Tongxian realm. At this moment, all the living beings on Tongxian realm looked up. The crisscrossing rays of light were like meteors falling from the sky, converging to form a meteor shower that covered the entire world. This scene was shocking, but no one felt fear or hesitation. Instead, they felt an impulse to worship it. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk humming sounds constantly rang out, and each Xianling pillar was closely connected to the other 107. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk as if a key was inserted into a keyhole. The 108 profound heaven spirit array was instantly unlocked and began to display its shocking effects. The heavenly might was brilliant, clouds gathered, and principal strength circulated, beginning to repel this spirit array that was beyond this world's existence. Suddenly, a white and flawless jade hand flashed through the air. Wherever that jade hand passed, the heavenly might dissipated, and everything returned to normal. If Xia Ning Chong had not used the power of the Star Master to protect and interfere, this 108 profound heaven spirit array would not have been able to function properly. Li Jiao was right. Even those from the Emperor realm could not safely exist in this world. They had to seal their own cultivation. So how could this 108 profound heaven spirit array from the star boundary work? If it was a slightly lower level spirit array, it would have been fine, but this 108 profound heaven spirit array was an emperor-grade spirit array. It had long surpassed the limits of this world. Xia Ningchang's flick of the wrist actually allowed this large array to exist. The moment the 108 profound heaven spirit array began to operate, not only the entire 9 heavens holy land, but the entire world began to tremble. The net of light that covered the entire world gradually disappeared, but the 108 Xianling pillars were connected as one, and the spirit array began to operate. The source crystals buried under the Xianling pillars by Yang Kai finally began to work. With the Xianling pillars as a guide, countless source crystals turned into pure world energy at this moment, which was then absorbed by the Xianling pillars and integrated into the world energy. Such rich world energy. In 9 heavens holy land, there was a burst of exclamations. Because at this moment, the world energy in the holy land seemed to have risen to a new high, and it had not reached its limit yet. It continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, 9 heavens holy land was wrapped in a layer of world energy. It was so dense that one couldn't even see their 5 fingers. It was as if they were immersed in a sea of world energy. No one had ever felt such a rich world energy aura before. 9 heavens holy land, as the paradise of Tongxian realm, was naturally one of the best, but no matter what, there was always a fear of comparison. Because Tongxian realm's world energy had been exhausted in its early years, it had been unable to give birth to powerful cultivators. So even if 9 heavens holy land was at its peak, it still couldn't compare to an ordinary spirit mountain on Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star. But now, the cultivation environment of Nine Heaven's Holy Land was not much worse than an ordinary place on Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star, and it was constantly improving. In time, Tongxian Realm would definitely become a cultivation star like Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star. Such a situation occurred everywhere in Tongxian Realm. Every cultivator who survived the war cheered happily and ran off to tell others about it. The sun was shining high in the sky, but there were still drops of rain falling. The cheering cultivator seemed to be frozen in place as they looked up stupidly, reaching out to catch the raindrops and licking them with their tongues, shocked on the spot. Spirit rain. This rain was not ordinary rain. Each drop of rain was full of rich world energy. It could almost be said that it was condensed from pure world energy. When the spirit rain first appeared, it was just a drizzle, but soon it began to pour down, covering all parts of this world, not missing a single corner. In the withered wilderness, new green sprouts appeared, and on the dry earth, sharp horns sprouted from the grasses. At this moment, the sick cattle mooed and stood up again. The dying old man suddenly opened his eyes, which should have been turbid and dull, shining brightly. A group of descendants who were ready to cry were stunned. When the profound Heaven Spirit Array was in operation, it not only brought an increase in world energy, but also an uncontrollable vitality. Yang Kai was still standing in the void, holding the 108 profound Heaven Spirit Array's array plate in his hand. His divine sense spread out like a tide, investigating the situation in every corner. Seeing this situation, a satisfied look appeared on his face. This time, the problem of Tongxian Realm was solved thanks to Li Jiao. He himself was not deeply involved in the Tao of Spirit Arrays and had never heard of a profound Heaven Spirit Array. If not for Li Jiao's 2 months of hard work, this Spirit Array would not have been arranged. The effect today was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, and he could not help but feel grateful. The debt owed by Fire Dragon Palace to me was written off. Good or bad, I went through life and death with Li Jiao. These days, I was at his beck and call, so Yang Kai could not bring himself to ask for more debts. In any case, those debts were nothing to High Heaven Palace, so there was no need to make them tighten their belts. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai glanced around and immediately flew off in a certain direction. In front of the hall, 2 figures stood quietly. One was a national beauty, and the other was a beauty that could captivate all living things. Little senior sister, why did you come out? Yang Kai flashed to the side of the 2 women and held Xia Ning Chang's arm with one hand. He was extremely nervous. Why didn't you lie down? Instead, you ran out. Slow down, don't walk. It's raining outside. Just stay here. Shui Yu cast a sidelong glance at him and said, If I didn't know better, I would have thought that Ning Chang was pregnant. Xia Ning Chang's face turned red when she heard this. Yang Kai touched his chin and thought about it seriously. That's fine. Xia Ning Chang hurriedly changed the topic. I just came out to take a look. I suddenly felt a lot better. Although Xia Ning Chang had Yang Kai's help to stabilize her vitality and prevent it from being corroded, she was still weak and her face was still pale. But now, her face had regained some color. This was not only because she was embarrassed by Shui Yu's teasing, but also because of the effect of the formation. Although she was the star master and could grasp the situation of the entire stars with a single thought, most of the time, it was a habit to look with the naked eye. It was also a more intuitive experience. This formation is really good. Junior brother, thank that Mr. Li for me. Xia Ning Chang looked at the spirit rain pouring down. If Yang Kai was not standing here, she would have rushed in and danced in the rain to vent the joy in her heart. Chapter 3160. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't need to thank Li Jiao due to his current relationship with him, since Xia Ning Chang had asked, he naturally had to accept this task. 10 years. Xia Ning Chang suddenly said. What? Xia Ning Chang smiled slightly. Within 10 years, Tongxian Realm will be restored. The great desolate stars cultivator had only taken a few years to recover from this torment disaster. But even with the massive amount of source crystals Yang Kai had spent, and the help of the Great Spirit Array, it would still take 10 years to recover. Destruction was often much simpler. Are you satisfied with this? Yang Kai looked at her with a grin. Xia Ning Chang blinked. Then what else do you want? Yang Kai said, Tongxian Realm is not like the other stars. Its grade is lower, so it won't be enough to restore it. Also, 10 years is a long time. Shuiyu rolled her eyes and said, "Does husband have a way to make this Tong Xian realm better? Where there's a will, there's a way." Yang Kai laughed. He had some plans in mind, but he didn't know if they would succeed, so he didn't dare to make any promises in front of them. He didn't want to lose face if he couldn't achieve what he promised. Shuiyu seemed to see through his thoughts and curled her lips. "If you can make Tong Xian realm better, I will." "You will what?" Yang Kai looked at her with burning eyes. Shuiyu blushed slightly, but she stood straight. "You can do whatever you want." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "I want to sleep with you." "Pay!" Shuiyu spat. In a flash, Kai Yang appeared between her and Xia Ning Chong. Hugging each of them in his arms, he shamelessly said, "If you want a horse to run, you have to feed the horse grass. Big blanket to sleep with, big blanket to sleep with." Rogue. Shuiyu glared at him fiercely, her flirtatious expression almost stealing Yang Kai's soul. She lowered her head and said shyly, "You have to convince Ning Chong first." The senior sister's face was as red as blood. "Why are you talking about this all of a sudden?" Yang Kai said seriously, "The intersection of yin and yang is the Tao of heaven and earth." "Yes, it's settled then." "Who said it was a promise?" Xia Ning Chong was anxious. That kind of thing was simply unthinkable. However, Yang Kai lowered his head and gave her a peck on the lips. She instantly froze as if she had been struck by lightning. However, she had never acted so intimately with Yang Kai in front of others. Shuiyu watched with a smile, but her red lips were caught off guard by Yang Kai. It wasn't that Yang Kai wasn't tempted, but he still remembered Shuiyu's words. If he didn't recover Xia Ning Chong, he wouldn't be able to touch her. At this time, although he could succeed if he persisted, how could he beat the expectation of sleeping with her? Humph, two naive women. Do you think you're the only ones? When the time comes, Shanqing Luo and Su Yan won't be able to escape. Laughing heartily, Yang Kai flew away. Shuiyu touched her red lips and stomped her feet. Smelly man. Amidst the rain, Yang Kai put his hands on his waist and shouted, "Everyone, Great Desolate Star has invaded our territory for more than a decade, killing our star's cultivator and robbing our territory of our women and wealth. Now it's time for us to fight back." The rain was noisy, but it couldn't cover up Yang Kai's voice, which reached everyone's ears clearly. "Please follow me to battle, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood." Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed to Star Field. Blood for blood. Roars shook the heavens. The grievances accumulated over the past few years didn't disappear after Tong Xian realm was purged, but instead became more and more intense. Within the territory of Endless Star, on a dead star, Yang Kai sat on the top of a barren mountain, one hand supporting his cheek as he closed his eyes and meditated. His divine sense surged through his knowledge sea, shuttling through the endless star. Star was the star of the entire Hung Luo star field. He had inadvertently obtained it when he first entered the star territory. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, only using it as a tool to guide the way. With the help of this star, he had never gotten lost in the star territory. At that time, he discovered that this star was different from the ones drawn by ordinary star masters. It seemed to constantly change, corresponding to every corner of the entire star territory. However, because the star was too big and its territory too vast, if one didn't investigate carefully, it would be impossible to notice this change. Later, he learned that the star he had inadvertently obtained was actually the star's source of the entire star territory. It was also by using this star that he was able to sense a slight connection with Hung Luo star field in the ancestral territory and return here. Wukong had said that every time he went to a star territory, he would find the source of that star territory and then refine it so that he could become the master of that star territory and no longer be rejected by the world principles. The source of a star territory was ever-changing and had no fixed form. Compared with the source of a cultivation star, the source of a star territory was almost a legendary existence that could only be found by chance. Yang Kai being able to obtain it could be said to be a great opportunity. However, he had not been able to use the source of this star territory because he had never refined it. Only by successfully refining the source of this star territory could he truly become the master of Hung Luo star field. At that time, he wouldn't even need to do anything himself. With just a thought, he could kill all the cultivator in the Great Desolate Star territory. It had been half a year since he left Tong Xian realm, and during this time, He had been trying to refine the source of this star territory, but he had made no progress. Even though his cultivation was now at the Emperor realm, the star territory was so vast that it contained countless stars. If he wanted to refine it, it was tantamount to controlling all these stars, which was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. There must be something wrong. Even Wukong had to seal his cultivation when he entered the star territory. Only after refining the star territory's source could he begin to act unscrupulously. Since Wukong could do it, so could Yang Kai. Yang Kai secretly regretted not asking Wukong more about this. If he went to the ancestral territory to find him now, not to mention whether he could find him, even if he did, this guy might not necessarily tell him. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he had not boasted in front of Shui Yu and Xia Ning Chong at that time, otherwise, he would not have the face to see them now. At that time, Yang Kai only had a vague plan in his mind, which was to refine this star and become the master of this star territory. At that time, he would be able to control the power of the entire star territory and replenish Tong Xian realm's nutrients, upgrading it to a star like Shadowed Star and Water Moon Star. Now, it seemed that he had been too naive. Is it still not possible? A clear and melodious voice came from beside him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and pulled Lu Yen into his arms, continuing to support his cheek with his hand. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Lu Yen looked up at him, reached out and stroked the hard stubble on his chin, and said softly, If you have an idea, try it. There's nothing to lose. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded, got up, and asked, How long until they gather here? About 10 days before the agreed time. 10 days should be enough. You stay here and let me know if there's any news. I'll try this new idea. Okay, Lu Yen nodded. Yang Kai stomped his feet and shot up into the sky like an arrow, quickly disappearing. Entering the star field, Yang Kai flew forward aimlessly, neither too fast nor too slow. As he flew, he circulated his Emperor Qi, leaving his aura along the way. At the same time, according to the star in his knowledge sea, he delineated an area that was neither too big nor too small. With the star as a reference, Yang Kai was not worried about getting the location wrong. He kept flying around this area, as if he was drawing a circle, and the circle was filled with his aura. 5 days later, Yang Kai came to the center of this circle and suddenly stood still, closing his eyes. Immersing his knowledge sea, Yang Kai silently probed the star. Suddenly, his body shook as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He clearly felt an unusual area in the star in his knowledge sea, and this area was exactly where he had spent the past few days leaving his aura. There's hope. Perhaps the direction he had been trying for the past 6 months was wrong. If this method worked, it meant that refining the star territory star source was completely different from refining the star's star source. Previously, he had been trying to refine the star source by directly attacking the star atlas in his sea of consciousness, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Now, it seemed that the way to go was from shallow to deep, from the outside to the inside. What method should he use to refine it? Apart from the star refining art, there was no other cultivation method. Making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately urged the star refining art, immersing his mind into the special area in the star. In an instant, Yang Kai suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if his whole mind had spread out and filled the places he had been in the past 5 days, closely connecting his aura to the places he had been. Even without opening his eyes, he could see everything that was happening in this area, down to the tiniest detail. Slowly operating the star refining art, his mind left a brand in a certain area of the star, gradually changing the color of this area. There were no grand waves, nor were there any ups and downs. Everything seemed so calm and natural. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He had actually found the right method to refine the star refining art on the spot. In his knowledge sea, the color of the small area in the star seemed to be somewhat different from other places, and in the corresponding star field, there was also a special area. Yang Kai didn't use any of his strength, simply changing his mind, and then his figure constantly flickered within this area, leaving behind afterimages, as if there were countless of him existing at the same time. This was a special star field, a star field that belonged to Yang Kai. In this area, just like on Shadowed Star, he could dominate everything. His figure suddenly came to a halt as an eager light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. If that was the case, it would mean that his idea was really correct. At that time, As long as he spent a little more time, he would be able to refine the star and become the master of the Hung Luo star field. Let's do it! Yang Kai took a deep breath and let out a roar, a strange sound coming from the depths of his soul as the shackles on his sealed cultivation were suddenly unlocked. First Order Tao Source Realm, Second Order Tao Source Realm, Third Order Tao Source Realm, the Emperor Realm. Safe and sound, there was no repulsive force from the world, nor was there any hostility. It was a success. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.